Hello, everyone, and welcome to the NECC Winter Invitational presented by Samsung SSD. We've got a ton of teams here ready to rock and get their chance at some of this tasty prize pool money put up by NECC. And we got three best of threes going on today. And to take you through all of them is myself, Los, joined by Haza. How you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm happy to be on a cast with you for the first time. We've got three best of threes coming up. It's going to be an action-packed evening for the both of us, I'm sure. Like you said, a prize pool awaits any of these teams, but they've got to make it over that first hurdle. Round of 32. Just got to get into some of these matchups and see who's looking to be the stronger sides.
Oh, yeah, there is plenty of opposition waiting to stop anyone from making it through. Of course, we have the round of 32 today. Along with that, it will be the round of 16 to see whoever makes their way through. And to finish off the day, we're actually getting into the quarterfinals. So there's plenty of action to be held. But let's check out the teams that we have on this first matchup. Starting off, it's going to be Cal State University Dominguez Hills. Cardinals. That's a whole lot. CSUDH Cardinal there. We got him here. It's Ghana Bar Rep. Carbon, Red, Nujaves, and Fat Neck Johnny. That's a name for sure. As a
Yeah, it certainly is. Sticks out like a sore thumb or a fat neck, I suppose you could probably say. They're going to be a sophomore doing computer science. We've got accounting major, information systems, business, and kinesiology. I've never heard of that before, but I'll be enlightened. We'll see what Gambaret can bring to the table. Very long name, of course, as well. CSUDH Cardinal. I'm sure that a lot of these universities will have different tiers of teams. They'll have like a blue, a white, a red, a black. Different rosters and what have you. So we'll see where Cardinal is going to be matching up against some of these other teams that we're going to be seeing. And I think we can get the team sheet up for the other team as well, which will be UVic Blue. And these are going to be the Victoria Vikings. And we have Todo, Krako, Mokulele, Rip Triple X, and Jeers.
yeah, it's actually a more, I guess, older team, a more experienced squad. Earlier
Yeah.
over on Cal State, some freshmen, some sophomore, but this is mostly compiled of upperclassmen. So I'm wondering if that a bit more of maturity can actually help create a stronger foundation for a squad. I mean, it should be interesting to see young blood versus old blood. I mean, let's be honest. It's just like 2 years of a difference,
Yeah.
Haza. So I mean, I don't know, but a lot of things can happen in those formative years. Who knows? Maybe they will
Mm.
be able to they'll be able to show us what they've got. I mean, this is a best of three. I'm definitely excited to see how things go, and I believe that we do have the map bans ready. I'm wondering what we're going to start off with here. It
Mm.
is not going to be Haven. We can say that at least.
Yeah, well, Haven's straight out the pool split as well. Two maps which I feel as if teams maybe shy away from, and it's going to be the usual culprits, Ascent and Icebox, that find their way into the pool initially. Fracture and Breeze also make a swift exit, which leaves us with Bind as a decider. So, interesting to say. I mean, you said we were talking about young versus old, potentially maturity there. A university student myself, those couple of years can go the distance in character building at least. But I guess maybe Ascent is a bit more of a zoomer map in the way that it plays out, right? But I mean, Icebox as well. Quite a few long angles across the board, but for the most part, it's very puggy in the way that it plays, right? You're not necessarily... You don't have to overthink it, play for crazy amounts of control or anything. It's sort of... what you see is what you get, I suppose. And it is very standardized in the way that it ends up playing out.
Of course, enjoying this nice little cinematic we got here. But now that we have the maps all set, all ready to go, I want to know what agents we're going to be seeing in this first matchup. I mean, I think we could have some ones we would know who's going to
Yeah.
make an appearance. It's going to be obviously we'll have a Sova, we'll have potentially, Sky actually does make a strong case for that initiator here on Ascent. So I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case either. But I mean, the other one that we should expect that is essentially a guaranteed is Astra over Mukulele hovering on it. So we'll see, that will be a lock in.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't be any surprise whatsoever to get picked on both sides here. Just so much information that you need. With the skybox completely open, those recon darts will be flying across from side to side and collecting plenty of information for their team, not to mention the use of the owl drone in clearing out market, especially on that attacker's side. KO looking to be selected for potentially both teams here. A great agent to try and pick up. Also brings a lot of that information as well, running that double initiator setup, as we're going to see this defense side already completely locked in. Killjoy as well makes a lot of sense. And as far as controllers go, Astra really is the premium to be picking up. Lots of control that you can put towards A main there, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see the stars, you know, plunked in there in copious amounts. But for the most part, yeah, similar setup from both sides, but it's going to be that variation that we see between the two Sentinels. Chamber on one side and Killjoy on the other. Maybe a bit more aggressive here from the Cardinals.
I am absolutely loving the KO picks. When KO was first released, I wanted to be a master of that agent. I was sorely reminded that that wasn't going to be the case, but it's good to see some competitive play bring out this initiator. I'm excited. And this is almost, very much almost the mirror matchup here, except for Gambare, who will be on the Chamber versus Jeers' Killjoy. I'm wondering, they do have the information there. You do have the trademark, which can provide some info if someone is making a rotation when you go to help your teammates. But they're starting out with the attack. I don't believe that Chamber provides as much utility on the offense as Killjoy will, but we're going to see how things play off now with these first potential buys.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the way that Chamber plays out on the attack is a little bit more passive in its impact, right? So what you're going to want to try and do, especially if you're able to get some kind of a sniper online, whether it is that through the ultimate of the Tour de Force or just a standard operator or even a marshal on a bit of a lighter buy, you're just looking to punish the other team overextending. So it'll be interesting to see if we do see an overstep from Uvik Blue in the way that they set up if they are playing quite aggressive. And the trademark as well, though. As far as flank protection goes, I think it's probably maybe the best, arguably, because the tripwire, there's ways that you can avoid it. There's only limited range on the alarm bot, so it does sort of have all bases covered. But we're going to go straight into that pistol round, though, and it is an early fight taken towards short. Shots not quite connecting, but it will be Mukulele that comes out on the worst side. Only 25 HP, getting picked up by that null point as well.
Carbon will be the one who stakes their claim there on Catwalk in the first interaction by Tree, but here's Krakow. They saw Chamber, they gotta back off, and there's a lot more enemies on their way to say hello and make this first execute on the A side. One player, it's Toto, hanging out in Garden. They will find a swift exit, but not without some sort of punishment against the Cardinals. But that doesn't matter. They do have it. Cal State will be able to get the spike planted. Mokulele still somehow surviving until now. We do have Triple X now making some headway. They turn this into a 2v3 for the retake.
Yeah, Soviet utility is going to be really big here in trying to pick this one up. Gunbar is still just trying to see if they can spot a player walking out as they keep that headhunter posted. Turret's going to take that first contact, and we do see the recon come in as well, but it's not able to scan anyone just yet. It's an awkward firefight. The shots aren't really connecting, and Jers is going to win that one out. Red does have a response, but Triple X is in the sight, already finds the first one, goes for a tap. Only 3 bullets left in that frenzy. Not maybe expecting the swing. The footsteps give the position away, but Red claims a headshot, and Cardinal, they're going to get that first round on the board.
Not a bad start, or not a bad response as well from University of Victoria. They did have a chance to go for the retake, but I think it came down to those last 3 bullets. You had all that ammunition, spent it all, I mean, in a worthy amount, but you can't win it with 3 bullets in a frenzy, Haza. It's just not going to get done.
Nah, it certainly isn't. You have to hit, I mean, you hit 1 headshot there. I think that's 78 damage, so it's not even enough to fully take the player out. You got to at least drop a body shot in the mix there as well, but unfortunately for them, wasn't to be. And now, you're going to see these attacking players with a bit better guns coming into this one. With that being said, Batneck Johnny will be opting to try and work a sheriff into this one. Krakow just with the Strafe Peak, seeing what they can find early on, and maybe teasing a player into the crosshairs as they're going to post up with the shorty. But, like I said, Sova so good on this map that Aldrone will clear things out, and Aves is able to capitalize off of it, and the A site will be gaping open for these players to go and get that spike down.
Aggressive play out from Fatnet Johnny, but it doesn't pay off, and now it's a 3v3 with that player lost. Triple X here on Heaven, looking to make a play, at least play their life, waiting for some teammates. It will be 3 up top in Heaven, starting off here with 0 points. should get the information they need, and there it will be. Nujabes, though, narrowly avoids it, running out. Red there to light up all the players attempting to waterfall out of heaven, but it will not find any success. And Cardinal takes round 2.
Yeah, that waterfalling maneuver, just droplets on the surface after all. No real splash of damage done whatsoever. I like the combination of utility there. We saw the recon bolt and that 0-point knife come in at the exact same time, and there was plenty of information, but I think Juz jumped the gun just a second too early and left themselves exposed in that situation. Unfortunately for them, nothing to be taken from that round, but now we're going to see a much better buy come out from University of Victoria here, so they have a fantastic opportunity. Just going to be about holding their position for a little bit more, not trying to overstep and peek into some of these sheriffs, which can be potent on those angles where, you know, you're able to just land a tap or two, can completely open the round up. And oh, it looks like that's what Mokalele is going to try and do with this guy in as well. Peeks out and is able to find the first one. Great opener. First blood already in the hands of Uvik.
And Greco holding this angle by a short, looking for a second pick. Gambare is not looking to get themselves lost in sauce here, but Toto narrowly avoids multiple players moving down mid. Here comes the flashbang, another one in response, and there's the fragment trying to stop anybody from making their way down mid. Moku lately there for the support. They will have it indeed. Another 0-point goes down, but no one is caught within it.
One enemy remaining.
Krako just moving around the side. The pincer, Nunabez, now stuck in a corner, a rock and a hard place, if you will. 5 bullets left in the chamber, and, well, less than 5 HP to even contend with. Krako gets a triple on that one. Uvik managed to secure their first round. Now, though, this is a tougher test. You're going to be up against similar weaponry. You can't afford to really take those same kind of aggressive fights. If they don't go your way, you can really, really be in a punishable situation. So if Cal State are able to just hold their position, wait for a little bit longer for those peaks to make their way out, then this could be a dangerous round. But for the most part, a fairly balanced one. No ults really coming online just yet. Tour de Force and Cosmic Divide very, very close, only one away. But as that knife collects 0 information at the start, you're just going to be waiting for the first duel between these two sides.
You know, with the knife collecting 0 information, it actually does give you some info that you don't have to worry about that angle initially. But let's talk about angles right now, as Carbon seeks to clear this one, and they do, in fact. Catwalk cleared out and does provide an avenue for them to move down into tree and maybe take on A. There is only one player, it's Mokulele, holding it down. That will encounter Krako there by mid. But what? What? Oh! Fat Neck Johnny gets the timing right. Plays it in wine, and they're having a good time. It is a good time to push on to A. Toto might be in a bit of trouble now. He'll be vulnerable. The spray, the swing is not good. They sent out one just to check it out, and it did hit, but they didn't commit. Toto had an opportunity to shoot him down, but it won't be taken advantage of. And now it will be a 2 or 4v1 for the retake. It's just Jeers.
It is just Jeers, and that's a round which sort of started to collapse piece by piece. We can break it down after it ends, and, well, I'm just going to have my job shot cut short for me there. Fat Neck Johnny finds a triple on that round. Yeah, if we just cast our minds back to moments ago, not sure how many people saw that one on the mini-map, but it looks like Fat Neck Johnny had sort of reversed that, or Mokalele was reversing their way into Fat Neck Johnny in that wine position, and once that first pick was found, we saw heavy presence towards market immediately shift into the catwalk position and then funnel itself into A, as they knew that that position would be completely left open. Toto holding from that same spot that we see on short time and time again, and it's just an easy pickup as they can't quite land the spray. Now we see Cal State getting that extra round on the board, but a flurry of kills early on as well, no. Johnny's just going to fly into that one. And Uvik Blue looking a lot stronger this time around.
Cal State committed so much in the beginning of that. A Blade Storm, a Tour de Force, ended up with nothing. The only one who managed to find a frag to Nujabes is over by a main. What else do they have working for them right now? It's still a 2v4. They've gained no map control. If anything, Vic Blue has taken more. Krako creeped up a little bit more toward mid. They still have the op. A single peek from Carbon will spell disaster. Here it is.
Oh, not quite waiting out the dart there for the peak. And well, Krakow had an opportunity to punish, but it looks like it might be Mokalele that does the job for them. Very low HP on Nuhabez, and they do eventually get dropped. Carbon now in the 1 versus 4 has the resources to try and work with, but unfortunately does not have their life. It is lost, and Uvik will narrow that gap.
And now they still have money. They still have ultimates to work with. Well, save for Toto, who will definitely need a buy from their teammates. It's going to be Rip Triple X, who is there for the funds. We do have money on the side of Cal State. What else are they working with, though? It's just the Cosmic Divide. If they do allow Carbon to pick up an orb, could be working with, actually, the No Command along with Red. Both initiators only 1 away. This could be a good tool to use to make a grand execute.
Yeah, it definitely could. You don't want to go pouring it all out at once, though. I think it's really key that these teams will spread out the usage of the ultimates there as Krakow hits a really nice shot over the top of the box. Mokalele's picking them up, and, well, all across the board, it's a flawless round. We could have maybe speculated a little bit longer as to what we could have seen from Cal State there, but don't get an opportunity to do so. They lower their head into the guillotine, and it gets chopped swiftly off. Now, we're at a 3-apiece scoreline. And things are looking pretty tight between the two teams, except the economy is getting a lot stronger for Uvik.
Just straight map mid control that we're finding out from Vic Blue. They're having no problems maintaining their presence in this line of sight. And there is no real response coming out from Cal State, but now they are going with the Sheriffs. It's going to be another save round, exactly what we would expect. And I don't know if there will be any commitments with the ultimate, because they have no tools to capitalize and finish off those ultimates with.
And I mean, I was just about to say on a previous round, right, that Cal State's economy was actually looking okay. Because when you have a chamber and a jet, you have an opportunity to get 2 guns into the mix for complete free, but weren't able to really make much out of it, and now it's going to struggle for them to contest mid. So they're going straight for the execute, go into the A site. That recon really, really good to just shut out the position of the players there, and it's just trades back and forth. We're at 2 versus 2 already. Bladestorm popped to the back of the site. We're just trying to see what they can find, peeking out, using all of that utility to try and find a more favorable gun duel. It's actually the one against Juz in Heaven, though, that they pick up, and it's left on the shoulders of Krakow to shut down the round. Finally, Uvik, I say, restore their lead. This is the first time that they've gone in front, but in the last sort of 5 rounds, they've found 4 out of them. And they're looking a lot stronger here, carrying on as they mean to go on.
That was a solid attempt out of Cal State. The Cosmic Divide that we saw from Nujabes, it wasn't purposely or properly placed. Because you had the opportunity for players from Heaven to walk out, peek just a bit, still keep the high ground, but it doesn't force them to get out of that position and drop into the site itself. So giving that opportunity for the Heaven player to spray down with the Phantom, it spelled disaster for for Cal State. Now, they do have the guns, they have the talent, they have the ultimate, and they're kicking things off with that no command.
Yeah, and like you said, it's about spacing out these ults. Player in towards backside. Juz is going to be able to drop the spike on the Phantom. Actually gets a second and is maybe good for a third. Eventually shut down by Red in that situation, but managed to lend their team the lead here. They know about this player towards B main, and they're going to have to try and hunt them out sooner rather than later. But do they expect Fat Johnny up close? The null command of their own gets popped, but Johnny is just collecting lives, scalping these players one by one. Krakow is in there to try and shut things down, but it's that late B main push that eventually comes through. Now the 1 versus 1. Triple X has the recon in towards the site, so they have an idea as to where Johnny's playing from. Peeks out wide though and gets finished off. It's a triple, and the score levels itself once again at 4 apiece.
Fatneck Johnny gets it done and has the equalizer in hand. It was the no command from Red that allowed that easy take onto B site, but they still have some more ultimates to work with. Carbon has been sitting for a while on that Hunter's Fury. I'm wondering when they're going to be able to utilize that, maybe in this coming round.
Yeah, you get to that point with ultimates for both teams, I feel, where it sort of just starts to flow over the edge, right? You're starved from any real action for the first few rounds of the half, and then they're just coming online every single round. And right here, we're going to see the Bladestorm get used. Nice cover play there that we see from Triple X to get rid of the Recon Bolt so that Krakow isn't in a more compromised position. Rebuying into that Operator, having plenty of value for them, but it's going to be on the other side of the map. This A-take's been so potent thus far. And well, Fatneck Johnny will be leading the charge, looking if they can connect the knives, but actually, it's just a sea of blue right now. Todo and Mukalele combine, and Red is left all alone once again to try and salvage anything from this one.
Yeah, Red is going to have to throw their body on the line. They won't realize, but Toto isn't able to connect that shot. They find one before going down, so it isn't a complete flawless, but that is a struggle and a half. They didn't even make their way onto the objective itself because we had Toto sitting by the door, lighting them up. They didn't even check their corners. They relied on Fatneck Johnny's play to make some space on the site, but they didn't really create any. They pushed too far into heaven and got gunned down by Mokulele within the nebula, and that signaled a fall apart of the rest of Cal State's attack right there. And they were working with some weak buys to begin with, even though they came off of a round win. They had light armor, they had some pistols, in fact, so things aren't looking too good for Cal as we continue through into the 9th round.
They certainly aren't. Carbon already dropped onto 20 HP. Gunberry is well following suit, and if a shock dart was to connect there, it could be potentially disastrous. It bounces a couple of times and skins away at the toes of the two players, but unfortunately for UVic Blue, it won't be connecting for the time being. I think we have to, it can't really be overstated the importance that finding those first few rounds have been here for Cal State, because it means that the rounds are a lot closer than maybe they should have been. Momentum right now firmly sitting with UVic as Krako manages to connect another op shot. So right now, even though they look to be on the back foot, they have a great opportunity when the side swip over in a few rounds from now. Carbon left alone, position already given away, and it's a flawless round once again for University of Victoria.
Exactly what we would expect. The money was so tight. They were going in with classics and the mid control. I think I gotta harp on this every single round. Mid control is uncontested by UVic Blue. They are so aware of all the positions, so unlocked, so on point with their shots that any peek is met with serious resistance. I mean, you saw the double stack that we had. It was Rip Triple X and Mokulele who already moved away from their position on A to give that support, and they locked it down without any issues.
I mean, right now, you have a really tough situation, right? You don't want to contest mid whatsoever, and actually, we're going to see a variation from UVic here. They're not contesting mid either. They're going for A main instead, and they've already found that first pick. Really, really nice adjustment here, as we see no real mid presence taken early on. And, well, Cal State, they know they don't want to fight mid, so they're not contesting it either. It's free space that UVic are defending without any sweat off of their own back.
Triple X backing off will allow their teammate Cheers to potentially have that control on mid, but they're swinging back CT side. It's Krako that you got to keep an eye on with the up kill, and that spike down, but no one else is there to recover it. Most of the players are stuck on mid. While they may have that control, it won't amount to enough if they can't keep it without losing lives. An even trade there, but now it's 2-on-4. A huge loss overall. If they can pull this one out, that will be a huge play to make it 6-5, but they're in dire straits at the moment.
They certainly are. It looks at this point in time that UVic are going to be carrying that advantage through the half. Both of these players looking to recollect the spike. As the Owl drone comes through, it will be confirming their position in the late round, so there is no real opportunity now for a rotate to come through. Krako's not even going to get spotted off on that position towards Speedway, so it means that if they were to commit, that operator would be waiting for them uncontested, but it's not going to happen. We see both players post up. They're going to be carrying these weapons into the next round and just seeing if they can't make sure they can secure at least 5 on the board here after, you know, what was a good start. Things have started to hit the rocks for them, and they've just got to see if they can't fish their way out of some troubled waters at this time.
It's a difficult situation to find yourself in, but to be honest, a 7-5 half isn't that bad. I think we also have to look at Carbon, who is still sitting on that Hunter's Fury. We haven't seen it one time throughout this whole first half. It can be used in conjunction with Red's no command, but you have to bring it out. It's the last round. Give us what you got.
I think the reason why we haven't seen it come out so far is because of that counterplay with the Killjoy lockdown. You have to try and have an answer for it, but The real question is, who's got an answer for Krakow right now? Absolutely no one. That operator will be making good use around the side of the Astral Smoke. And, well, these players are just committing anyway. Triple X on the side of the Cosmic Divide, just seeing what they can spot. Able to connect the first one. There's good damage either way. So 4 versus 3 right now. A man count does currently sit with Uvik. And Carbon, left isolated in this position, could really struggle if they get flushed out.
Here's Krakow popping out the blades. Will they find success? No. It's a bit of a distraction, but Carbon is hanging out by wood. And maybe that'll be an easy win. They're all stacked up. Nobody's on the site. They were looking to save themselves away from the lockdown, but in that confusion and destruction, it was an easy cleanup here for Vic Blue.
Yeah, that lockdown, almost like a carrot on a stick, as we see the Muddy Bee site, the pigs, scurry their way out to try and meet it, but they just get taken straight to the slaughterhouse. Uvik Blue now with an 8-4 lead into the second half of this first map of Ascent. Being the pick as well of Cal State, if they're able to find this one, it's going to be a really, really tough one to recover from and keep those dreams of staying in towards that round of 16 alive. So right now, it has to be absolutely integral that they find the pistol round here on the defender's side. There's a few ways that you can look at it, right? Those initial rounds that they were able to find, maybe Uvik Blue just weren't warmed up. Maybe they just weren't in the server. Those are the only rounds right now that are giving Cal State any kind of a lifeline in this matchup. So, a lot riding on this round right now. Loss, and I don't know. I don't know how to feel. It's going to be all about that opening duel, I think, and that mid control once again.
But there's Fatneck Johnny making some space for themselves as they pushed up toward mid by that little pillar there. They have created a bit of fear on the side of Cal State, or at least, no, on the side of University of Victoria. They backed off a bit. They're still peeking around, looking for some safe plays, the ability to have control of mid. But even though they moved up a bit, no one knows what's going on in Top Cat. Nobody knows if there will be a peek out from Red. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case, because Red swinging out here, finding multiple, even if they just get one, that will be enough, because you have the info that there are plenty of players stacked up on Catwalk. And here's Toto with the corner peek, and that will be good. That's going to signal for the rest of the squad to make their way and sprint onto A site. The only one waiting for them is going to be Nujabes hanging out by Generator. They are suppressed anyway, but it won't matter. Nujabes finds a nice headshot before falling themselves, and it's a 4v3. Make that a 3v3 before the spike's even planted.
It's just going to be about whether they clear out this player here. Todo, only good for one at this point in time. The Killjoy will be spotted out, while Carbon is just chaining headshots right now. Put Krakow in a really tough spot, although they've got a headshot of their own now. Sheriff versus Headhunter, like for like, but who's going to come out on top? Gunbury just searching for this angle, but it's such a nice one that Krakow is holding. A triple for them. They put the team on their back, and they scoop them out of that one. Uvik Blue find the pistol round, all importantly. Now, Cal State in a really tough spot. The fact of the matter is as well, they're on the defender's side, so that spike plant not helping them out whatsoever. No extra money in pocket that you would get if you were on the attack. So the force buy is looking a little bit far-fetched here.
We even have a shorty on the side of Nujabes. That is a bit of a stretch. Certainly a reach. Fatneck Johnny, though, with the tailwind, if they're looking to get up in the faces of Vic Blue, it might be possible. It might be doable. However, here is the night for the information not going to be found. They will destroy it without any problems. Red realizing there's no reason to peek anymore. Once you see that Marshall in hand, you have to back off. Gambare here with the singular Headhunter shot. It's all or nothing if you want to make this peek, but I don't believe they do.
Just holding off right now. Only has one shot in the chamber. The reason for their namesake after all. Red, I think, is just trying to tease a player right now into that short position where they'll be laying in wait with the shorty. And if they're able to find one here, it could be good. A peek out with that 0 point gives away the first shot. And, well, I don't think anything's really going to connect there whatsoever. Danbury eventually making their way through, but that recon dart will be a horrible story for Nuhabez, who gets taken out. Johnny able to find one, and surely not enough room to collect that Spectre. Does eventually get finished off by Todo. decent damage across the board here, but I think right now, yeah, Yuvik Blue, they're gonna try and keep these last 4 players alive, because this has been a pretty clean round so far, and you want to try and save some of those weapons for the bonus.
Certainly, here comes a shock dart. They might find a kill over onto Javis, but, you know, I don't think that's going to be the case. It's an easy one. Mokulele does get hurt, but 4 are still alive after that. It was an anti-eco, so it's exactly what we would expect in that sort of case. But considering how close that University of Victoria has made themselves over to winning this, only 3 rounds away from getting the first map of Ascent, Cal State, they have to step up. They have to put their foot on the gas and be able to maintain sight, not even play for retake, because they're losing it so quickly before that's even a possibility.
Yeah, I think the question has to be if Cal State are going to pick up a round, when? And, well, if when, it has to be now, I think. This is the best opportunity that you're going to get for the whole of this half to try and find any kind of a round, especially when you don't have one on the board just yet, playing in towards that bonus. But, Yuvik, they've been clinical so far. I like the slow approach that we saw from them on the previous round, just clearing everything out and making sure they weren't going to get overexposed. Fatneck Johnny will be using the Judge on this round, so that is the one concession in terms of weaponry. And as that Aldrone gets shot out, that choice pick is yet to be discovered, so it still potentially do good damage, although as we see these Yuvik players potentially grouping up towards B main as they eventually retreat towards tiles. I was just about to say we may not see that duel come to fruition, but well, actually they're much more reserved, and I believe we're looking for an A finish here as they're moving around towards spawn, and we do have that alert coming through of the Astra, being able to place those stars remotely, of course, but the hand has been shown, and with about 30 seconds left on the clock, we're expecting the execute.
0 points sent in to start the initiation, followed by the flash. They won't find anyone as they're hiding behind in hell. That will be Nujabes, but red in the corner, something that Toto has provided to be so crucial, maintaining that angle. They swing out, but don't realize that there's a player in the corner. It doesn't matter, as Greco gets the shot off the Marshall. It's a 3v3 with the spike getting planted. Fatneck Johnny flying through the sky with a Judge. Somehow saves the day for Cal State.
Yeah, Fatneck Johnny, the judge, jury, and executioner in that example, just flying through the sky and making the absolute most out of that weapon. I'm surprised that it was so accurate when they were in the air. I've seen it used in a similar capacity before, but those shots really just connecting and doing so much damage to those players. Really, really huge pickup there for Cal State. I don't think it can really be overstated much more how much that means in terms of survival, you know, in their map pick as well here with having half as many rounds, but it has to be a swift response here from Yuvik. Similar weaponry across the board, but it does sit on a knife's edge between the two, so could yet swing either way. Carbon pointed out with the recon here and just completely decimated. The players charge in. They've just got to clear out Fatneck Johnny though.
Fatneck Johnny!
Triple here, sprays down the first 2, but Tail wins into the 3rd and is only good for just that. Mokulele putting on the pressure from main and, well, only good for just the 1. Now find ourselves at a 2 versus 2. Ult's committed. A push has to be made, or they've just got to sit back. And I think they've got to go for it.
Or potentially not. I mean, there's only 1 second left. It will go off. They do have time for this retake, but the pressure is on. Krako holding by the crates, looking for the angle from stairs. Nujabes now sending out the stars. It's actually a recall, and it allowed a bad timing, and Krako finds both of them to clutch it out and secure their 11th round.
Krako's been absolutely stellar in this first map so far, using Jet to the full extent of their capacity, really, using those movement abilities to great effect, and, well, in that example, it's just pure positioning, right? The angle that they were holding on so close to the wall means that the head isn't spotted out. They're good for both of those kills. Really, really nicely done as Juz just does the best job that they can from the backside, playing a more supportive role. You know, they do have that negative KD going -1 right now, but there's been a lot of instances where their positioning or their supportive play is so integral to the way that this team sets up. And, well, across the board, it has been a very, very strong showing from Yuvik. Now they're going to have that better weaponry once more and look to try and secure a match point.
We have Fatneck Johnny bringing out the Blade Storm. You can't waste that on a turret. The information is there that they were looking to get a bit aggressive on the side of A. Our two players holding it down, looking for that aggressive pick. Won't be found. Krako, though, the one-man army, hanging out by B main. If they take a look, if anyone gets too aggressive on this one, it's going to be a done deal.
Ooh. Shock Dart not doing too much there. I think Rico's still hanging out on that angle and eventually finds Carbon. They peek out. The patience, it pays off, and now Gumbre has two different players to try and contend with. Position given away by that 0 point, and they've just got a classic to try and defend it. Actually able to find Todo in that instance, but that'll be all she wrote as they eventually get dropped. Bladestorm still in play here for Fatneck Johnny, but they commit the alternate fire. No longer able to use it, and it's going to be reduced once more to that Sheriff. 4 versus 2 situation. Nothing even for these players to try and scalp Red. Able to find a Spectre, but that will be all for the time being. Pushed all the way back as the charge just continues onwards from Uvik. It's indiscriminate. So much aggression. No. Red can't do anything in this situation. And it's, well, actually finds Mokalele in the corner, but probably be hard-pressed to find anything more as they're just teasing on this angle. The chamber runs empty. There's nothing left. And just like that, match point finally secured for Uvik.
Match point. They simply don't have a response. They lose players too quickly before there even is the site execute, Haza. They don't have the opportunity to make a real recontest against that objective for the retake. Once they keep losing players to easy picks, allowing Krako to find free kills, no trades available, it spells disaster. There's no backup for you to make that play. And especially considering they had no weapons, they wanted to play close angles, there's no need to peek. They just lost at every turn. Only solace there was a fragment, but Fatneck Johnny almost ending this one pretty easily. Getting picked there, however, Triple X puts in the Owl Drone, doesn't find any information. Krako gets onto the back of the site, clears out hell. This one is theirs.
Straight in, lots of utility invested early on to just get this one done and over with. Match point already secured at overtime at the very least. They want to maximize this one as the Cosmic Divider finally comes down. The curtain falls, and it is showtime. Into towards the site, the trades come back and forth. Null Command gets procced, so there is a possibility to stabilize the core if they get dropped. But right now, it just looks like they're going to be straight into the site. The defuse is coming in. Well, and Juz has already picked up 3, dropping it all the way down to a 2 versus 1. And now it rests solely on Nuhabez to try and get it done. They've already tapped that spike to half. They go back in for it once again. It's a very close margin. Todo stops them from getting it over the line. And Uvik Blue, in a very, very convincing fashion, will be shutting out that first map of Ascent.
Wow, wow, wow. That was just a great showing from Uvik. I think there's not much that we could say besides they diffed Cal State in almost every department. There were great opportunities when they had the retake, but it just wasn't enough. Uvik, too strong here on Ascent, and I believe that was Cal State's pick. Am I incorrect on that one, Haza?
No, I believe that was their pick. They did start out on the attack, and you somewhat feel as if they had the opportunity to be on that defender side with Chamber, would it have maybe even gone another way? I'm not entirely sure. I think it is that sort of slightly more aggressive setup, and they needed to be looking to punish those oversteps in mid, using the tour de force, maybe flexing an operator in there, something along those lines. It was the complete opposite. Uvik always had fantastic control of that mid position. Mokalele, for example, when you have a player who's so confident on a rifle, not even using the sniper in those instances, it's really, really tough, because then you've got to contend with the operator as well, sweeping around in the mix. Krako using that to great effect. And another player I want to highlight really quick, before you have any comments on the matter, was Juz there as well on the Killjoy at the end. A huge impact 3K to secure that final round. We saw that they had good supportive plays and great map control that Killjoy can bring to the table, but I mean, that was just exemplary, I think.
I think it was a great flash in the pan. Unfortunately, it comes at a time where it's all but disaster. Having that 3K, it is a good cherry on top, but not if you're going into a map loss. It's a gold-plated L, I would say, for Jeers.
Oh, no, but they won the round, though.
They did? Oh, Jeers. Oh, my mistake.
My mistake. That secured the round. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
You get 2 Ls and you make a W, so it's okay.
Honestly, that was a good showing, but I think if we're going to talk about the Sentinels, either of them, that being Ganbare or Jeers, we didn't see too much of a full utility utilization. And I'm talking specifically out of Ganbare. How many times did we see a rendezvous or a trademark actually have an effectiveness? I think the most that we saw in terms of chamber utility was the Headhunter, and even
Mm,
that was difficult to use. The Tour de Force, I barely saw any kills out of that one as well. It just seems
mm.
that maybe that wasn't the correct play. That wasn't the correct agent going into this composition. And maybe it's something for them to think about, that being Cal State, as we head over into our second map. But before we do that, we're going to take a quick break. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back right after this.
In LCS, every nanosecond counts. And with Samsung SSD, being fast means being first.
That is first blood in record time.
The pros know that speed matters.
Here goes closer at about 4,000 miles per hour.
There's no outrunning this.
A split second means everything.
Why retreat when you can go forward?
Every nanosecond counts. Samsung SSD.
poppin', everybody? Welcome back to the NECC Winter Invitational presented by Samsung SSD. I'm still Los, joined by Hasa, and we watched Cal State take the L over on Ascent. It's going to be University of Victoria winning that first round 13-5, and now we're making our way over to Icebox. Hasa, thoughts on this second map?
Yeah, second map being Icebox. I believe this is the pick of University of Victoria State as well. So this is going to be playing into their hand, I suppose. They already have a map advantage. Sometimes you see teams, they take their foot off the gas pedal a little bit, right? They sort of have too much confidence coming out of that initial victory. What I want to see is a bit of maturity, discipline from these players. Make sure that they've got their heads screwed on, that they're not making silly oversteps that we didn't really see from them in that first matchup. I suppose maybe you could phrase it that way because they just ended up winning all of the gun duels outright. But it'll be interesting to see how they set up on this one, especially.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And there's actually a stat I wanted to talk about going into this second map. We were talking about Krako, Toto, and Mokulele. I want to say they are so good at maintaining map control, winning out those first gun duels, that among the three of them, they earned 12 first bloods back on Ascent. It just seems like a disgusting statistic. So we need just a step above here for Cal State overall. They need to bring it in. So let's check out what selects we're going to have on the agents here for either side. I'm expecting, obviously, Viper all around.
Yeah, I think Viper is probably a fairly obvious choice on this map. You usually get those sort of 3 or 4 agents, which are always the same on these maps, being, I think, Sova as well has great utility. Maybe that's one that you could potentially flex for a KO. Sage, definitely, as well. Viper, and a Jet. I mean, Jet is just everywhere at this point in time. There's an opportunity, maybe, that you swap her out for a Chamber, but for the most part, we do see Jet on this one. Sometimes a double duelist composition with Reyna as well. I wouldn't be too surprised if UVic brought that to the table, considering how they're feeling at this point in time. But we will have to see. So looking actually on the UVic side, everything is locked in already. It is going to be that Sova Sage Viper combo that we see with a little bit of Jet sprinkled on top. But instead of the double duelist, it will be Toto actually falling into that chamber role instead. So giving a little bit more sort of resolution there, I suppose, rounding that out, that composition a little bit more. And well, I mean, before Chamber was in the game, we didn't see him used at all because he wasn't in the game. But the fact of the matter is, we didn't see like much Cypher or much Killjoy. So I think really that slightly more aggressive style that they bring to the table fits this map a lot better. And it wouldn't be surprising if Fat Neck Johnny were to pick up Chamber as well.
It should be interesting. I think Fat Neck Johnny on the Chamber, at least in general on defense, it's a great play because you have those trademarks which can cover such a wide area that you have the ability to rotate so quickly using the rendezvous. If you're looking at B, you can rendezvous in a second and go and support your players on A site. So I'm excited to see if Cal State can bring it back. But the main point, the key for success we have to have for Cal State Cardinal is to win those gunfights, win those early duels. Do not get picked so early on because that's what we've seen multiple rounds back on Ascent. If they could bring it back, have some reservations, or at least take duels more confidently, this should be a better situation for the Cardinals.
Yeah, I think that's really what you want to use the rendezvous for as well. You know, being able to reposition a little bit, especially towards the A site, is usually very good. In this instance, it will be B, actually, where that's going to be deployed, at least for Fat Neck Johnny. Just keeping yourself flexible, not allowing yourself to be picked off straight away, like you said, having that sort of get out of jail free card to work really nicely with those first bloods. You said before, between those players, they had 12, and well, no surprise that they were able to pick up those 13 rounds so quickly, because when you lend yourself the advantage early on, it's always going to be a spell for success. Nuhabez doing that for their team early on. Next, body shot, and that's going to drop down Krako onto 45 HP.
A bit of damage, but not enough to take you out of the fight, though they will have to be wary on that Sheriff. That will spell out death. Currently just information gathering at this point. We have Viper on the other side, that being Mokulele, looking for some information. No strong commitment, but the sheer hesitation already caused a rotation on the side of Cal State, with 2 players making their move back to B.
going to be that rotate that we see come through. A little bit of kitchen presence. We have the trademark obviously waiting there, and there's one here as well. Fat Neck Johnny, it's a little bit unlucky, can't quite spot out the pixel of those players as their head rears around the corner. Own position will be revealed as we see the strafe jump come through, but that barrier orb so good every single time to try and enable a plant, but so is that fragment grenade that we see Red use. Really nicely placed, is going to completely take that first player out of the game, and the defenders here, they have the advantage as they march in towards the site and do good chip damage across the board as well.
Nujabi sending shots to the torso with that Sheriff now moving up to look for a finisher. Won't find it as Triple X is gunning down 2. Red there for the protection. And it's in a 2v3 here for the defusal. They might be able to have it, but both players hiding behind yellow. We have Krako and Toto locking it down, as you know they do.
They certainly do. They combine for a flurry of headshots across those remaining players, and just as it seemed like Cal State had the advantage coming into that retake, it collapsed in their hands. The sand fell through, or the ice melted, should I say, as we are on Icebox after all. And now, UVic Blue, they're going to find that pissed around. They got the spike down as well, so it's going to be a little bit extra cash in hand for those players. But something I think we forgot to really identify about this defenders comp early on is that they don't have a Sage. Because they brought a KO into the mix as well, it means that they're not going to be as resolute in the way that they set up as staunch, as robust. And well, we see that on the retake there. They couldn't use a barrier orb or anything to try and like consolidate the retake, and well, the gaps that were left open were punished by UVic. And right now, they're going to be using a wall of their own to make sure that that spike is going on down.
Away, great damage out there by Carbon, but the plan is still put into play. Toto starting things off, turning it into a 5v4. Krako with the follow-up, and a great shock dart puts Carbon in such a bad position. They'd want to leave, but they can't. Maybe we'll find ourselves here with a snake bite that finishes off the job, but you got to consider Red here with the 0 point does find some utility, but Mokulele spraying through the smoke doesn't even matter. They're doing just fine. Red going in for the engagement, followed up by Fat Neck Johnny. They're looking for angles that aren't covered. Empty corners, empty magazines on the side of UVic Blue as they win round 2.
Yeah, not too sure what happened there. Maybe Fat Neck Johnny ran out of mousepad or something like that. Maybe they were looking for Yoru in through the walls there. Obviously, this map, there's a little bit of lore in the background as to where, you know, Yoru's broken off the ship and taken the samurai mask or whatever it is. I'm not too sure. I won't stress the details. It is actually going to be a disconnect that we see come through there from Fat Neck Johnny. So that was the reason being for the uncharacteristic maneuver or movements that we saw from them there. But, has to be said, coming into this bonus round for UVic, it's been a good start from them so far, and meaning to go on as they did on the first map.
Yeah, I think their strategy of just rushing down on the site proved to be way more difficult to contest with on the side of Cal State. They didn't have the responses, they didn't have the utility there in time to stop that full-on plant, and we did see a good amount of util coming out of Carbon, using the snake bites, using the poison wall, as well as the orb. It was a good way to kind of postpone that plant, but the spike was still put into play, and when the retake strategy was put into effect, it was kind of weak. I don't think they really came through with any major frags toward the end.
No. And I think it is somewhat similar to the way that pistol round played out as well. The way that these players set up, they have very good crossfires established. I think we're maybe sort of glancing over the team play of UVic a little bit here. Something that neither of us have really mentioned is like you said, the way that they set up. They're very, very coordinated, it would appear, because it seems like if any of their players are to go down, there's at least, 2 or 3 more frags going the other way in response. So that's something we have to consider as well. In the retake, maybe Cal State are just not as coordinated in their efforts, and that's something that you really need, especially on the defender's side. The fact that UVic get this attacker's side, which is probably more preferential on Icebox, means that they're able to carry over a lot of the momentum that they had garnered on the first map as well.
Yeah, continuing to speak about playing together, coordinating as a team. That's exactly why we saw University of Victoria win out the pistol round over on the B site because it
Yeah.
was Toto and Krako. They were coordinated, they were covering their own respective angles, but the swings were off pace to try and finish off those players. They did have one looking to go for the defusal and either side going in for a pinch, but they just couldn't get it done because they aren't working at the same time. They aren't working together. Cal State needs to actually take advantage of this time, advantage of the rounds that we will have coming forward, and work together. Come up with a decent strategy, a set
Hmm.
piece, even to have a full on defense or retake.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the comp that they have as well, playing for retake may not be the worst of intentions for this lineup, right? They have two initiators, Sova and Akeo, as I believe we're going to be going back now into the matchup, as I think the player has reconnected. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I believe that Fat Neck Johnny is back once again with us, has sat down, in their chair with a fat neck and whatever. I'm not really too sure. There's probably jokes to be made about the username there, but we'll stress the details for the time being. It will actually be Fat Neck Johnny that opens up this round for us with a tiny fraction of chip damage towards Krako, but like we've seen a couple of times already, and especially on this bonus round, these players are going to be grouped up together for the push towards the site. We spoke so much heralding the team play of these players, but just on that occasion, the snake bite doesn't connects with the barrier orb and makes this a tough situation. Actually, it is that spike plant which will leave just completely exposed, but these lower grade weapons are actually doing big work right now, and Toto even has a flank. 4 versus 2 dropped to a 4 versus 1. And now just left on the shoulders of Carbon, but they're going to be nothing but ash reduced to atoms in this situation. 3-0, Uvik Blue looking just as strong, upgrading their weapons as well, and forcing Cal State back onto another eco.
A big issue that I'm seeing is that Mokulele is cutting off all vision. See, it's an issue that Cal State isn't seeing because they're completely blocked off by Mokulele's smokes. And by the time they actually realize or wait out the smokes coming from that Viper, most of the players on the side of Cal State have already died. They aren't working together. I mean, we did see a bit of misplays in terms of utility, but there were way too many frags that went the way of you, Vic, especially when you have the superior armaments. You have the better weapons. Don't play into some Spectre range play.
I mean, if you want to beat the Spectre at its own game, that's not going to be the battleground to take it on. And, well, Red proves to be an example of that. Getting up close and personal and just ripping through these players. Has a triple already. Switches out to the Classic to try and jump to find the last one. It is Krako in the 1 versus 3. Already has the first 2. Drops down, but is straight into the arms of Fat Neck Johnny, who will happily collect that one. It'll be their first pick on the scoreboard and a first round on the board now for Cal State.
Red saved the day on that one without a doubt, finding that perfect timing by the pipes. That was exactly what they needed. The triple kill coming from Red, and almost even a 4th one if they were able to take down Krako. Because if anyone is going to lock things down for UVic, it's going to be Krako. And that was still a tough scenario for them to pull out the win. Thankfully, it was down back to, I believe, Fatneck Johnny, who secured the win, secured a Vandal, and maybe they have a better moment, better positioning going into this 5th round for opening pick for Fatneck. No! The flick is almost there, but the shot isn't good. Rendezvous away to potentially stay safe, but I don't know.
You're saying they were looking better coming into this round, but an operator picked up the attack here as well. If they're able to get that spike down in a nice open position, which, well, they're yet to do actually, as Red finds another one and was just carrying on this momentum, chaining these kills back to back. Johnny has a double of their own, and just like that, things are going to collapse here for UVic. Mokulele able to find one. Does have a Viper's Pit, so they could isolate this fight onto Gunberry. Could be costly. Does get scanned out by the recon though. And that gun jewel won't be theirs to find either. Nice response from Cal State. And, well, UVic now onto the back foot a little bit. It seems like those coffers may soon be drying up. Not too many credits left to try and work with. Reiko does have a Blade Storm, so could drop for one of their teammates. But not the ideal situation to be in. And, well, we may be hard-pressed to even see a full buy come out.
That being said, it might also be a play into Toto's tour de force. If they can nab themselves an orb, that sniper will be at the ready. Yeah, I think that might be the case. Or at least Toto is seeking to get an initial shot here on mid, but Fatneck Johnny is the real chamber who's working out that sniper this round. Maybe even a second one will follow up. The shot goes wide, and Jeers ends that one. They still have a sniper on play. Nujabe's with the op. Circles around, looking toward mid-tube.
Backed up by Red, who's put up multi-kills round after round in recent history. Mokalele just thinking about this one. The last seen location of the operator was towards B long, so slightly worrisome there. We do actually see them find that pick onto Carbon though, and well, as soon as they find that pick towards B, looks like there's going to be a re-aggression. It's a mixing pot right now, a tornado of players across the map as we see the defenders circle their way towards B. It's just going to leave A completely open. Chamber's not even left alive, so that trademark, absolutely no use in collecting the information, but Plant will have already come through. We're also going to see as well that it's in that elevated position, so really, really oppressive here from those attacking players, and so much to break down as the Viper's Pit is committed as well.
Oh, that is not a very well-placed Viper's Pit. They have to jump out. Gambari there to pick it up. An unfortunate way to go. So many ultimates committed, but I don't know if this is going to work out. It all depends on being able to use the tour de force, and the force is felt on Cal State. Somehow, in that moment, they weren't able to close it out. It all comes down to Toto with that sniper. They were caught off guard, and they couldn't handle it for sure. A good start for the retake, but they weren't able to close it out.
You see all of the different pressure points applied towards the A site there. You have the Viper's Pit, maybe not the best usage. I think the way that Red used that fragment grenade to flush out the position of Mokalele was very, very nicely done. But ultimately, the win condition for UVic Blue there is going to be that tour de force after they invested the res as well. So lots of ultimates put into play, but the fact of the matter is they're able to find the round, keep that economy going just a little bit, and get a full buy now. So UVic Blue, just as long as they can find these rounds time after time, I don't think it matters how many ults that they're able to invest, because they're able to reap the rewards. But Nunavis could reap the rewards here certainly as well. Bladestorm invested but just completely lost out. Hunter's Fury as well funneled into that position, but neither of those are able to come up good for anything. And you start to think, you questioned the ults before, but this is a complete flip.
Fatneck Johnny, the lone defender, over by A site as another player. Nujabes pours through the tunnel, loses their life. Here is a Sova dart that forces Fatneck out of position and right into the loving, deadly arms of Krako. Now we only have one player left. It's Red. But if anyone can get this job done, it certainly is the KO for Cal State. And a 1v4 will be tough. Not impossible.
Not impossible. Slight breadth of utility still in the pockets of Red here. Not going to commit anything just yet. That flash can't be quite capitalized off of, but well, the Al drone certainly could. Plenty of information around, but I knows the position of two of these players. Unfortunately, though, it is Jules in the sidelines, repositioning off the back of that toxic screen to great effect. Who will claim the round? 5 now on the board for UVic Blue, half of the way to double figures at this point in time, and well, they look to only stretch that advantage even further. Cal State onto what you would call a pots and pans buy, a few sheriffs with a marshal just to spice things up a little. Fatneck Johnny the only one with some serious credits, but well, to match out their team, the chances are we're not going to see too much come out from them. It is a Phantom to potentially be an avenue of opportunity, but for the most part, very much up against it at this point in time.
It is a Viper standoff at the moment. Both players on either side are looking to contest, but really, let's bring our eyes over to A site where Nujabes finds some heat, finds some pressure, but will be revealed by the recon bolt and taken down by Krako. It's a firing range over here on the A site. UVic Blue is having a field day.
They certainly are. A couple of shots already have found their mark, and well, this is an interesting take actually. We see Mokalele will put that toxic screen down towards the mid position, cutting off some sightlines toward Kitchen, and well, Carbon can't quite find the finishing blow. Twirls around on the rope like does some sort of a pirouette there. Performing artists, maybe. I'm not necessarily too sure what it's called when you have those big silk ribbons that hang from the sky on the circus, something along those lines. Although, well, the only act that we are witnessing right now is complete and utter domination from UVic Blue. Krakow with the finishing piece there as we reach the crescendo, and in the end it is just going to be a very standard run-of-the-mill round that UVic Blue are able to secure.
See, I was going to say an exotic dancer, Haza, on the rope.
That too. It was more of the you know, the amount of velocity that they were able to get as they sort of flew off of it, I suppose. But I mean, I don't think in the circus you would necessarily want to see someone hurtling themselves onto you know, a hard surface or an icy one at that. But with that being said, straight into the buy round now. It's just a hard execute. Straight in towards A. Position already revealed from the Owl drone. And it's a capitalization once again from UVic.
Look at that position. All 5 players are making their commitment here. The Sage Wall keeps the spike plant safe. And Krakow in this deadly position on 410 always finds the heads, even through the wall, but Nujabes is firing back. Now this is a potential situation with the second one here for Nujabes. It's a 3v3. We have the Viper's Pit, but that won't provide too much. Hunter's Fury at the ready for the opposing team, but Toto and Mokalele holding down the defense. Stalwart.
Stalwart is the word here, and I think right now Fat Neck Johnny is hard pressed to find anything. Mokalele shuts them out. 7-2, a very, very commanding scoreline from the University of Victoria at this point in time. You sort of start to wonder, is there going to be any kind of a timeout coming through here from Cal State? They certainly look like they could do with any opportunity to alleviate some of the pressure that they're feeling right now. It seems like whatever UVic decide to try and do, it pans out for them. They can play slow and play for picks. They'll get the picks. They just seem to fall into their hands irrespective of what happens. They can play fast and they'll just win the execute on straight terms. It's always gonna favor them in the way that they aggress. They have the numbers, and right now you can only see it getting worse. Aldrone once again committed off the back of that initial pick. Spike is dropped towards the mid of the map, but there's so many players there, and it's not even one that Fat Johnny can contest. Very nice position from Carbon to steal a cheeky one there, but players in towards the backside, they could soon be flushed out.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Carbon finally converted a Sheriff into a rifle. Toto, though, dashes the hopes of making that go any further. Now, the last one here, it's gone by a... What can we expect out of this player with just a lone Sheriff and some light armor? Maybe a one-tap, maybe a recovered Vandal. It is all within the realm of possibilities with how far up we did lose Krakow. So it might be possible to take that gun, just make a run.
That may be the best case scenario here. I think trying to flush out that ultimate from the Sova could also be pretty beneficial. Gunberry able to get that first one, but that will be all that they are able to do. Shock Dart instead will be the finishing blow from UVic. Hunter's Fury being kept into the following rounds. Now we see a situation where Cal State have money again to try and buy into it. But what are they able to get? There are a couple of ults, so I would really like to see an upfront investment of a Viper's Pit towards A here, just to give a little bit more presence to the rest of the map, in terms of numbers at least. But I think Cal State have to be a bit more upfront right now. The way that these are panning out, I think we need to see a little bit more aggression from them, because it has to be said, their defender side right now, it sort of, it leaves something to be desired, and right now, a little bit more of an oppressive playstyle could be beneficial. Unab is trying to make it work, but well, that's an operator. That is an operator in the hands of the Viper player, and it will just open up the other side of the map, and just like that, with the Viper's Pit committed, they're going to be rotating on over.
Mokalele with the op will find a second one. Fat Neck Johnny doesn't even have a chance to realize where he's dying from. And the barrier is good. I didn't think that was going to work out. Thought there was a lack of space, but there it is.
The
And now
timing as
finally,
well.
this is the... Wait a minute. Oh my god, I just realized Toto, he's on the wrong side. That's not your team, man, but you're still getting the shots done. Almost got caught with their pants down. Toto can win this if Carbon doesn't get the shots right. 7 bullets left in the bag. They have to get it done. No, Carbon wins it out. But what do they win? Their prize here is a 1v4 retake.
It'd have to be the ace to try and find anything here. Naturally, Carbon probably not even good for one. And, well, didn't exactly have to speak too soon. Mokalele, it's almost disrespectful, I feel like, the Viper on an operator there. Just taking each fight one by one. They have the confidence. They have the funds to back it up. 8,000 credits in their hands. And, well, their teammates are putting up similar numbers. 5 ultimates to work with as well. Uvik Blue right now looking absolutely unstoppable. Do whatever it is you must to try and slow them down, but chances are it will not pan out. On that round, it was just that one player, Mokalele, found the opening when they had to try and play slow, and they converted completely. They're able to navigate these mid-rounds so nicely. And now, coming into the last one here, the best scoreline that Cal State can get is going to be a 9-3, and as the opener goes against them once more, as if they may be hard-pressed to even get that.
A mark will show the location of Fatneck Johnny, but they have protection. But will they be protected from that Hunter's Fury? And Toto's certainly on the back end of that, ensuring no one will escape. Red all alone and pincered. It doesn't matter if the no command is in play, they will fall. However, provide some information, but the only information is that Vic has total control of this map.
Total, absolute control and dominance. A few rounds, really, that we saw coming out from Cal State. I think the phrase you used on the previous map was flash in the pan. It's exactly that. Momentum has sat very favorably with Uvik for the majority of this map. I think those are 2 rounds which probably, if not for individual skill, they would have been able to find as well. And it's a really tough situation. That last round, I think, perfectly exemplifies what we're seeing from Cal State here. They had all of the budget, maybe, I suppose, on that round. 3 different ultimates invested, but a complete lack of creative direction, right? You can have a multi-million-dollar film with all of the budget, the special effects, everything, but it still could not be that enjoyable to watch, and that's what we're seeing. There's no direction there between what we see invested, and it just doesn't pan out. Now, another tough situation. Johnny already using up that first shot in the Headhunter, and it's going to be a B execute with Mokalele facing up, taking early information. And it looks like they're going to be trying to take these fights as well. Absolutely no fear whatsoever with that classic. Maybe getting the better of them slightly, but doing just enough to delay. And that rotate has already come through.
Somehow Krako doesn't find the shots necessary to bring one down. However, Rip Triple there for the support will keep them all alive. And although they have made their way quite deep into B, the spike has not even been planted, but no, they won't even get a chance. No plant money is earned, and you, Vic, light them up with a flank and a forceful defense.
Forceful indeed. Yeah, there's really not much you can do there. They just circle in. As this matchup continues to be prolonged, the inevitable is only becoming more and more clear, I think. Uvik right now looking so good. I didn't mention it just before I handed it off to you, but there was a flank coming in from Toto as well. Not just the rotate, but the flank too. And that was the cherry on top. Able to find 3 there with the Ghost facing up against multiple players. Just not winning these gunfights whatsoever. Right now, better money sits with them as well. So match point growing ever closer. And as Krako does find the first blood once more, that's something I want to see in the post-match. You know what I mean? How many of these first bloods have gone the way of Uvik? And well, right now, look at them. They've just rotated all the way through. These players are trapped. What can they do? Absolutely nothing. Shut down in every single capacity. A flawless round from Uvik. And the scoreline reads 12-2.
Match point.
This is a tough game to be in. You can't even understand what is the strategy. What can you do? I mean, you have weapons in hand. This might be a better time to react when there is a flank behind you. But at this point, they're completely routed. They don't know where the enemy is coming from. They aren't quick enough to react when the enemy is coming from behind. And the shots aren't good even if they do react in time.
Hmm. I think it's the sort of thing where right now, Cal State are just lacking that little bit of coordination. There are individual plays there to be had, surely, across the board. You know, you don't just get here for no reason. There's merit to be had. But, yeah, just a real lack of forward thinking as well. You want to try and make those spaces for yourselves, and that's what UVic are doing. Look at this aggression here from Krakow. Early on, able to connect a headshot through the side of the box. Not good for too much, but it's a distraction. Jizz and Triple X ripping things up in the middle of the map. It's just too many issues to contend with. They're getting torn to pieces, and now it's just Nunyabe getting destroyed. Triple X has done one better than that. They've managed to drop an X on the name of 4 different players with a quarter mat round. A flawless to back things up. 13-2 reads the score. And a very dominant end to what looked like to be a bit closer of a matchup between these two teams in that first map at least. But as it carries on, it just moves further and further away. That boat is pushed away from the shoreline. And, well, Icebox goes the way of UVic, and so does the series.
Unfortunate end there for Cal State, but they did have moments like you said. Unfortunately, those moments are long gone and back on Ascent. It was such a dominant performance out by UVic. 13-2. I don't even know how you could recover from that one, but it must be a good feeling for that squad as they'll make their way into the round of 16. But I think we got to talk about the usual suspects. It's Mokulele, it's Krako, it's Toto. All of them had such great moments, and even with the disrespectful up play of Mokulele, the controller with the op, they still get it done in such definitive fashion.
Yeah, I mean, something I wanted to speak about a little bit as well that I mentioned on that sort of last couple of rounds there was the first blood situation, right? What kind of numbers is that putting up? It's quite funny. I've just totaled it up between the two teams, and it pretty much reflects the score directly. 12 first bloods for every single, well, combined between the players there on the side of UVic, to only 3 for Cal State. The scoreline being, 13-2. It's very similar. 12-3, 13-2. Pretty much every single round where they were able to find a first blood, it was converted. Using that initial presence, it was a sort of situation where as soon as UVic put themselves in an advantage early on, there was no real way that Cal State could find to try and recover.
And there were so many attempts, so many opportunities. Not to say that Cal State wasn't looking for those opening frags. There were plenty of attempts where they were swinging. How many times did we see Fatneck Johnny utilize that rendezvous, go in for the headhunter pick down mid, but they just shied away too quickly? I think maybe if they stuck around for maybe a second bullet, maybe a second more time to recognize or realize, locate that headshot, it could have gone their way, but it was always a instant teleportation. Now, it could have been also a loss, another first blood going the side of UVic, but I think you have to commit. You have to try a little bit more and work with your team to maybe have someone trade it out, even if you don't walk out with that kill.
Yeah, potentially, it is that sort of risk and reward, I suppose. Maybe you could have used that rendezvous after you've done it the first time. You rendezvous away, and then someone quickly peeks out to capitalize for that surprise effect, or something like that. Some kind of idea you can try and make work where it's not just that very set way of doing things, right? A very binary, very rigid in the way that it's outlined, I suppose. A bit more flexibility potentially required from Cal State, but it wasn't the worst showing from them. Things could have certainly been a lot worse. There are margins that can shift and be quite fine between the two sides, but I guess when the scoreline reflects the way that it does, it's hard not to immediately just assume that it was as much of a difference between the two sides as we did eventually end up seeing. So UVic gonna run away with that one. Cal State maybe just lacking that little bit of coordination, despite the individual skill of players across the board. Red putting in a good showing on that final map, I think, but not quite enough to just backpack that team over the line and force a third map of bind. But yeah, swift 2-0 there from UVic, and deserved victors in this one, I feel.
Of course, and they'll be moving on to the round of 16. But, speaking of University of Victoria running away with things, we could talk about Samsung SSDs, which are running way better, way faster than any other SSDs you'll find out there. I mean, the 980 Pro is perfect for high-resolution gaming when speed matters most. Samsung is the tiebreaker. PCI 4.0 has 2 times speed of the 3.0, plus 980 Pro is super simple to install and upgrade your PC gaming rig. And you got to push the limits of what SSDs can do. With the NVMe technology, up to 12 times faster than a SATA drive. Also, reduce some lag and load times with data transfer speeds up to 7,000 megabytes per second read speeds. And of course, the superior speed that other devices just can't match. Samsung 980 Pro combines high-performing components with #1 flash memory technology to create an unstoppable SSD. So, thank you, Samsung SSD, for presenting this awesome tournament. And we're going to keep this series going with our second match of the day in just a few moments. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back with more NECC Winter Invitational.
In LCS, every nanosecond counts. And with Samsung SSD, being fast means being first.
That is fast blood in record time.
The pros know that speed matters.
Here goes closer at about 4,000 miles per hour. There's no outrunning this.
A split second means everything.
Why retreat when you can go forward?
Every nanosecond counts. Samsung SSD.
Hey, and welcome back to the NECC Winter Invitational presented by Samsung SSD. We're about to kick off the round of 16 matchup here, and it's the second series of the day. We just witnessed a 2-0, but as things progress, as things move along, I don't think it'll be so easy for any of the squads out here today. Of course, bringing you all the action is myself, Los, joined by Haza. How you feeling about this upcoming matchup that we got?
Yeah, I'm hoping that this one will be a little bit closer between the two teams. There is always the opportunity that it could go 2-0, but the scoreline is at least a little bit more compact between the two teams and their sets of rounds that they were picking up. That first one that we saw, University of Victoria putting in a very, very strong showing. Or University of Victoria Blue, should I say. University of Victoria Black, I believe, will be one of our contestants in this next upcoming bout between the two teams. Both of the two teams that we're about to see, as we're going to get the lineups on the screen in a moment, have actually had a 2-0 run the whole way through the early stages of the competition, now being in the round of 16, of course. So the first of those teams is going to be University of Ottawa Garnet. They're going to be taking on University of Victoria Black. We've got Halsey, Jeremy, APL, Psycho, and Lil Boz. This is a team I believe that I actually casted on NECC before, and they look to be fairly strong. So no surprises that they've made it to this point in time, and they'll be looking to book their places in the quarterfinals off the back end of this matchup.
And they did have a bye round to go in, so only 2 maps, 2 series they've played so far. But let's check out their opponents. It's a name you know, you might be familiar with it. It's University of Victoria, but this time it's the black roster. We got Staroak, Molten, Hot Sheet Kevin, and Creed. And I'm excited. I'm excited to see what we got. We knew that the blue roster was here to stay, 2-0 in decisive faction, but can black bring the same energy, the same intensity? They were actually fighting since the beginning and only dropped this single map out of 3 series they played to get here.
And well, if you look at this team here, you've got 3 freshmen, so maybe they're going to be the more energetic out of the two sides. That is yet to be seen, as we will be getting into the first matchup soon. I believe we've got to do the vetoes and we can work out how that's going to work. It'll be interesting to see as they do come up eventually. We're actually going to see Haven get banned out straight away. Fracture as well, which maybe isn't too surprising, but it's Icebox and Ascent once again. Los, I don't think that's really too much of a surprise. These really are the maps that teams want to try and play into if possible.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, standard run-of-the-mill series, but interesting enough to see split at the end rather than maybe a bind. That would be the decider. But the question is, are we actually making our way to split? I think so. I think so. Here in the round of 16, you will have stronger squads. Both of these teams have generally 2-0 throughout their attempt, their run in the Winter Invitational. So I wouldn't be surprised if they each take one off each other, starting things up. The question is, who's going to run things here onto Icebox? We saw an interesting composition, or at least a standard composition, well done with the chamber plays that we had last time around. But will they bring in the same intensity? Are these rosters similar in their agent lineups?
We'll have to see. I think one of the factors that really played against the University of California State was that they didn't have a Sage in their comp, right? What we're expecting to see from both of these teams will be that Sova, Viper, Sage set up at least between those 3 agents. Jet will be the likely one that falls in among the mix as well. But those are going to be fairly key just to establish control across the map. The way that they play out is quite standard. But, well, on the side of UOTU, actually, at this point in time, they're looking to be going for a double initiator once again, similarly to what we saw last time. It could work out for them, but I think they've got to be a bit more proactive if they want to reap the rewards of what that could potentially do for them. Get a bit more aggressive, you know, get into the face of the University of Victoria instead of playing more passive, because when you have that information, you've got to be active with it. And actually, Ra's going to go onto the Rays, so this is a very interesting choice.
That's a good pick. We were talking about getting in the face of the Vikes. That's exactly how you get it done. A double blast pack to get right into the face of Kevin, who might look to teleport away, but regardless, you have that initiation. Not only I'm liking the unified chicken robot banners, by the way. Nice little touch to it. But yeah, Rar on the Rays. I feel like we don't see Rays a lot around here in the NECC, at least on Icebox. I'm not seeing enough. Normally, the duelist you'll go for is either a Reyna as the secondary player, not really a Rays. So the question will be, how will those paint shells work to drop utility, create some space, get the Roomba out there, and force out some information gathering by players having to run away or shoot at it? I'm excited to see what can be brought to the table here in this unorthodox singular agent pick in an otherwise standard composition.
Yeah, that is really just the sole deviation from the trend that we see put out here between the two teams. Obviously, I think the chamber pick coming in from Kevin here is really more meta now than what we've been seeing before. I think running double duelist up until that point in time really was the way to go, but chamber does add layers to the way that this team functions, and well, so does that boombot initially getting put out, and they're going to be working off the back of it and the owl drone to take a lot of space towards B early on, which is where you would think the execute was coming in. However, actually getting dropped towards A could potentially throw a spanner in the works, or at least give UVic a bit more food for thought about where they want to finish this round, because it looks like the spike's going to be planted on that side of the map instead.
Uh-oh. Howsy taking a lot of damage, but they are providing so much distraction that Bolton doesn't have the time to rotate. They will be able to support their squad as post-plant setup is in effect. Rar making some effectiveness with the Ghost. Now Starro on the spike itself, going around by 8 people to find this easy kill onto Apple, and there it is. The support is here. The cavalry has arrived. Kevin with a double headshot, and they're going in for the defusal. Nothing that Psycho can do, and Howsy here actually gets the diffuser, but that's only a short postpone as it is continued and one out by UVic Black.
Just slightly to the side there on that second diffuse that we saw come through. It was Molten's Poison Cloud that was actually used to try and work as cover there for those players to defuse that spike, which was really nicely played. I initially thought that it was post-plant utility invested, but, well, APL went down fairly soon, actually, in towards the site, so should have been more aware of that one. But Ra making a good early impact on that raise. I like to see the way that they opened up the map a little bit and use that utility to keep those players pushed back. I think it's important to note how the paint shells can be so oppressive in certain areas. Just maybe have to worry a little bit when it flips back over onto the other side. But for the time being, look, we're only around in. Gonna focus on what's in front of us, and right now it's gonna be a fantastic buy here for UVic Black. That Spectre quite finding anything just yet, and the sound cue gives space for Kevin to try and work off of. It's nice and close there, Psycho, but is felled, and it's just gonna be player after player falling into their hands. Although Howsy has a double of their own. It's double met by double met by double. Create is able to chain a couple headshots of their own with the spray transfer. And it leaves just Jeremy alone in the 1 versus 3. Gets the first one, but has a few more heads to find if they want any success in this one.
Could be good for a plant here. However, I'm enjoying the fake out. Even though they won't make a commitment over into A, they have to watch out. But the timing's actually perfect. Create crosses over from mid, looking to support their teammate on A. But Jeremy will return to B, get a free spike
30
plant
seconds
if they
left.
are quick enough to get it done. 30 seconds on the clock, but they have all the time in the world, especially to an unsuspecting University of Victoria. Should be a free spike plant and maybe even a conversion to a round win.
Let's maybe not get ahead of ourselves just yet, but I think there are certainly promising signs of life in this one for the time being from Jeremy. Got a really nice timing and finds another decent one there actually to push up nice and close, although with that rendezvous being taken out, there is now the familiarity of their position. Create gets dropped, but they are good for just the one. Very strong round on the board though there for you, Ottawa Garnet. The work of Housie and Jeremy there in that clutch situation puts a lot of damage, a lot of stress on the UVic economy, and it means that this bonus round is going to be very, very weak in comparison to the guns that are able to be put up by the attacking side. With that being said, an operator might potentially be getting put in play here, as Haji's just teasing a little bit. Eventually it will be relegated to a marshal, but you know, firepower is there, and if Hachi wants to get on that operator sooner rather than later, it could be really nice to work around this defense a little bit. Something which maybe lacked on the defending side of Cal State last time around.
You want to play? Let's play.
Well, I'm excited for that. A marshal should be the first engagement, first encounter, but they do have the tour de force, which will act just as they need it to. And there's Kevin opening a first one. That's slowing anyone who wants to make their way through the maze. A great play indeed. Hachi backing off. However, no one can make their way actually into sight. They're all cut off and grouped up. This may provide a perfect opportunity for a flank from Molten. Won't be the case, as Jeremy is holding things strong here in response.
Both tour de force still in play, yet to clash head on head. The two beasts as they hunt for prey right now. It feels like it is the sniper's paradise, this A site. Those long angles to try and exploit. Jeremy's looking to kill here, hungry to try and find that opener as we're sat in a 4 versus 4. The execute eventually comes in, and that recom's great to just keep Kevin posted up on this angle. Peeks out at just the wrong time, which allows an avenue for Psycho to walk on down and collect that pick. 3 versus 3, and count still even, but trades back and forth, just stifling this one a little bit.
Again, the weapons are definitely on the side of U Ottawa. Create with the Sheriff getting stuck in the snake bite, almost bites the dust themselves, and they will, in fact, as Psycho is there for a frag, but the retrade is here now. Molten in a 1v2. They were spotted a little bit, but the shorty's good for 1. Can it be good for 2? They could convert it into a Vandal, but I don't believe there's enough time to get the spike defused.
Time's ticking down as the inner circle comes through. There's no way that you're going to win that one out, especially not with Ra waiting in the wings of screens, posted up with the TV on, just flicking through the channels, waiting for Molten to eventually arrive, and well, when they did, it was just as simple as that. Now, it's the first round on the board for you, Ottawa, but once again, good damage from the team on the receiving end, and actually there's just enough credits for Hachi to get that operator in play along with those heavy shields, so fully bought up, at least in terms of weaponry. Utility may not be to match, as they are sat on 0 credits after all, but so are a couple players on the U Ottawa side. Not very much finance for either team's left, but, well, that investment has been made, and it's already coming up good. Ra loses their life out to that one, and the Dragon burns them to a crisp as they claim the first pick of this round.
Even though they've lost a life, Housie has gained so much ground, dashing all the way through kitchen. And here is Hachi waiting for another easy frag with the op. But on the other side, there's a bit more of a commotion. We have Apple finding the first pick, looking for a second one onto Starro. They won't earn it immediately, as they will play safely. But regardless, control has been taken by U Ottawa.
Starro just has to keep their wits about them in the position of this player, but Hachi just plucks one after another. Jeremy gets dropped. That spike sound cube will be a big one here, because it just means that that rotate will be coming through a little bit sooner. Recon dart in towards the site, but maybe used a little too early. There is a Viper's Pit placed, and now they've got to try and navigate their way through. Aldrone will be integral in trying to dissect this problem which has been placed onto the site. And, well, it's going to be a swap of guns here as well. Recon dart is bearing on down, and so is Hachi with a quad already. Apple just split decisions there as to what side to peek as both of those players swarm on in. That operator will be recollected, so Hachi has it to take into the following round, and really, really nicely done from UVic. Both of these UVic sides are looking very strong early on here in the tournament, Los.
Without a doubt, I mean, guess it must just be a great program, Haza. I suppose so. A good retake. You got to give credit to Hachi for finding 3 simply with the operator and allowing it to be built upon. I believe Create was there as well to give some serious support, and a good job all around. I think there could have been an opportunity for Psycho to play for the ultimate using the Hunter's Fury, but I'm not sure they wanted to commit the double ultimate. However, when you're in a position where you need those round wins because you're walking into a bad bye here on round 5, it might have been worth it.
I like the little bit of team play there so that Hachi's able to pick that more favorable angle, I suppose, with the snakebite covering the other one. Good information early on. Sicko able to use that Hunter's Fury, which also gives a bit more space here to push up towards that screens position for Halsey, but they get shut down. Kevin has a swift response, and now we're in a 4 versus 2 situation. Hunter's Fury of their own invested to slow the plant, although it doesn't look like it's going to be connecting with any players. Just stopping that spike from going down initially. Kevin has a spam of their own, but well, it's inevitability at this point. It cannot be stopped. But is there a response for Jeremy? This could potentially have a big impact on the round. They go for 1 and well, a second as well, actually. A couple of frags on the response, and well, Create has come through with a sucker punch. Only 50 HP on Sicko. The plant isn't for them. You can land this headshot if you want on the Sheriff, but it won't amount to much. Nothing even. Absolutely nothing. A triple from that Sova on the mirror pick. Operator collected once more. 20 seconds even left on the plant, so UVic Black had a ton of space to get that one over the line, but they do it in very convincing fashion after all. Yotawa Garnet, their backs against it at this point in time, and yet another bye where you feel that we're going to be reaching that cycle where if they don't pick this one up, they'll be back on another eco. 4 of the round wins we've seen from the defense have been diffusers, so, you know, it's not been a one-sided affair necessarily, but they need to start getting some concrete rounds on the board.
They're looking to make their way toward A again. The lone creeper of Jeremy almost gets a nice shot onto Hachi. They will respect the operator in play and back off. A majority of this squad of U Ottawa have made their location and their presence known here to UVic, but they're still going in. They made their way onto 410. Apple almost into the backside. Has the potential to put the spike down, but they want to clear everything out. Even though Halsey is doing a good enough job at that. Create sending some shock darts will cause a bit of second thought here, but it's not going to matter. As the spike goes down, it's a 4v5.
Agent Shell's doing good damage there as well. And we're going to see a showstopper. A dunk from the top row, bro. Just flying over the top of screens. Good cover from the toxic screen there as well. Very, very nicely played, and it will just shift that advantage even further ashore for these players. And they're just getting flushed away. Ra with a triple there. Adds salt into the gaping wounds, and, well, U Ottawa, a nice round from them. They wanted something like that, a little bit better of a situation. The post-plant, much more convincing on that occasion. And, well, actually, it's broken the bye of UVic instead. They're the ones who are going to be sent to the shops with not enough pocket money, and well, that allowance will only account for a stinger and a shorty, it's looking like at this point in time, at least before the 2 top players get involved with what they want to try and bring to the table. Only really a Sheriff, though, is what it seems to be, and I believe Kevin will probably be making the most of a headhunter.
Oh, Hachi is looking for a hero play. They only receive a hero's death and follow it up with even more. Rar does walk out with a shorty kill and considers very briefly utilizing that Viper's Pit. Won't be the case, and, well, it won't be the case for anyone to have an impact here. The site is cleared, and the only one left to fight it back is Kevin, and they are looking for a long rotation without much utility to fight back with. Simply a headhunter with 5 shots.
5 shots, 4 players. There's room for 1 error in there if they really back themselves to try and do it. No reason as to why they shouldn't at least go for some damage here. That recon dart will stall their efforts to make their way into the site, and well, the timing's bad anyway. Sicko picks out and manages to find Kevin, but even in that situation, Apple was on guard and ready to slash them down. But Uauto and Garnet find another one. They close that gap a little bit more. However, I feel like UVic Black right now, even though they haven't had success in the last couple of rounds, they're still in a good situation. They already have 4 rounds on the board. They're going to be going on to that more favourable side later on. Uauto and Garnet with 2 duelists at this point in time and no Sage in that composition, you start to worry how fragile their defense will be when things flip around later on. Right now, UVic only need 1 or 2 more rounds to feel comfortable, I think, going into the latter stages of this matchup.
Oh, you're absolutely right, Hazza. They have to work on that attack because without a Sage in the backline, with just Raze on Rar looking for some damage, they have to find most of their success here on the offense, and that's exactly what Rar's doing. With 1 down to create, will fall, but Hachi is still a deadly player. Rar, though, wins it out, and there is only 1 more person holding it down here on A site. Star Oak, the Sage we were just talking about, make that 3 kills here for Rar. Might even have that ace potential if they decide to push it to the back, but Apple will be the one looking for the clear out. Molten doesn't allow anyone to move through mid lane, but wait a minute, it's just turned into a 2v1! Star Oak can even res if they want to keep things safe. Rar is the last one alive. They have to get the ace if they want to win it down, and it might be that. 4 kills down, another paint shell to push Molten out of position, and it's huge. A good amount of damage in, but no! Molten swings the corner perfectly and saved himself from an ace loss, and they're back in it, breaking the streak of Ottawa.
That's so unlucky. I really would have backed Ra for the ace there, especially once you saw those paint shells coming in from the top of 410 down into the screen's position. You just have to hold for the swing. You've basically forced them to show their hand in that situation if there is a player screens, and we did see the peak come through from Molten, but the timing just not quite there, and unfortunately for Ra, they're not quite able to do it that time around. Although, it was big damage. A few players relegated to inferior weaponry here, a Bulldog and a Spectre in the hands of a few of these players, and well, Ra's carrying on that momentum. A showstopper to eventually close the curtain, but Kevin, just about a smash and grab, finds that 1 player and rendezvous to safety. Now in a retake situation with 4 players on either side.
Well, first they have to get that spike planted, and Apple will do such. But here's Create with a great shock dart. Doesn't make the connection they were looking for, but it does provide a little bit of fear. With both of those darts out of play, it's going to make it that much more difficult. We have 3 players lining up by screens. Make that none.
Oh.
Now is Housie going in with a 4K. Goes for the updraft. It's not good as Kevin is here with the tour de force to 2v3. So many different angles you have to check out, and they gotta run it, but Jeremy, they're on the pipes, won't allow 1 step further, and Molten trapped behind a screen by screens, doesn't have a hope in hell, and they'll go for the save. Ottawa back in play with their 4th round win.
Yeah, this is a really good round to be picking up for Uauto, and I think they're just about gonna get away with the weapons, maybe not. Still credits in the bank to eventually find that one, and that's some great observing there. The little face palm that we see coming through from the teammate as both of their comrades maybe overstayed their welcome ever so slightly on the A site there, as that spike will be catching them out. But, well, as far as economy goes, it's a tougher situation for you, Vic Black, right now. Uauto, they've got about between 1,000 and 2,000 credits, even up to about 3 in the hands of Jeremy on each of these players, so they're starting to build up a little bit of bank here. Some consistency, some comfortability, I suppose. Jeremy, we'll just back straight out of that one though. Recon Bolt puts you in a situation where you don't want to be trying to fight some ghosts through the smokes there. And Kevin is feeling similarly about that one. Just backing up right now. Neither team really getting too up in each other's faces. But, well, speaking of getting in each other's faces, Ra's taking plenty of space here. Although, is punished. Hand caught in the cookie jar. Freak will be taking them out on that occasion. And UVic Black only behind by 1 at this point in time.
We gotta talk about Molten right now, who's looking for the flank, but they will only find death, exactly what we expected. Let's talk about how the fact that Ottawa does not attack B at all. They are not wasting any time trying to go there because they realize Molten's got the Viper's Pit. There's no reason to even show face over there. And I think it's finally time we see that rotation. Molten is hanging out on A site, ready to drop the pit the second there is a bit of aggression. But take a look at the map now, Haza. They're not going over there.
That is some tier 1 caster's curse right there, Los. I have to say, that is very, very impressive. Like you said, expecting the Viper's Pit to get committed towards A, and it would be a better decision, but this fabled B execute, which we have spent so many hours waiting to see, finally comes through, and Hachi's waiting there to try and greet it. Able to find one, but Ra, ever present in that kill feed, continues on their Wrath of Destruction, and able to find one as well. A good Hunter's Fury from Kree will connect with at least one of those targets. Nothing towards yellow for the time being, but this attack completely squashed, and you start to realize why Ottawa Garnet really weren't favouring this side of the map. Viper's Pit committed, but, you know, realistically, it's a worthwhile investment when you consider how this one's panned out.
Jeremy goes in for another look. Oh, almost gets taken out. They have the trade or the rendezvous. They will only use it to get out of there. Look for maybe a rotation, a re-aggression. Recon Dart destroyed, but they are in a terrible situation. Here's Create looking for the Shock Dart kill. Doesn't quite get it. Has another chance, maybe. But it's all about finding the next frag, and it is Psycho who gets it done, but they can't convert it into any more as Molten finally has their time to shine on B, narrowly avoiding that tour de force. But with 15 seconds left and 3 players to kill, this is all but done here, especially with Spike under UVic's control.
Classic just getting tossed around the corner there. Jeremy going to be swapping out, or at least collecting that Phantom to bring into the next round. Tour de Force seeing if anyone dares challenge them, but not on this occasion. And it will be at least leveled up onto the half here. UVic Black eventually get that all-important 6th round. So as long as they can maintain the status quo, keep the levels even between the two sides, then they're going to be feeling pretty good about going onto this attacking half. We just got to see what the setup's like from Ottawa Garnet. For the time being, though, things will be returning to what we would probably expect out of an attacker's side round from them. Once again, making their way towards the A side of the map, but with about 4 players laying in wait, could be a dangerous one. Operator already revealed, so they know what they're dealing with. These players content to just sit around, but as soon as that mid presence is lost, it leaves the back door wide open. And if a gust of wind could carry a player or 2 through it, it'd be potentially very dangerous as that spike is committed.
This is absolute chaos, and it's all going in favor of Ottawa. There is the Viper's Pit committed, and frags are just going around and around Hachi, looking for a response with a Blade Storm of their own, but it leaves Molten all by themselves by Boiler, and Ottawa have pulled it back, earning a 6-6 half. But the question is, can they bring that profession? Can they bring that skill into the defense? I don't know. It does seem heavily favored for UVic here going into the attack.
Yeah, I feel like this matchup could probably shift one of 2 ways. A dominant showing from either side, I suppose. If any way that Ottawa Garnet are able to carry on that momentum with them coming out of that first half swinging, would be good. Or potentially a dominant performance that we see from UVic here, with the comp that they have looking a lot better to try and defend this. And then the other alternative, I suppose, is that it just does go the distance. Both of these teams right now, with a 6-6 scoreline, looking just as good as one another, individual skill across the board. This pistol round, though, will be very important. If we see it get picked up, it'll increase their chances of having success in this second half a lot more. And, well, early on, it is that UVic player of Hachi that gets it open up, but those pistols rain back on in, leveling things out for the time being, but not as long as Kevin's in play. And oh, Housy's gone walkabouts. I think there may be some internet issues in there, Housy, and someone's pulled the plug on that one. Real awkward time for that to happen, and it's just Apple.
Apple hasn't had too much time to shine throughout this round, throughout this map. might have the ability to go massive here. They spot out one, but the double fire here from Kevin is too strong. A 4K to kick off the first round of half two.
Yeah, I mean, the site was absolutely singed there by the UVic back players, really just putting their mark on that one, and I think Apple was hard-pressed to collect anything from the dying embers of what was effectively a lost round. Nicely played there by those players, and well, yeah, look, I mean, Apple right now left to the wayside in terms of kill impacts, I suppose, and if we look across the board more generally at you or to a Garnet, it's those two duelist players which are really having the most success for them, so the fact that they're now on that defender's side means it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to bring that same kind of effectiveness, I suppose, especially on these lower weapons. And, well, it's Apple once more that gets dropped. Jeremy in the corner, good for one. But that will be all for the time being. 3 versus 4 situation. And that spike about to go down once again.
Oh, but maybe it'll be a little easier. Rar with a great kill with the paint shells. Maybe can be converted into more as Molten is so low, but all of these different trades allowed into a 2v2 that is much more favorable for you, Ottawa. So little health here for the last two players, and now Molten playing for the lineups. They see that initially. That should give the info. Rar has to know where the last player is, just waiting on the crosshair. But they back up a little bit. Can there be a commitment to the defusal? Oh, yeah, it has to be. There's no way that Molten can win this one.
Thrifty.
Yeah. Simple stuff in the end there. I think the way that Molten was playing that one out, you know, you can stall for a good sort of 15, 16 seconds or so using both of those snake bites. Each one lasts for about 8 seconds if you space it out correctly, but I mean, the time on the defuse as a whole, or the time on the spike rather, is about 45 seconds, so I mean, you can only really run down like a third of that in that instance, so not enough time for them to try and work with really, and certainly not the HP. But this round, it will be a bit tougher as well, and it does look like you or Garnet are in a great position to just snatch the lead here, although actually finding that one is big, right? Because they have the Sheriff, obviously, Headhunter in the hands of Kevin as well. You're now in a tough situation where there's a Vandal given away to one of these players, and if they are able to use it selectively to make those openings, it could be really, really, really problematic on a round that you would otherwise have definitely touted you Ottawa to be in a prime position to pick up.
Psycho definitely playing it a bit close, and now with Kevin with a great shot from the Headhunter, you have to have the trade here, the conversion, but you won't need it. Hachi is good for Psycho and Jeremy. All alone in the back of the site. Star Oak doesn't even decide to go back there. They're jumping right into the nest with a great wall plant. You have to play how UVic wants you to play. But the question is, can Jeremy find this frag? Yes, they will, but there's still a whole lot of players ready to get it done. In a 1v3, Apple is all alone, and they are going to be so exposed if they even try and tap 4 on that spike.
Yeah, I mean, there's already a flank coming in as well, and I think it'll be exactly that finishes them off as the wolf descends onto their corpse. Create there, hunting them out on that occasion, and we see that UVic are able to pick up a round which, like I said, they probably realistically shouldn't have. Hachi finding really, really nice opening pick there on the Sheriff, punishing the aggression that we saw coming through from Jeremy, and they're completely at fault. It's a Vandal in the hands of a very understaffed and under-weaponized side from UVic Black, and they're able to utilize it. Really, really nice. And in the post plant, the setup is very, very good as well. 3 players left to just finish that one off, but now looking to this situation, seems like A is still pretty open. When you're holding two duelist players there, you have to be taking those gunfights, and up against an owl drone, there's so much space that UVic are able to take here. Hachi even towards the tube position could punish Sicko, and they do exactly that. More problems to contend with. As the flank comes through from Apple, there's 3 or 4 players here potentially expecting it. Kevin isn't though, and they get dropped. That's going to be one to even things out. But in the back lines, so much right now, and so spread out from you Ottawa to try and get anything from this round.
Hachi already in the defender spawn. Like, you get the timing right, this will be the perfect play, the perfect flank going into A site. Clears out boiler, clears out mid. Now all they need to do is make their way through screens. I think they got the audio cues that Rar was in the back, but Rar wins it out. And that's their in. Decimated. Multiple players up through mid. Rar goes for the peak, but they will pay for it with their life. And now they have the move. Potentially, if Housie is taken down, that should be the site control. But now they're all split up. They don't know what to do. And it seems they'll make their way toward B in this 2v2.
Yeah, they're completely unaware of the rotate as well. Star Oak, maybe a couple question marks about where these players are going to be coming from as we see the site get fortified with the utility available to them. Updraft on top of the tube, but 5 HP, and as they can't connect the shots there, Housie, they're in a really tough spot to find anything here. The shock dart just about collects them through the side. Now with Apple's position known, a few angles to clear out, and a really tough one at that. Star Oak not even getting dropped. Takes them out. 9-7 reads the score. Uvik Black, they restore that lead that they had early on in the game, and they continue to extend it against an impoverished U Ottawa side now, which doesn't really have any of that to try and work with. It was all off the back of the Thrifty as well. Finding that Thrifty round, I think, has really knocked the confidence of these U Ottawa players.
Certainly, and I think they're just slowly falling apart. They don't have the ability to lock down these plays. I mean, there was great confidence coming out from them. A great pick out of Rar. However, they couldn't capitalize on it. Watch out for Apple right now. They're absolutely sending it right into the face of Uvik. I mean, they walk away with 1 kill. And what does it cost them? Only a frenzy and a life. But that will be all the smoke, all the mirrors that they have to play. And now, with an orb, they can bring back Create, and it's all for naught.
Housie with the knife through the heart of the attacking side here, as that Blade Storm looks to charge down mid, but the trademark shuts them down, and, well, Jeremy has not only passive impact, but real impact felt through the Headhunter there, quite literally, as it shatters the skull of one of those Uvik back players. Back down to a 4 versus 4, and it looks like we're going to be seeing this A committal with just under a minute left to be played. Spike going to be planted just yet as there's territory to be taken. Housie trying to get that Blade Storm to work, but doesn't find too much from it. Ra does finish off the work that they did initially, but Housie in such a tough situation. A combination of these players, though, is very huge. It means that Kevin has to try and get this done all alone. Aldro's going to be chasing them away, flying through the sky. As the wind gusts in its sails, is it enough to blow Kevin back? I don't think if they were to run B here, they'd have enough time. Caught in 2 minds as to what they want to try and do. As Jeremy bears on down with a tour de force, the recon bolt will push them even further back as the peak eventually comes through. It's a triple for them. And just like that, a Thrifty goes both ways. This could be a huge springboard for U Ottawa to try and use.
That was a massive round there for Kevin. Or at least, it would have been. We're actually talking about Jeremy, who was holding it back in the back line, used that trademark, used a great shot to remove Hachi from play, because if Hachi stayed alive on B site, that should have been a successful take. They had the full team. That frag also allowed Jeremy to convert it into the tour de force. So you have to give props to that one. That was carried by Jeremy, and they're on their way back to put Uvik into the dumpster in terms of the economy. They're looking pretty broken. If they lose this round, it'll be that way for sure. And that certainly won't make it look good as Housie on the up holds down A for now, but there are a few more players lying in wait to finish things up.
It's all about momentum, and we've seen a few snowballs already on the icebox here. Kevin's trying to melt that one, though. Completely destroys the operator posted up towards the rafters position. Create has garnered some territory of their own and will serve these players, but Molten gets dropped with the spike out in the open here. It's going to be a tough one to try and reclaim. Jeremy gets dropped, which is the first impact that they can try and make to slow things down. That recon's plenty of information, and both these players on low HP. Good damage could yet be funneled into it. Nice Viper's pick committed to try and win some of this space back. as Star Oak sits in the corner, slowly ticking away, growing ever and ever weaker. Apple staying posted, so is Kevin. And the valence here of the Viper's Pit with a tour de force, what can they find? It would only take one bullet to finish them off. It won't actually connect. They goes the complete opposite way. Now down to the 1 versus 1. Kevin versus Apple. The slow from their own utility could be the finishing blow for them here as they try and find their way through. Baited out by the sound cue. And Apple finishes things off. The defuse will match it as well. Big round to level things up, and the momentum continues.
Finally, a great round from Apple here. That's what we've been looking for. Apple has had a good position in terms of using that utility to create space and cut off angles when they were on the offense, but they never really came through in terms of frags, in terms of crucial plays. This is what we've been looking for. A clutch round here for Apple to find that defusal and match things up and keep their economy locked solid. Again, another round for UVic Black. If they could win it, they'll be back on track, but their economy is toasted. They have no way of making things work here, and oh no, that is such a rough hit there for Hachi. They have to back off.
Certainly do, especially getting faced up with these paint shells. It's not something you want to try and contend with. Ra able to drop down the spike as well, and things go from bad to worse for these UVic players. You got to try and snowball it a little bit, and like I said, things are rolling into the hands of Uottawa Garnet. They're almost forcing it to happen, dictating the pace in the way that they approach these gunfights. A flawless round, and well, from the way that they set out, not really too surprising. Very impressive use of utility from them there. And they're able to regain the lead as this one looks to go the distance.
It's do or die time for UVic. If you lose this one, you're going to put yourself, once again, poor economic effect. They do have the Hunter's Fury and the Viper's Pit at the ready. All they have to do at this point is get onto the site. But look at A. There are 3 players waiting for him, and they look hungry. As you can see, they're already running up. They're taking advanced position, so the second that UVic makes their way here, they will be met with massive resistance. Halsey finds one and keeps their life backing off.
Really nice opener, and it's Halsey once again. They've done this time and time, whether it be an operator or a vandal, they are posted up and the damage is good. We spoke about the importance of First Bloods on the previous matchup, and winning out that opening engagement is always so huge, especially on these vast expanses like Icebox, when there's so much territory and only so many players you can use to try and defend it. There are aspects that you have to leave a little bit more vulnerable, and that is going to be a great opener from them there. Information from that owl drone just confirms that there are players still posted up towards this A position, as a little bit of stage fright maybe between the two teams, just sort of moseying around this position, trying to flush out those players one by one. There is a Viper's Pit though to consolidate things. If they're able to collect the A site, the post could be good. And well, Kevin, keeping themselves towards the B side, is actually going to bring through a rotate as well. Only 25 seconds left, so I guess I commit towards A.
And there is some presence on mid. It allows Bolton to move up, but they won't have to worry about mid. If they can't even get onto site, there's 16 seconds left, and somehow, some way, they will be able to get toward the plant. Create looks for the plant, but they're getting shot. Here comes the shock bolt. You're not going to get that spike down, says Psycho. It isn't happening. UVic Black can't get it done. They wait too long, and they are going it all wrong.
Whew. Really nicely played from Psycho there. Able to win that round out before the final grain of sand hits the bottom of the hourglass. And that shock dart, nice, really just good use of utility there to finish off the round. They knew the player was low HP, managing to headshot them through the side of the box. Maybe a little bit of a misplay from Create, not just rounding the corner to make sure that that spike could have safe passage to the floor below, but even in the post plant, I think Uottawa Garnet looking a lot stronger side right now than UVic Black. Information taken towards mid early on, and we can even see a warband come through here. Good damage, and a paint shell to follow it up will force Hachi in towards Kitchen. Is going to be a trademark waiting there, so there's not much they can do, and that shot dart is perfect. Sicko once again just mastering this utility. and finding the opening for their side on what is a round where Uvik, still only on Spectres, try to put everything in to just find anything at this point in time. Just down bad in this matchup.
Down bad. I wouldn't go as far as to say down horrendous, though. They do have an opportunity, if they could play their angles, if they could manipulate Ottawa into rotating, as there are 3 players up on mid. This gives them a chance. So see Create all the way up into B site. There will be 1 player, Apple, rotating around by Orange and making their way back to the bottom of the tube. But it doesn't matter because they're here. They've got the Viper's Pit. I mean, Apple does find one before the ice is up. But it doesn't matter. The spike is planted. The pit has been formed.
It has been formed, but Kevin right now doing wonders outside of that big old stink cloud that we see drop towards B. Jeremy swings around the back of Yellow, and well, Star Oak actually falls in the midst of things. Molten stamps their foot down though. Apple, that Viper trade, gonna make sure that they keep the pit posted up, and well, there's not really too much to say about what we've just seen. A little bit of Spectre shenanigans, if you will. Waltzing in and out of the smoke there and just able to collect that one, I suppose. Cleans up the round, Uvik Black. Yeah, another one on the board, and we'll meet Ottawa at double digits. Only 1 away between the 2 teams separating at this point in time. It's a really tough situation to be in, I suppose. You know, neither team is looking too strong right now, and the amount of times that we have seen these rounds get exploited, where teams get a little bit overzealous when they don't really have the money to work with, and they still get it done. It is almost beyond Milos. It's very impressive.
I'm loving what we're seeing here, Haza. I'm loving how neck and neck these 2 squads are. Being able to break each other's economy, work through eco rounds, and still find success. We're so close for Uvik Black to actually equalize the rounds and turn up here. They might even be able to win this one, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get into an OT, but all plays are slowed down now. A simple default. It's all a game of chicken. Who's willing to show their head first and who's able to shoot the other one's head off first.
It's been a little bit like whack-a-mole, and right now Housy's has got a hammer in their hand and they're just bonking that first player time and time again. No one looking to pop up towards A for the time being, but it's the Jet on the other side actually in mid that finds Sicko. And well, this is an interesting pick because it has to force some kind of a rotate. When you lose that mid player, it means that it's just a gap that has to be filled. And well, we see it getting filled from A, and actually that rotate comes all the way through. Housey good for one, Apple good for another, and Ottawa just gets stronger and stronger as this carries on. Like you said, when teams are really good is when they can fight through adversity. Hatchy just dipping out of that one for a little bit on the less favorable angle, but the squadron has arrived. Ra's here, Apple's here, they're all here, and it's going to be a match point for Ottawa.
And that's a perfect example of why we never saw Ottawa push onto B site while Apple or while Molten was holding it down. Because how easy was that for Apple? With the poison orb on top of that container, it made it so difficult for anyone from Uvik to make their way through. They get hit with the decay, they have no sightline through the one way, and it was just an easy picking round for Apple. And now it's match point. They've got all the money in the world there is. A little bit of brokenness on the side there of Uvik. So they have the Tour de Force at the ready and only 1 orb away from the Blade Storm. This is going to be a tough hold for Jeremy here if they can able to get that first shot.
Yeah.
Get out of my way.
There's a sniper on the other side. Jeremy here posted up with that. Oh, just spot out one of those knives. Thinnest of angles, peeks out, and then just pops off their head there. Star Oak loses their life. A showstopper in to try and find Create, but it's not even enough. Paint shells to potentially confirm it will force them onto a less favourable angle, and well, it's just a lovely bit of team play. Jeremy finishes them off. Kevin has a response though, keeping Uvik alive. Breath of fresh air into a side which look to be struggling right now, gasping for any opportunity. Sicko will bring in this owl drone, so this plant is going to be really difficult to try and make, and just like that it falls apart. Kevin left alone. The 1 versus 3, too much information, utility everywhere. Is there any chance to salvage it? There's your answer. It's going to be no. You Ottawa Garnet, they're able to pick up that first map. 13-10. It was a close one across the board, but they come out victors on this occasion. Momentum, it shifted back and forth, but that snowball, hey, just straight into the face. Boom. Sorted. Easy.
There it is, and it's another map here for you, Ottawa. A great round indeed, and we got to talk about RAR. Did you see the scoreline at the end of that? That was a 30 bomb. We were too busy being concerned on how was Raze going to do on the defense. How can Raze compete with a Sage on the defense? But the question that we really needed to ask was, how are they going to make space, UVic Black? How are they going to make space when they only have a Jet, 2 Sentinels, and a Viper and a Sova? You can't really attack so correctly, so quickly, so effectively when you're running that, and that's exactly why we saw you Ottawa come out on top. Not to mention just serious fragging out on that part.
Both of those duelists doing really, really good damage for you, Ottawa, Ra, and Halsey, between them having 8 First Bloods. But, I mean, on the other side, we have to commend Hatchy. 7 First Bloods of their own, but maybe not having so much impact in the late round, I suppose. Quite a few deaths actually sort of puts them around the mid-range of the scoreboard there, as opposed to sitting on top with the rest of those players. So we've got to see how these teams try and adapt when we go into the second map now, obviously with that advantage sitting with you, Ottawa. The comp, we didn't really know how it was going to play out. I think it was more of a question of when they do go over to the defense, how are they going to try and set up so that they can keep being consistent with those kills? When they were taking the engagements, I think they were always set up for success, but sometimes when you're on the other side and you're starved of those engagements, you can really, really struggle. I think when they had some more success later on in the half was when you had one stationed over to one side of the map and one towards the other. It meant that there was at least an air of consistency between the two players instead of putting all your eggs in one basket, like when we saw them stacked up towards A, and maybe they weren't as effective because also they didn't have the utility. As a duelist, there's not so much you have to work with. The way that they changed that a little bit later on, that adaptation, I think, is what helped them there. And we're going to want to see a similar response from UVic on the second map.
Yeah, we'll be able to see if UVic can adapt as we go over to Ascent for map 2, but we're going to head over there after a quick break, so don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
In LCS, every nanosecond counts. And with Samsung SSD, being fast means being first.
That is first blood in record time.
The pros know that speed matters.
Here goes closer at about 4,000 miles per hour. There's no outrunning this.
A split second means everything.
Why retreat when you can go forward?
Every nanosecond counts. Samsung SSD.
What's poppin'? And welcome back to the NECC Winter Invitational presented by Samsung SSD. We just kicked off our first map. It was Icebox, and it was a nail biter with you, Ottawa, coming out on top 13-10. But now we're heading over to Ascent. And of course, to bring you through the action is myself, Los, still here with Haza, and we're ready to rock. Haza, how you feeling about going into Ascent?
How am I feeling about Ascent? I'm not too sure. We already had an Icebox and Ascent. Now we're Icebox and Ascent again. This time in a reversed order. You Ottawa coming out with the dub on that first map, but this one, I'm not sure if it's more of a level playing field or not, to be completely honest with you. I feel like both of these maps are the reason why we're seeing them so often is because they're played so frequently. Both of these teams will be very comfortable on it. I think it'll probably hark back to what we saw in the first matchup, where was how important mid control was between both of the teams. So whoever's going to have a vice grip on that mid section of the map will probably be set up for more success. Especially when you're looking towards the attack side, you want mid control so that you can have a safe passage between the two sites. It's much faster rotations. That cap position is great to try and exploit for a split towards the A side of the map as well, as market being used as sort of an alternate route towards B. I don't think it's very common that we see market used as a full push, but yeah, for the most part, a part of the map that is going to be key in the way that these teams try and play it out. And with it being so standardized and puggy in its playstyle as well, yeah, I mean, either of these teams could really come away with it. It would be a shame to see another 2-0 considering how close both of them have played so far, but individual skill across the board, it's a tough one to try and call at this point in time.
Okay, well, I think we're going to see another standard run-of-the-mill composition, but the main person I'm looking for, the main agent I'm curious about, is what is RAR going to play? RAR already came through with that unorthodox pick of Raze, and now they're bringing it into KO. That's a standard pick. We've seen KO brought back on this map in their first series, both squads bringing them in, and I think we are looking at a potential mirror matchup, which, hey, what do you expect? We're here on Ascent. You gotta run this composition, which is just too strong.
I think this comp is quite strong. There are other comps that you could probably try and work in. I think maybe picking up the Killjoy for the use of the lockdown could be good, but I suppose the problem with that is you do have the checkmate of a Sova ult Hunter's Fury there to potentially think about, so it can bring you offline more times than you want to. Having a chamber is a great answer to that, I suppose. The Tour de Force can be very strong in its own right, and combined with a Blade Storm, it's so many opportunities to find thrifty rounds like what we saw previously in the last game on Icebox, where we saw a lot of rounds where it's quite rudimentary, not what you would expect to have seen coming into it, but it ends up going the way of that lesser equipped side, I suppose, or maybe evened out when you put that ultimate on the board. But yeah, both carrying this exact same comp. Sova, it has to be the must pick and probably the star of the show for both of these sides here. And well, just all across the board, just great picks. There's not really too much we can say about it. Just going into this pistol round, having Uotua on the defense, it's going to be a case of how they try and set up. If they want to be more passive, or if they're going to really try and fight for control early on, since those orbs are a lot more attacker-sided in the way that they're placed.
I don't think they're willing to throw their lives on the line for the orbs right from the beginning. Maybe when they start off with better utility, better weaponry, they can contest that. If they come up with a Phantom, then I'm sure they'd be willing to do that. But I'm more concerned right now about the setup coming from Jeremy, and not too much focus there on B site. They do have two players, but that is where most of the control will be held, only by Jeremy and Apple. Having all those stars to stop the push, you could get the suck coming out from Apple, a Nebula to blind them off as well, and they'd walk right into that trademark. Let's see how it starts off. The suck isn't good enough because it's a dash right through, and Hachi does manage to survive for a little bit, but Apple does, in fact, take them down, create there for the pickup. It's a 4v4, but no one has real control from the side of Ottawa of this site. It's going over to Vic.
Spike eventually is going to go down. They could try and play for a recon dart here, but it was just used. So, oh, Star just eats that shock dart straight to the face. Is still good for one. We will be seeing a retake, and well, there's a pincer maneuver coming through. Molten in from Market finds both players. Create not good for anything, but their position alone is enough of a distraction. Uvik Black able to find the pistol round. They had good success early on in the last game, but it's just about keeping that consistency for them. Getting the pistol round on the attacker side, though, really, really good start.
Yeah, we did see a lot of early success from you, Vic. I'm glad you brought that up, Haza, because they earned 6 rounds, and we thought, okay, well, this is a good safety net. It's a good amount of rounds for them to win going into the second half. But after we made that note, U Ottawa just flipped the switch, and they were able to find some serious speed and momentum. Then it did go blow for blow in the second half of Icebox, but I'm expecting U Ottawa, while they will take an L in the first couple of rounds, we shouldn't count them out just yet.
Still plenty of chances for them to get up and running in this one. Halsey with a shorty could potentially try and snatch something early on from that 50-50 angle. I shouldn't say 50-50 angle, but you know, a hard corner yet to be cleared by these players as they look to be moving towards that short position. Jeremy getting very aggressive there and is punished for it. Can't rendezvous away just in time, but Halsey is able to find that one. An upgrade to a sheriff, so it's a pistol for a pistol. In some respects at least, but those Spectres are going to be a lot better damage across the board. Apple just trying to fight for this one, able to get the first, but can't quite grind out that second one. Not too bad here from Uotua Garnet on the eco, but I think the real loss would be if that Vandal got dropped in the hands of Hachi. When you've got a shorty trying to play any kind of a long angle, it's a pipe dream, but...
Oh no! So close for Rar
I was
there.
just about to say... Yeah, if Ra can find that one onto Molten, then you're working with a Spectre, right? 2 players left. Even with how far removed Hachi was from the site, if Star Oak's not able to stall that a little bit, maybe a Ninja, who knows? But I think we were potentially getting a little ahead of ourselves. Either way, decent damage for those players, and they're going to have a buy to match it now as well.
Psycho on the classic Ascent Sova Odin. And you can see now that there is more money in the pocket of U Ottawa. That Odin won't find anyone, as most of the players of UVic are stacked up over by A. But that Nebula will cause some concern, especially followed up by the 0 point. They have some information. They know that at least one of the players is hanging around there. We'll have to stay careful. 2 players stuck in A main waiting for the push. And it's going to start with Star Oaks Owl Drone, maybe to follow it up. But the fragment there keeps him away. Apple, however, over by Tree, picks up 2.
Really nice spray down from Apple. And well, Halsey's here as well with a couple of their own around. Completely tipped apart there. Molten now just with the Spectre. Won't even go with the Vandal left on the ground. It was a very, very clean round from U Ottawa. That is exactly what you wanted to see from them out of that one. No orbs really collected for UVic either, so not maximizing the opportunities they had there. They're going to have to rebuy. They have the money available to do so, but, you know, it's not as nice as they would have hoped. With that Vandal in play for Hachi, if you're able to somehow get it over the line using that hero rifle, it can be so huge. We see teams buy up, you know, one in the mix here and there, and it can really reap the rewards, but on that occasion, not good for anything. Close to a couple here, Order Force and Cosmic Divide, but we'll be seeing them straight away as both of those players are just posted up outside tiles.
Star Oak again, looking to get things started, at least some information. Sending out the Owl Drone. They won't be able to advance on that one. They do have a setup toward A. It doesn't really matter. What we want to look at is Hachi up toward Cat. They're about to walk in and face off with Apple. That distraction does give the information. The dart lets them know there's 2 in there. Apple going for the swing. Apple going for the swing, and they get the shot through a wall bang. And Kevin looking to get some revenge, but all they'll find is the death screen. And Star Oak now has so much pressure on them because this is it. They realize no one else is going to be pushing up, so we got to lock these angles down. Molten, though, reduces the weight, the cost of those pushes by 1. Still in a 2v4 situation. 40 seconds left on the clock.
Right there.
Right now, I think the key thing has to be where Apple is playing from. They don't want to get caught out in this position. They're on low HP, so you know, not the most ideal of scenarios, but you really want to try and have both of these sets of 2 players able to trade in these situations. trademark is down, so there is a gap towards the middle of the map, and, well, it's one which is looking to be exploited, but the time is ticking down so low. I don't think there's actually going to be enough of it left to even get a plant here. Surely not committing the Cosmic Divide, and it won't come through from Molten, but a round lost. Weapons saved in there, and it looked like Yuvik were trying to make something out of it, but not to be the case, and Starroak lucky not to get into that fight there, I suppose, as it will be 2 apiece into this 5th round. But those ultimates do come online eventually, and we'll see if they get much usage this time around.
Yeah, this is a good time for Create to have some serious control this time around, using that tour de force. I believe this would be your best time to peek down mid with that. Maybe make Apple think twice, as they do like to peek on Catwalk. However, they're going to play it close. Perfectly into the hands, maybe, of the Odin, but Psycho realizes something's not right. The push is way too quick for him to even utilize it, but a nice shock dart does slow the pace a bit. Kevin hit by their own friendly fire dart. I don't know if Psycho can manage it. They do, narrowly escaping out of the fragment. They keep their lives, but they won't have it for too long as Create continues to capitalize on this push, and they will have second control. The spike is going down, but Create, what are you doing? That's such a tough angle to have. They still with the shot. There's Rar for the pickup. Housie with the right click, and Molten way too far away to be able to do anything. They walk through the Cosmic Divide. They use the pull, but Housie there for an easy headshot. Back on track is Yuvik.
Yeah, I mean, that was just complete chaos in towards the site there. Retake nicely executed from you, Ottawa. They only had 4 players to try and work with it, but real limited casualties between them, carrying on that momentum with a 3rd round in a row. Really nicely done. It's also going to bring an operator into the mix, so Housie can try and get that free flowing if they're able to find some frags from it as well. You Ottawa Garnet could be off in the distance before this matchup really has much life breathed into it. Yuvik, you know, still living in the past of the previous successes that pistol round gave them. And, well, nothing there whatsoever. Housie shuts that one down early on. And, it's just going to be going against them even further. So Jeremy finds Molten, and it's the spike dropped in A main. These players have got to try and scramble their way over to piece it together. It also leaves further space for Ottawa Garnet to push even further into enemy territory.
It's all coming down to Jeremy. If they can win this gunfight, that's a 2nd one, maybe a 3rd. No, Create finally finds that revenge they were looking for. Rar, however, back in play. They haven't recovered the spike just yet, but now it will be Create. Dips away just in time to keep their life and the spike. Now it's a 2v3. If Kevin can make some space up here, they do have a strong case, a strong reason to commit over on A site. Psycho classically hanging out with the Odin, and now it is all up. This last player, it's Create, but they are about to walk into the loving sight line of Housie's op, and there it is.
That's one of those ones where you kind of have to hedge your bets, and eventually there comes a point where when you're pushed into that angle, you know there's an operator, you have to put a brave face on and try and take it, take that duel, and maybe if you're lucky connect a headshot, maybe they whiff, but no, not to be on that occasion. Yuvik Black forced into a tough spot once more. We spoke a little bit about seeing some of these thrifties come through potentially, but right now, no real air of consistency or anything to really get excited about. Hachi on the Marshall could potentially be a nice pickup, but, well, against an operator and a tour de force, really tough scenario to try and do so. Create doesn't quite get taken out on that occasion, but yeah, Jet on this map on the attack, you really need to get going, and, well, right now, actually yet to have much presence felt on this game.
Speaking of presence, there's no presence on mid, only at the top do we have Create and Hachi. They're waiting for an opportunity to actually have some impact, but as time is being bought, more players are stacking up toward A main. We do have both Rar and Apple ready to strike, ready to fight, as there is a single star covered over by that controller, by the Astra. And a flash is good. It actually is meant to be hit right outside of the nebula, and it buys time and space for Kevin to go to the back of sight, but swinging out from the smoke is Rar. Apple, however, having a lot to say about this one, but in the end, it is under control of UVic Black. Here is the no command, and following that is the
30
spike. They
seconds
have to
left.
back off and wait for
Spike
that to run
planted.
out.
This is what we wanted to see. Nice take from them. Jeremy, though, has a bit of a flank. Is going to spot out Star Oak, so things have been evened a little bit, though. But, well, this 0 point could cause problems. Not when Housy's able to connect shots like that. You're on an op. You're not supposed to be able to retake. The Bladestorm eventually comes back through. Create only has 3 shots left to work with. That's 3 shots too few to try and get anything done with. Another on the board for you, Ottawa Garnet, especially in that retake situation where they looked beaten for once. Really nice use of the space. I mean, even at that point, I feel like half the reason that they were able to get the site there, UVic, was because Ra kind of, you know, whiffed a few shots on the Phantom. Apple was good for 2. Ra not really good for much themselves. And not really seeing the full capitalization there. And when you can't make the most of your opponent's mistakes, then you've just got to try and go off the back of your own good fortune. And at this point in time, UVic Black not really feeling so lucky.
And there was a full flash coming out from RAR on 3 of the players who made their way onto A site. And they did, in fact, miss the shot. But regardless, U Ottawa still on top. Star Oak, though, I'm not even sure where that shot came from. They took out their opponent, Sova. That is actually not something I've ever seen before. Normally, you expect the defenders to spam that wall, but Star Oak gave them a taste of their own medicine. But it doesn't allow them to gain too much ground. It's a nice pick, but it doesn't amount to much. Apple, however, has shown their hand. There's no longer any smokes in play, but it's a rush, as you can see. Both Jeremy and Ra are moving in position to stop any aggression on A, and it will be stopped, but so will Star Oak, hanging around by B site. They've they've gained no ground, but only lost one of their players. Now, again, doing the same move. Rar was going for the flash outside of the door. It doesn't work out this time. And they do have the strong advantage, but we've seen it before. The spike is down, but now it's all a 1v4 for Housey, and a very difficult one at that. They managed to take down Kevin, but that's all they could do here. As another round goes to UVic Black. The third one, finally, they're having some presence here.
Yeah, you Ottawa Garnet not able to win that one out. We see the operator will get brought back up again, though. It's done good damage so far. Housey 12 and 3 on a 4 KD right now. Feeling very, very confident, and that's how strong Jet can be on this map. I mean, just in general, combined with the operator, a real force to be reckoned with, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see any kind of a nerf come in soon. I mean, not sure necessarily what you would change, but this is one way to try and counterplay it. We see the Nebula stun come in there, but Nova Pulse, should I say, it's not good for anything though. Star Oak loses out once more. Jeremy finds them on that occasion. It's just gunfights spread out across the map right now, and UVic Black, they aren't winning any of them.
Unfortunate sight to see as they still have their controller. They still have the option to drop some nebulas, create some sight lines, or remove them at least, because you gotta stop Housey. The op is too strong in this player's hands, and Create has a potential of their own to get a shot here with their op, but no one is peeking. No one needs to peek. When you're 5 up against 2 players, you don't need to peek. Just let them fall into your hands, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're letting them sweat.
The UVic Black players just getting decked one by one, and you Ottawa, they've got a full
30
house.
seconds left.
They're very happy to just sit with what they have. Show some kind of a poker face to stop them from, you know, getting over aggressive. There's no reason to show your hand when you're in this situation. And, well, if you just look at the way that these players have been distributed across the map,
10
one in A
seconds
main,
left.
one in B main, one in short, it's 3 of the main chokes, but there was never even any thought that a trade would come through on each of them. So the team play right now lacking for UVic, and something that needs to be amended. I would like to see a timeout come through, but I feel as if we may be hard pressed considering the trend that has been made between the teams thus far in the tournament.
I think one factor we have to point out right now is just a big struggle from Hachi. Yes, they have been able to find those first bloods. Like, that's what they were originally bringing to the table back on Icebox. Only 1 kill right now coming from this Jet. This is a massive struggle, so they can't take the space they're looking for. They have to rely on KO, which, I mean, you know, not exactly a bad thing. Kevin is able to find some value, but you need some support. They can't do it all their own.
You can't. Hachi had so much impact before that we saw, and completely lost in this one. No real effect on the game so far. It's not just our job to hone in on one player and bash them, though. So hopefully they'll have a better success on the defensive side. We've certainly seen how it's worked out for the Jet of Halsey at this point in time. Posted up in that corner towards A, just waiting for a player or two to show themselves. This 0 point will in fact notify that there's at least 2 of them waiting within the range, which isn't too vast, so a push is somewhat expected at this point in time. Astra playing towards the mid position, so always the opportunity. We see that utility committed. How the execute comes through, but Ra this time out of the door is good for at least 1.
Gar has always been waiting in that position, but now it's Apple's turn to swing from the door, and the no commander falls. Only 2 players left, and they aren't in any position to help out. Molten, however, looking to make their way through Cat, and the timing is perfect, actually, but look at the time itself. Only 10 more seconds. They have to get onto site. They have to get the spike planted, but they will have no such chance.
Yeah, and that core's not going to be stabilized either. Kevin dying right out in the open, so in no man's land, really, no helping hand to pick them back up. And now we're in a situation where UVic, they have that low money again. There's 4 ultimates, so I think the chances are we will be seeing a Blade Storm in this round. You know, potentially a tour de force as well between the 2 players, but they need to find these opening duels. Losing out every single time is so hard to try and deal with. Hachi goes for some kind of an updraft peak, but no one's facing up. You Ottawa right now happy to take those fights in and towards the site on their own terms, and well, actually we do see a bit of aggression finally from Ra, and well, it pays off. 2 back-to-back, Apple with a double of their own, and instantly the round shut down. Only the Blade Storm committed. Tour de Force, you know, still available for a following round, but there's only 1 more left in the half loss, and it's looking to be a loss, I guess you could say, for UVic Black at this point in time. Not really too many promising signs coming out from them.
Well, they have some money. They have some ultimates at the ready. But really, when you're creating, you don't need the money. You can buy a rifle, but you're mostly honing on to that tour de force. That's where you truly have to find your value, and it is a great tool to utilize on any map as any chamber. But the question is, how are they going to get themselves into position to find those sight lines? Because if we look toward A, it has always been either blocked off with the Nebula, and followed right behind that is going to be a sniper rifle. This time around, wait, do we have a double op on B site? The tour de force and the operator? Oh no, my mistake.
No.
That tour de force is coming out from Create. They're looking for the shots. They're looking for the angles, but once the smoke dissipates, maybe that'll be their chance. Apple, though, makes that chance a lot more slim. And here's Psycho with the Hunter's Fury. It's a little bit of information, but no kills, though.
Apple battling valiantly on the catwalk position. Star Oak and their comrades will retreat as a result. Nothing going for them, at least in their eyes, towards the A side of the map. It is stationed over there, so could potentially be an opportunity for a flank or some kind of a fake utility, but no. A rotate comes through. 3 players deserting from that position. They have such a good read right now as to what the situation is. Footsteps actually heard towards the A main position, so they could draw a player or 2, but for the most part, big control taken, especially towards mid as well. Apple has taken that spot towards the fridge. Well, actually, Halsey's going to drop one right in front of the Cosmic Divide. Blade Storm popped. Gravity Well to slow things even further. 20 seconds left on the clock. The information is all theirs, and Ra's just making things worse on the other side. Completely sporadic, pushed apart. Yuvik Black look battered and beaten. Star Oak tries to find something, but there's no plant. There's nothing left for them in this side of the half, at least. And that will be how it ends. 9-3. Jeremy with the closer. I mean, looking at the scoreboard, Psycho only has 1 kill, but Ottawa, they haven't really needed much more. The utility's been there. It's just a rampage.
I think it's a similar story to why we never saw Apple really step up in Icebox, is because nobody wanted to go over to their site. Nobody wants to deal with Psycho using that, or wanted to deal with Psycho using that spam to break through on B main. You don't want to deal with it, so Psycho doesn't really get too many opportunities to show out. And we know that Psycho has the potential. We know they have the talent, but all the kills, majority, went to Housie and Apple.
Yeah, and then it does funnel into those players, right? Housie, Apple, and, well, Ra as well, stationed towards the A side of the map. This time, going to be Kevin and Hachi instead. Hachi assuming that position towards the Vine area. Just cooling off a little bit. And waiting right now in the ice bucket for those players to appear. And, well, Ra gets the opener. Kevin is dropped. That position means there's no one to support them. They can find the first one, but with only 22 HP, they've got a lot more left to do. Housie will be finishing them off.
Create looking for a shot, but they're way too low to even try and contest that one. Now Molten in a 1v3 can make it easier if they find the tap over onto Jeremy, but they will have to back off. It's not worth risking your life in that duel in an unfavorable spot. However, none of the duels they'll have to take will be favorable ones, as they're biding their time on the side of Ottawa. They're playing with their food. Jeremy back and forth, making Molten look a little foolish in that one. It hurts. It hurts when you're in a position like that. You have such little health. You have such little hope even. And now it's 10-3. Ottawa is still looking to make more rounds right here with this force.
Yeah, I mean, look, they can try and force it. And I think if they're able to win this, it could potentially turn the tide on their fortune in the way that this matchup has been going. And I think the problem is, because they're on the defender's side, that force isn't going to be as nice as it could have been if they were on the attack. You can't just really use numbers to your advantage as well. Hachi is able to find an opener, but those picks will favour the attackers on that occasion. And with Star Oak taking so much chip as Apple bears on down, they pluck that one from the tree, and we look to be seeing a difficult retake scenario. I mean, even far away on the other side of the map, there's alert coming through onto these players. Ra just doesn't care, though. Running in, holding W, Bob's your uncle, just like that. Kevin able to find one, but that will be the shortest form of resistance that they have. 11 now on the board. Be another eco for Yuvik Black. I think, to be fair, the force buy on that round isn't the worst, because you already understand that by losing the pistol round, you're in a situation where one of these rounds you're gonna have to save. I think now is the round that you save, and then you full buy when they get to match point. So pulling out another force, interesting choice here. If it works out for them, then it could be good, but if not, you're just gonna have 3 very scrappy buys in a row, and you're going up against rifles at this point in time. Hachi just diving on in, able to get that first one to work, but Housie does have a response, and that position given away is yet to drop.
Interesting move by Hachi there. They are going for the long haul, but Molten is the player we need to focus on right now. Oh, the gravity well could be huge, but let's bring our focus over onto Rar. Send out the fragment. Star Oak is in no position to walk it through right when the door breaks. They have to back off. Jumping out of position, they have no weapon in hand. And Hachi, even though they made a long rotation to get this Phantom, what is going on here? The double flash 360. Rar,
no.
come on now.
Yeah, that is just 2 flashes straight in a row. So much no command as well is just a bit extra, I suppose, on that round. But there we have it. Match point secured. We will see a few rifles on the defender's side, but not as many as they would have had if they could have mustered some kind of a full buy, right? You're in a situation where you look at it, there's always going to be that one significant round where there's an advantage for one of the sides. The team that lost the pistol round have an opportunity to bring things back a bit, but they opt not to go for it. Star Oak just spamming through with the Ares. One of those players trying to find some kind of response with the Vandal, but they're not going to get it. Raw just charging on in. They won't make any mistake with the flash that time around. Completely blinded, left astray. And that execute's coming on through. Hachi has a response, but these players bearing down on Star Oak.
Star Oak, I mean, Star Oak only had Shorty sitting in the back of Boathouse. You couldn't have expected. Does lessen the load that they will have to face off against, making this a 2v3 for the retake. Only one player hanging out in main. If they can remove Jeremy, wouldn't that be perfect? But Jeremy says no, picking up 2 headshots to close out the second map and the series 13-3. This is such a different change of pace than what we saw in Icebox. This is not what we expected out of UVic Black. From 10 rounds to 3 rounds. I mean, well, overall, they put, again, a map win across 2 maps. So, hey, maybe that's something. But seriously, that's a different UVic and a different U Ottawa that we saw in a sense. Insane performance by U Ottawa.
It really is. You start to feel maybe that was their pick. I'm not too sure, as in, like, Icebox had been their pick before. That's why the round count was so close. This one completely far removed from what we saw the first time around. Like I said, also that first best of 3 that we saw as well, also on Icebox and Ascent. I think the Ascent game was closer on that occasion, but no, it's the opposite this time. 13-3, a very, very commanding scoreline. 2 of those rounds being the pistol round that we saw at the start, and then the instant anti-eco off the back of that. So, yeah, never really got going in that one UVic, unfortunately for them. There were some good individual plays across the board, and probably more so than what we saw in the first best of 3. So, you know, really commendable different plays there from the players that we saw. But really, it wasn't enough to get them over the line. And once more, it's that coordination between the players that is really the difference, the hallmark between the good teams and the ones who are struggling a lot more in this competition so far.
Yeah, I think that the A-hold was superb coming out from U Ottawa. Anytime that UVic wanted to make their way through, they had to fight through the Nebula. The second they put the Nebula down by doorway, guess who was coming through with the flashbang? It was RAR, and they would always pick up 1, if not at least 2, anytime they would go for an execute onto A. And it really is a funny stat that Psycho only has 1 kill on a team that won 13-3. And it was just, I guess, the fear of pressure that Asova can have by lighting you up with the wall bangs through B main that caused them to go to A. But A never offered a better solution for them.
And I mean, Apple was playing from there as well. And what? They got 5 first bloods, the most first bloods in the whole lobby on Astra. So I think maybe that reflects slightly the way that not only they were playing when we saw them get a little bit aggressive, not be too hesitant to take a peek towards that mid area, but also the nature of the pushes that we saw coming out, right? They love to try and fight in the chokes, UVic. So it meant that sometimes the first blood of the round was coming off the back of that execute, as opposed to it just being, a shot in the dark somewhere across the map. So on that occasion, yeah, Apple, they're able to put up big numbers there. And I mean, we haven't even spoke about Housie yet. Over a 4KD, 20-6, 339 average combat score, but only 1 first blood. So, you know what I mean? Big impact, but interesting the way that one played out. Overall, though, U Ottawa looking very strong, and one of those teams that people are going to have to worry about as they make their way into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it will definitely be exciting to see them make their way forward. But before we move forward, we got to thank our partners over at Samsung SSD. So thank you so much, Samsung, with the 980 Pro, which is perfect for high-resolution gaming. When speed matters most, Samsung is the tiebreaker. The PCIe 4.0 has 2 times the speed of the 3.0, which is a lot. That's twice as many. Plus, a 980 Pro is super simple to install and upgrade your PC gaming rig. We know how difficult that can be to take it apart, but don't worry. The Samsung SSD, it's way easier. So you can push the limits of what SSDs do with the NVMe technology, which is up to 12 times faster than a SATA drive. And you could reduce lag and load times with data transfer speeds up to 7K megabytes per second read speeds. And of course, with the superior speed that other devices just can't match, the Samsung 980 Pro combines high performing components with a number one flash memory technology to create an unstoppable SSD. And speaking of unstoppable, it was you, Ottawa, but we'll see if they can continue as we head over into the next match here in the quarterfinals. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back.
In LCS, every nanosecond counts. And with Samsung SSD, being fast means being first.
That is fast blood in record time.
The pros know that speed matters.
Here goes closer at about 4,000 miles per hour. There's no outrunning this.
A split second means everything.
Why retreat when you can go forward?
Every nanosecond counts. Samsung SSD.
I think Loss was muted in VMix at the start there, but yeah, okay, I guess it's my time to do the intro. Everyone, welcome back to the NECC Winter Invitational hosted by Samsung SSD. Like Loss was just trying to say, we're back. We have one more best of 3 series, and this is going to be the quarterfinals, which will set us up for the semi-finals and the finals, which will be taking place tomorrow. We saw quite a few stomps so far, and we're going to hope that the next game that we see won't be such a cup of tea for whoever it is going up against each other. Well, actually, I don't know why I'm saying that, because it's Carlton Ravens versus U Ottawa. Once again, U Ottawa had a very strong showing in the previous match, and now it's Carlton Ravens that they'll be going up against. Apparently, the microphone still isn't working. Hello? Oh. Oh dear. Well, look, I'll try my best to try and hold down the fort while we resolve these technical issues. I believe. Are we back?
I think we're back. I think we're back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back.
Nice.
And let's kick things off. Carlton Ravens, it's a new face to what we've seen, so I think we should check out this roster coming up. I mean, they've been fighting their way throughout the bracket. I think they just came out of a nice 2-1 series win earlier, and they're fighting. They're fighting hard. And we've got Jack Lorf, Danny, Moobs, Rubsky, and Riv. Now, Carlton, I've seen their black squad. And just in general, this is a very strong esports program coming from Carleton University. I had the pleasure of casting them earlier in an NECC matchup, and I was not disappointed. So I'm excited. But we also know the other squad because you saw them last series. It's U Ottawa Garnet.
Yeah, U Ottawa Garnet being a very strong team across the board. Housey, that Jet player that we saw quite a bit of, just showing how strong of an agent that can be, especially when paired with the operator, of course. And well, I mean, even their gunplay on the rifles was pretty strong across the board. Jeremy as well, filling in on a few different roles throughout the composition, but doing a good job on all of them, I suppose. Ra as well, we saw them with that raise pick on Icebox, which was a bit of a niche choice, but well, it ended up paying pretty well because they were able to edge that one out 13-11. APL, a controller player, flexed over on towards that Viper for the Icebox game, but for the most part had been regarded as one of the better Astras going around and had done a great job on that first matchup, and Psycho as well, being that Sova that you need in the mix on so many maps, I feel like. And well, speaking of maps, I believe we'll be shortly getting into that map veto and seeing if they're going to be playing Sova or not.
Well, you know exactly what the vibes are. Carlton will be picking up Ascent to get things going off. I mean, we can't escape it. Ascent, it's the bread and butter. All teams have played on it. They're all so used to it, and that's what their best strategies are going to come forth through. But we also have U Ottawa bringing us over to Bind, and it will be a split to decide it all if we make it to map 3, but it has been a night of 2-0, so I wouldn't be surprised if that does come through. But I'm thinking about Psycho right now. Psycho, who had the minute involvement in the last time they were over on a set.
True.
They're going to have to bring it this time. I don't think Carlton will let that one slide.
And that is true. I'm not sure if necessarily the game will play out in the same way, so that probably favors them a little bit. Only picking up the soul kill, the solitary kill in that previous affair. So it's a sort of situation where you can only really go up from here. There is, well, the opportunity, I guess. I don't think anyone wants to be thinking about them not dropping a single one whatsoever. But no, it's just something to build on, right? And I mean, there's so much for this team to already build on. So much confidence with U Ottawa right now, carrying on that flawless streak throughout the bracket, yet to concede a map and, well, not really being in a position where they want to do so. Carlton Ravens in a slightly different situation, coming off the back of a 2-1, but that can have plenty of merits of its own, showing that you're a team with good mental fortitude and that you can really battle your way through these longer series is something that teams will want to see as we get into this agent select for the first map of Ascent.
Now, I'm thinking, will Ottawa swap up their composition, or since they had such a decisive victory earlier on, 13-3, will they need to swap it out? Because if it isn't broke, don't fix it. And I think that's exactly what we're getting into. It all takes RAR to pick into KO, and we're almost on a mirror composition. The only difference here is that Sage is on the dock instead of a Jet. Moves going in for that Sentinel role rather than having a hard entry in form of a duelist. So not a single duelist to be found here for Carlton Ravens. That is definitely an interesting pick since they're starting off on the attack.
Interesting that they've decided to go for the Sage, but you know, I think it will inject a little bit more longevity in the way that they try and set up, especially on the attack at the start. It's a lot for teams to have to try and break down. With that being said, we are looking at a composition made up of 2 initiators, so you would somewhat feel if they're not scalping for information, which is one of the opportunities for them to sort of build their way into the round would be, they would just be going straight for those executes. So this could potentially be an execute heavy lineup. Without that duelist though, you will struggle to make those opening engagements just a little bit. You also Garnet sticking with the lineup which worked so well for them before, and well, on the defense, you sort of expect to see a similar thing as before. We're going to have Ra and Housie playing over towards that A side of the map with Apple drifting inwards every now and then. But for this pistol round, set up towards B.
Little info gathered here. Point does go to effect. Apple can't make any Nebula appear, but with the barrier into the window, Angle moves, gets things started, and now Jeremy is the lone defender there on B site, and in a matter of seconds, like lightning, Carlton has made their way and staked their claim on B site.
You also Garnet before. Looked like they struggled in pistol rounds a bit, and that trend is seemingly continuing into this matchup. Psycho and Ra just seeing what they can do, but it will be a flawless round from Carlton Ravens, shutting down those players who couldn't even make their way back in towards the button position, completely locked out of the site, and a very, very solid start here for Carlton Ravens.
Yeah, 100%. A lot of investment that we saw from U Ottawa came in the form of shares, so they were lacking on utility for that first defense and subsequent retakes, so they didn't have the tools or just any positioning really to get things back into play. It was certainly kicked off by a surprise attack from Moobs as they used the barrier to get the jump on the players on B. This time, that won't be the case. Arrow goes out, it's destroyed subsequently, so they know at least somebody is hanging around there, and they're backed off to not allow Moobs, who's going in for the play again. Let's see if that one pays off. No, they'll decide to back off and go into a rotation, maybe toward mid.
Yeah, you called it correctly the first time around. Mid's where the opening pick is going to be from. What can this shorty do on the close angle? A good chunk of damage pumped in towards Danny, but that'll be all for now. Ra lifted up by the wall beneath their feet, but they can't cast too much more down from above. Just the one pick for them on this round, which is seeming to look pretty clean so far from Carlton Ravens. Just the one casualty for the time being, and I can't see that expanding much further. APL gets dropped by Moves, who's just been running it down, filling that duelist role almost on the Sage, like you said. But now that we come out of the anti-eco and into the first bonus, this is where we can really start to dictate the flow of this matchup as we see better guns finally picked up on the side of U Ottawa.
Definitely a necessary upgrade. However, they haven't been able to find great opportunities to start engagements. They're always a bit late on the draw as Carlton Ravens, they like to flood points. They love to play as a team. From what we're seeing so far, they're not leaving anything to chance or leaving a lurker to chance. They're playing it full here, as we can see 4 heading out to mid, while only Chamber stays behind and watches it. But watch out, because we have Jeremy back in market, ready to take an engagement.
I really love that reposition, but unfortunately for them, that flash coming through is going to just completely remove any opportunity to defend the site. But oh, Sicko's getting taken out towards Speedway as well. Borowski will collect that one. 5 versus 3 situation already. Carlton Ravens, even on that low buy round, looking so strong. And well, this is another flash. Straight in, going to take down APL and Housie. Just like that, Carlton Ravens just staring at another potential flawless round. A one that they were not set up to take too much from either, necessarily. And, well, I don't know if Rod's even going to be able to collect this one. They can't. Moves shuts them down. An upgrade for those 2 players, Moves and Memelorf, 3 in a row for Carlton Ravens. Looking very, very strong.
Without a doubt. This is just complete confidence on the side of Carlton. And now we're back to no money for you, Ottawa. They are looking for some light armor, frenzies even, but not even ultimates to play with. They're so far away from having that potential impact in the play, as only Rar, the one player who found a kill with a shorty on round 2, is able to find at least one kill. The rest of the team currently rocking with the donut here on round 4. If they want to get things back on track, they have to at least start chipping away the economy of the Carlton Ravens.
Got to start somewhere, right? I think wouldn't be too long if this trend continues that you Ottawa might want to put some kind of a pause into effect, but no. Halsey collects the first pick there. Riv gets taken down, but don't want to bite off more than they can chew. Dips out of that one, saves that meal for another time, and now Psycho just working the leftovers here. What can they find? Nothing. Danny shuts them down. Blank. Around the rest of the side of the map towards Spawn could potentially be taken here, and the shots connect. Ra's able to get that one. Weapons into the hand now of these Ottawa Garnet players. Force Carlton Ravens to reactionarily push CT. What can they find as that door is closed? Apple getting a few warning shots, but now their position is located. 2 bearing on down. They're gonna have to fall off just a little bit. And the man count just remain even for the time being.
It almost seems like a reverse with this retake. All of the attackers are sitting by the defender spawn. They're moving through B main. Housey has to work with Rar here. They have to find something. It is only one player there defending on the site, and that should be it. Oh, but actually, teleporting back onto it is Rubsky. They have to remove him from play before they can even think about getting the defusal.
Ooh.
It is good, but I don't know if there's
no
going to be enough time. No!
Yeah, it's just about closing in the inner ring there of the spike. Both players managed to get away with their lives barely by the skin of their teeth. So a very, very strong round actually to be able to keep those weapons now into round 5. But fact of the matter is, it's another on the board for Carlton Ravens. They have plenty of economy to buy into this themselves. The Ottawa Garnet needs to start putting up numbers on the board, because right now, you know, Psycho and Jeremy still yet to register a kill impact on this game. It's a tough spot to be in. You've really got to build up some momentum, especially when this is the favoured side of the two, you would argue.
Starting off with the Owl Drone, doesn't find anything as it's removed with the 0 point. A strong presence here on mid. Interesting to see Housey and Jeremy pulling it down by Market and Pizza, but this is going to be the Cosmic Divide. Moves doesn't land the slow orb that they were looking for, but all this time it allows the rest of Carlton Ravens to move and extend their control here on all of B site. There's no one left to defend it, and sitting behind these walls, maybe Ottawa can find some effect to this. Housey finds 2, actually. Now we can convert it into the Blade Storm, killed before they can send a single one flying. And all the while, it's going to be Riv's season lighting them up. A 5th round here for Carlton.
Riv, big work on that round from them. Cosmic Divide comes through, and, you know, it gives a really great opportunity to show why KO can be so strong. Those flash drives are great for just popping out of smokes and stuff, so using it to their advantage there to make the most of it. We see now the operator finally comes in play. Housey gonna be trying to use that one, maybe finding a pick onto Moobs, who's really favoured this position towards B main, and maybe deterred if they end up losing out on this one. Like a ninja, they jump up in the air and fling that slow orb, which doesn't do too much as Housey collects the kill either way. Apple trying to find an early engagement. We saw how they would do this time and time again, but nothing thus far. Robski just staying posted up towards mid. I think we're going to see an AA finish here from Carlton Ravens as that spike gets picked up and they continue to converge towards that choke point.
Well, this is a setup we've seen many times before. Rar in tree, waiting for the Nebula to fade so they can send out a flash drive of their own and go in for an easy spray down. I don't know if it'll be easy this time around, though. Here comes a Shock Dart, checking out Generator, but they will slow down the play because they have plenty of time. 45 seconds on the clock, and that isn't a short deal, but even so, they're opting to rotate. Or maybe not. What are they doing here, Haza?
It's a little bit of a shimmy, a shuffle. They backed up a bit. There was a recon dart moments ago in B main, so they'll know there's nobody there, but this operator is just staring on down. Ball could still be stabilized, but they need to establish a bit more dominant control towards the site, and Memelorf will do exactly that. A couple of picks will be huge to turn the tide on this round. Riv eventually will lose their life. No player there to try and help them out, but 2 versus 2 now. So investing that owl drone, a ping here, could be really dangerous for those players from underneath, but well, actually it will connect. A great rendezvous though will get them out scot-free. Rubsky finishing off the round. Memelorf with a triple on that occasion. Carlton Ravens on the attacking side of Ascent. So strong thus far.
I think we gotta commend Rubsky's move with that rendezvous one more time because they were tagged by it. They realized they needed to start moving, and it actually drew the fire from the players on Heaven, and it allowed Memelorf to shoot through the boards, find the kill, and turn it into a 1v1, which Rubsky won single-handedly with a nice wall bang on Dice. A great play, a great way to use a bad situation and turn it into your advantage.
Definitely. I like the forward-thinking play from them as well. They didn't really want to risk going to try and pick up their teammate from the KO ult there either. It's just too risky, right? Why do it? Just taking the fights that they know they can, trying to keep the numbers even for as long as possible. And well, the reward for them is a round like this, a round where Riv can just get in there with the Phantom and spray them all down. It's been a flawless run so far, and it's just carrying on right now. Absolutely glittering performance from these players. Jeremy just seeing what they can spot out here with the tour de force, and well, the peak does come through, but with that shot alerted, they know exactly what to expect. Riv, surely not. Surely not. Memelorf will eventually put them in the grave, but this is a really terrible start from you, Ottawa. Absolutely disastrous stuff just being caved in on right now.
It certainly is not a good feeling if you're you, Ottawa, right now, but at the minimum, you could take solace in that this is Carlton's pick. This is Carlton's pick, so you can take some hits. You understand that you're struggling quite a bit, but this isn't a best of one. You have the opportunity to come back, but also, this is still your map. This is still a winnable play. You had that 13-3 victory earlier on. It can definitely become a 5-7 half.
Oh yeah, and I mean, if you're looking at it as well, it's Ascent. Out of all of the maps that we see in the pool, I think this is one where teams, even if it's not their choice, they'll still have a fraction of success. Halsey gets an opener there, and Ra will double up. The trade does come through, but, well, Rubsky's just making it even more difficult. That trademark in the center of mid there, not sure how much value that will have necessarily, but, well, I think we are going to be hard-pressed to find out. Memelorf left alone. Knows where Psycho is, and well, this owl drone is just going to cause a lot of problems. It's a distraction more than anything for Ra to capitalize on, and just like that, you Ottawa, they have that first round. 4 more to bring it to 7-5, but, you know, I think we've just got to take it one at a time.
Without a doubt. And the money is looking okay. It's enough for them to have some rifles. We will see Jeremy go for the judge. And actually, Halsey walking out with the Vandal as well. I would have suspected that would have been a Blade Storm rather than going for a purchase. However, they still have enough money to go into the next round. So I guess it is a worthy buy. Looking more toward the longevity of that economy. If you got the money now, might as well spend it. Move forward. A lot of players hanging out toward B. They need to be careful, as we can see that Halsey's already backing up. Danny with the Odin, narrowly avoiding Ra right now.
Ever so close to doing some good chip damage at the very least through the side of the wall. Ra navigating the side of this smoke, using the fragment grenade as well to keep those players at bay, and Jeremy's gonna get the opener on this round with the judge. Repositions all the way back to spawn. Halsey looking to break down the door here potentially as they close it, but no. Actually, it's Rubsky that's going to do a little bit more damage, and these players back off from B. That barrier or boost was very, very nice to get Danny up there with the Odin. But now in the 3 versus 3, you have to favor the attackers. 3 players grouped up together versus a triple evenly split across the map on the side of U Ottawa.
Well, now they're starting to break off. Danny The lone mid player of the guess is wrong to have moved over to A. So we now have Apple
30 seconds
joining
left.
Psycho on the wrong site. And Denny breaking through that doorway from Market sends out the recon. They should have the info soon enough, or maybe it'll be good enough. They won't expect Housie in the back line. Housie has an opportunity to go crazy here, have the impact they need, but the swing out is not good. Doesn't worry though, because Apple
10
putting
seconds
in
left.
some work. They have the mobility, they have the placement to get back in, and it's a double Cosmic Divide.
Revealing area.
Last player standing.
Sorry about that. Carlton Ravens looking to be a lot better side right now in the matchup. Winning out these rounds on pure gun duels, to be completely honest. There is some good aspects of team play in there between them, but for the most part, just a lot better clinical prowess, I suppose. Mechanically as well. Housie not having the same impact that they had previously on the defensive half, and part of that has to be with the fact that the economy's not there either. You don't have the choice to work with an operator, and, well, one operator less in the game right now will be Jeremy. Gets dropped by Moobs, and more presence taken towards this market position.
Ooh, nice denial of assistance from anyone coming via defender spawn. It's all up to Rar in that moment. They have a Phantom. Well, actually, whoa, nice shot from Housie. Stops that push coming in from Moobs, and that will actually be more. It gives Apple a good breath, a good attempt to pick off two, and now swing it through. Riv Season does find the kill. They will be able to get that spike planted, but it hasn't been made that much easier by Apple. It's a 2v3 for the retake.
That's Apple's stomping grounds, right? Around the tree, the apple tree, I suppose we should call it, is where they
Nice.
like to play from. Couple players in the site right now, as there is a flank to come through, but that time is ticking lower and lower. No command gets popped. Riv playing up close to try and fight these players. Could maybe find both here even, but, well, only good for one. The low HP of Apple gets dropped, and it's Ra that has the double on this occasion. The Auto Garnet, they're able to salvage another round. He's getting just a little bit better for them in the last few, but still way, way behind in this contest thanks to the good early work of Carlton Ravens. Proving to be a strong half, like, irrespective of how this one ends up turning out.
Without a doubt. I mean, just look at the scoreboard. All of those rounds in a row. And finally, we did have a chance for U Ottawa to pick up the pieces and look toward further victories. They do have another, I wouldn't say it's a weak buy. They have rifles. But Apple doesn't have the ability to buy some full shields, so it's not that full buy they're looking for. And now let's see if they could actually make it not matter. Regardless of the armor, regardless of what they fully get. Wait a minute, Hunter's Fury from Psycho opens their first frag of the map. But guess what? We have moves with the resurrection. So a forced out res still finds value though.
Yeah, it's pretty much just a trade of ultimates there that we see. Apple on the slightly lower buy, but maximizing the utility that they're able to get, right? Making sure that we're going to see all of those Astral Stars, but none of them are actually placed around the map right now. It's only that of the attacking side. And of Meme Lore. That's a nice flash in, but he can't capitalize. Once again, uncharacteristic from them. Jeremy is cleaning up where they couldn't, though. And that mirror pick of Rubsky will be dropped. Leveling the score for the time being, but so much control from the defenders. So much information, at least. They have players in place to do good damage. And Ra is just cleaning them apart right now. Psycho gets another one as well, doubling up. And things are starting to look better for U Ottawa. If they can secure 4 rounds here, they'll be feeling a lot more confident coming into the second half.
Ra is playing these off angles perfectly, hanging by alleyway and getting that nice peek while most of the attention coming from Carlton was faced toward Market. They had their eyes on the wrong prize and allowed Ra as well as Psycho to come through big and stave off another loss. So I'm thinking this very well may be an 8-4 half.
could potentially be. Right now, we are yet to see, though. I think the way that things were panning out for Carlton Ravens at the start, I don't want to put it down to luck because of what we've seen on the last few rounds, but just very coordinated and grouped up, right? We're seeing it happen again now as they are playing together here. Sort of ults invested into that corner, and it's just perfect. The information is there. Danny capitalizes from it. Now there's only one sole defender towards the B site as these players have to try and rotate through to help them out.
It's all Jeremy. It was all Jeremy, as they were put in such a difficult position. All the utility being sent toward them, all the pressure coming from Carlton have certainly made this a very strong finish to the first half. Running around with a running gun, Rebsky knew it was a done deal, and that will be 9-3. Carlton Ravens looking incredibly strong and dominant here on Ascent.
A done deal indeed. Putting down on the table a stamp of authority there, I think, Carlton Ravens, making sure that they round out the half with another round on the board. It had been a couple that they hadn't been able to firm, but on this occasion, they are able to. And now we look to the pistol round. What can either of these teams do on the second half of the story? Right now, that spike is sat, around outside towards B. Potentially on an angle where if the defending players were to push up, they'd be able to see it on. But laying in wait is Housey on their lonesome. Right now, not too sure what the direction is here from you, Ottawa. But maybe some kind of a master plan is yet to be in effect. If Rubsky thinks they have the spike here, could call through a rotate and potentially a punishment, I think is that thing that they're trying to do right now.
What I'm expecting is Rubsky to get too far, too close. Oh,
Yeah,
couldn't rendezvous away, and it gives Housey the pick exactly how they planned for it. Now that does allow a greater stack of mid moves. Wanted to get some information, and they will cut off any plans here, sending up the barrier. And now it forces you, Ottawa, to think twice about their move. Will they break the wall, or will they just run it down main?
I think they're just going to have to wait this wall out. I like that none of them actually try to spam away. Sometimes you'll hear a cacophony of pistol shots echoing against the wall, but not this time around. That player will show themselves in the form of Housey towards a main note, and that will be exactly enough to call through a rotate. Pretty much a full one at that. Good damage expended early onto those players, and well, it's left a gaping hole open through the midsection. No trademarks to try and slow this down even. Danny's having to rotate towards CT, but completely locked out. That spike, though, must come through mid first if it wants to make its way there. If Moves is able to find this, it could be huge. Gets the first one and the second as well! Apple is dropped into 3 versus 2, but without the spike in their possession and time ticking ever closer towards the end, I think Carlton Ravens will have this one just by a technicality.
Oh my god. Moves with the 4K. So much impact. This was essentially single-handedly won by Moves.
The ace!
The barrier put in
The
place.
360!
And the ace to top it all off. Wasting the time of you, Ottawa, and wasting the players as well. Carlton Ravens with an explosive start to the second half, courtesy of Moves. They run out of time and they run out of lives too.
I mean, I was thinking at the start, I was a little bit confused about why the spike was left by itself. Housey goes and picks it up. There is that rotation towards A, but they get caught hanging. Really great punishment there from Moves. And it lends the pistol round into the favor of Carlton Ravens. Now a situation that we're looking at where we've got to face up against all of this utility once again. A nice combination here that we see from Moves and Riv, but it amounts to nothing so far. The peak does come through eventually though, and will lend them that early advantage, only to be doubled by Danny on the other side of the map.
Oh my god, they're going for it again. They just want to waste the time. Apple has no chance. They're going for the right-click jump. It will not come through. A flawless round here for Carlton Ravens. They have only 2 more separating them from winning their map pick. This is a slaughter, Haza.
It really is an absolute bloodbath, and right now it's just the red blood of the red attacking side of Uottawa Garnet that's getting smeared from wall to wall. We look at Carlton Ravens. On this round, they have 4 Spectres and a Judge, but they are only 1 away from getting that ult online from Moob. So if there's an opportunity where they can get that Resurrection in play, if they win out this fight in numbers towards a main, which will be a tough task considering there's 3 players here, and they lose out initially, but Psycho with that Vandal, it's so huge. A lovely pincer maneuver between the 2 positions. A short is left completely unprotected. And now moves locked out of the door with no real hope here. A 4 versus 2 and a really tough situation to work with. That being said, they get the opener, and now the res would have been online if Housie hadn't already dashed up in towards heaven.
Oh, and this is going to be the perfect weapon for a retake. Rumsky with the Judge has no chance in hell of making this one work out. Best case scenario, they're looking for the exit frag specifically onto Jeremy, who they're expecting will use that rendezvous, come back to the original spawn, escape the spike, and hand over a rifle. Let's see what happens. I don't think that will be the case.
I think that might actually... well, that's just really smart, to be fair. Psycho has joined along with the rest of their team, clearing out the angles they already know are safe, so no weapons will be tossed away. Rumsky trying to run... maybe to either, 1, sacrifice themselves to the black cloak of the spikes, sort of shrouded valence, but no, they don't. They actually pick up a Phantom instead, so they'll have a better weapon for this next round. A 4-buy from both sides, money looking pretty much equal as Uottawa are starting to build up a little bit between those top 2 players, but for the most part, a level playing field. Interesting to see if that null command will come in play, but the res being the one main one to look for on the board of Carlton Ravens. A nice way for them to just staff their players back up if they lose any casualties early on.
Gravity Well causes a bit of havoc here from Meme Lord, but they back off in time. And it does force out the barrier orb coming through from Moob, so it will take some time off if they even wanted to make that play. But no, A will be safe for now. Long rotation toward B, and maybe even some peeking toward A. We have, or toward mid. Rar, not looking to take that duel, and Riv Season holds it steady. But what about Rubsky? As Jeremy rounds the corner, they don't win it out.
Really nice opener there from Rubsky, getting a bit aggressive on a round that I was just about to say. You'd expect Carlton Ravens to play a little bit passively. No command comes through, but so does the Odin, raining on down. They're getting picked up. Housie, no traces on that Phantom Spray. Really good damage from them. Oh, flushes out Rubsky in the backside, but that core will be stabilized. A trade good for nothing after all. Brings us back to a 4 versus 4 situation as we see the res does get committed finally. And now, Uottawa pushed up against it. They're going to have to try and weed them out here, Carlton Ravens. No one lurking towards B main, so a very much standard situation here between the 2 sides.
Be an all-out assault here, but they have to do their due diligence and check all the angles. Moob starts things off, and it's a trade-for-trade 2v2 is now the current situation. Danny coming with the Odin, looks to the right, can't get the spray down. Apple finds 2 and gets the 5th round for Uottawa.
A little bit of a double take towards the position of Apple there. It's quite unfortunate. Danny, I mean, initially clears it and does some decent damage across the board, but when you're in that situation, you know that there's another player that's about to pop out and try to fight you, so I understand them wanting to try and take that first duel initially, and it's a tough situation to try and win out. Now, Uottawa, they've got a couple rounds on the board. Carlton in a position where they aren't able to buy for the first time on this half, so seeing what they can do in a thrifty capacity. We've seen it done before, and well, there is 1 Vandal in play, so still the potential to do so. But early on, very standard stuff. Mid control taken straight away, and well, Rubsky getting a little bit aggressive with the pre-fire as well on those corners.
Realize it's not worth fighting that one out, and they will play their life. Rib Season, though, realizes as well there are plenty of players making their way up. Cat transfer that Vandal over to Rib's hands, and they will be blinded and completely taken out without a problem. Housie She's the first one to make a move onto A site where there is no one left to defend, but you got to take a look at Moobs, who's hanging out in wine. In this smoke, but Psycho gets it done. They backed up a little too much to have their head peeking out, and this certainly will be another U Ottawa round. Unless Rubsky can somehow turn 3 Headhunter bullets into a miracle.
I mean, it would have to be more than just a miracle. That's going to be all 3 bullets already gone now. Just a classic to make work, and they're starting to run through these ones as well. Jeremy just pulls out the Headhunter of their own and hunts that head down. Rubsky gets taken out, and the scoreline continues to narrow. Carlton Ravens maybe just struggling, a bit of a rough patch here for them, and they need to convert it. When you have, you know, a gun round only one in every other instance, you have to try and convert it, because you know that that's going to be the one opportunity you get every once in a while to make it work. The ults aren't sitting with them at this point in time. If you or a Garnet can spread these out and use them effectively, it'd be very, very tough for Carlton Ravens, even when they're in such a commanding position.
We'll get some info onto Jeremy, and that will signal the Hunter's Fury from Psycho. What do they find? What do they get? Don't really know the information here. Raw backing off a bit on that barrier orb. They will send out the fragment and run away to play their life. Rib Season brought down to 16 HP. And they'll hold on still for now. No one's made their way onto the site itself as Danny stands guard by tree. Now it might be time for these players to make their advance. Another star to block off A main, but here comes the Cosmic Divide.
Memelorph's just going to be playing on this side of it. Recon Dart flies all the way through, and well, they're traded out. There's another bolt there to be had, and it's going to take the location of both players. Steps surely being heard here. And well, a little bit of extra aggression follows off the back of it. A rotate potentially coming through. The player to watch out for, though, will be Jeremy. In this position, they sort of sit between the 2 lines of defense, just working out if they can't put a nail through the middle of it. Danny will be holding their position and likely run into Jeremy, but it just depends whether that's going to happen before or after Memelorph runs out. And well, actually, the timing works out so well for Carlton. Now the trademark goes off as well, so they know where these players are. It's got to be the case of Rubsky just waiting for the teammates to come together, playing the numbers here effectively with that Recon Dart as well for the retake. And they have that chance to reach map point finally.
A 3v1. We've seen Apple come up huge before, setting up the Nebula. Keep one angle covered completely. The stairs won't have that working out. Apple comes through again with the double kill to secure the 7th round. Match point will not be granted to Carlton Ravens.
It won't in this instance. This game so close, but you Ottawa looking much the better side at this point in time, showing that it can't just be domination. Well, these are 2 teams in the quarterfinals for a reason, and you Ottawa won't get pushed aside as easily as their previous opponents. So once again, Carlton Ravens forced onto that lower buy, and will have to wait again for a stronger opportunity at finding one of these rounds. Null Command is ready. Tour de Force likely will be in the following outcomes, but Moobs is actually the one to open things up. Spike not quite spotted as it's round the corner, but a very strong start to what will be a difficult round for them to try and attain.
Ooh, interesting star placement by Moobs there. I wonder what they're going to follow up that with. Jeremy spraying throughout the smoke, but it will be Rar who finds the frag. Now the posturing over toward mid. However, if Rib Season can find a good kill here, which they will not, this all but seals the fate for the execute over onto B. Is the lone player of Rubsky with the Headhunter. Not many bullets. We've seen this story before. They're about to be pinched on it. They can't get a panic shot before they go down.
Yeah, nearly able to find Halsey there, who was running with the knife out, but Apple is aware of it and is able to get it on that occasion. Sage will up towards Spawn to stop that peek from coming through, and well, the first peek that comes through is from Moobs. They take that player down and reduce things to a 2 versus 2. Weapons in the hands of both players now. They've got to deal with this one correctly. Halsey, though, a double headshot for them. seals out the round. And now only 3 away. Ottawa Garnet getting ever closer to dashing the Carlton Ravens' hopes in this one. If they were to lose their own map pick going into Ottawa's choice, that would be a real blow to take in this quarterfinal.
Without a doubt. And all signs are pointing for Ottawa to keep this pressure up. They have the money advantage. They have the ultimate advantage, at least for now, in terms of what is usable to attack a site. I mean, Denial using the no command could be huge, but Rubsky does get the shot off. A fantastic opener here with the Tour de Force. So this very well may be their round to win. However, a lot of eyes looking toward A main. A star if needed. Meme Lorf. Oh, does take a few hits, but here comes the no command. Meme Lorf will have to wait. There's the intro from Housie, but they don't find the angle until now. Meme Lorf goes down, but Danny is out here just trying to send some shots through, but Housie is not done yet. Until they are removed by Danny's Odin, and things seem to work out for Ottawa for now. But it's turned into a 1v2. It's all up to Apple to close it out and stop match point, but they cannot get it done.
Match point.
That was so close. In so many examples, it seemed like Ottawa Garnet Carlton Ravens were losing way more players than they needed to in that situation. The advantage seemed to firmly sit with them for the majority of the time, especially in terms of HP, but those Garnet players, very good to be getting the frags that they did eventually. Only 2 left standing, but it's about using those ults correctly, right? Making sure you space them out properly. And finally, that Tour de Force gets some good value for Rubsky. And they will just fully upgrade to the Operator this time around. Keep that potency towards the B main position. Jeremy with a Tour de Force of their own. Will they expect this close angle? They check it, but they lose their life as a result. The first blood once again will go the way of Carlton Ravens. If they can maintain this advantage, the map will surely be theirs. But for now, we wait to see how this engagement towards main will go on. Good utility in by Memelorf. Cannot quite find that vulnerable player. And the execute will follow. Cosmic Divide comes through. Spike yet to be committed, but surely will follow as the Owl Drone chases it in towards the site.
Oh yeah, 2 Cosmic Divides at the same time, but this one is stuck at the mouth of A main. So they won't make their attack. They won't execute fully because they have to wait. And surely Ottawa's Cosmic Divide will fade first, so Carlton will have full advantage and full sight of the site as well. Knife doesn't find any suppression at all, but here comes the fragment. Forces out Memelorf. A good play indeed to get that force of a play. But walking into their own flash, they allow moves to find that kill. And their people being play, of course, is Riv Season. What a classic tale, and they will not fall to the 9-3 curse. Carlton Ravens wins it out 13-8.
That was a very good string of rounds right at the death there for Carlton Ravens to maintain what looked to be certainly their map after the way that they stomped their foot down initially. Very bold statement being made by them in this quarterfinal matchup, looking to stamp their ticket in towards the semis as soon as possible. 8 rounds in a row without a response there from Ottawa is a serious statement to be making at this point in time. Now things will flip over though. We do have that different map pick of Ottawa, so they have a chance to get back into this matchup. If they take as long as they did on this occasion, their problems could only get worse.
Yeah, it is better late than never for them to show up, because we were looking at, what was it? I think 11-3 at one point. It was so close for Carlton to give Ottawa the same scoreline that they faced off against with Victoria. That almost was a complete script flip, but thankfully for them, they were able to chalk up a few rounds toward the end, but we're heading over to their map of Bind in just a few moments, so we'll see if Ottawa can bring it back and push us to a map 3 right after this break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
In LCS, every nanosecond counts. And with Samsung SSD, being fast means being first.
That is fast blood in record time.
The pros know that speed matters.
Here goes closer at about 4,000 miles per hour. There's no outrunning this.
A split second means everything.
Go, 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 go. Why retreat when you can go forward?
Every nanosecond counts. Samsung SSD.
And welcome back to the NECC Winter Invitational presented by Samsung SSD. We locked down our first map and it almost was a stomp until Ottawa brought it back. Carleton won 13-8, but now we're heading over to Bind. That will be the map pick of Ottawa Garnet. Let's see if they can bring it back and not put this series to the end so quickly. And to break all the action down is myself, Los, joined by Haza. Are we feeling more confident for Ottawa here on Bind?
I think maybe it's not a map that we've seen them play on so far. It's one that got banned out, I think, in the previous series. It never was on the cards for being a decider. So if it's a back pocket pick that they feel comfortable with, then there's potential here for them to get themselves back into this one. Obviously, being a map down, it's never a situation that you want to be put in, but it's the one that they find themselves in. So Bind as a map as well, I feel like there's plenty of opportunities to try and carve different things out here, right? You have the teleporters, those opportunities for late rotates means that on the defender's side, sometimes you can struggle a little bit having to station additional players towards B for the threat of a late execute. And, well, that's something that they're going to have to try and think about. If they're comfortable on this map, then they could cause some serious problems. But for the most part, I think, Carlton are just going to want to carry on that momentum that they've got. If they can find the pistol around here early on, it'll be a serious boost. Whoever goes in guns blazing at the start will naturally be in a much, much better position.
I think both of these teams thrive on steamrolling. That is how it goes because Carleton got up to 11 rounds with such speed, such efficiency. But once Ottawa started hitting back, they weren't letting go of the brakes either. And now we're having an adjustment. We have a double controller placement with Jeremy on the Viper, joined by Apple back on the Astra. That's an interesting lineup. What are you thinking about the double controller?
I think it's interesting. We're seeing a double controller coming out from both sides, actually. A slight variation being that it's an Astra for you, Ottawa, probably the slightly more meta pick. And, well, Meme Lorf is just going to be memeing around on the Brimstone. Something we don't see too often, but if you're going to, I think that Bind would certainly be the place to do so. Something that Brimstone does bring to the table, other than the smokes with limited range, of course, is the fact that they can actually pump quite a lot of damage into different choke points and specific areas. That Incendiary is the longest lasting and the most damaging Molotov that currently exists in the game, as well as that ultimate, the Orbital Strike, adding a lot of potency in the post-plant. So having the Snake Bites on the Viper with the Poison Cloud and the Incendiary Orbital Strike combo, this is a team where if they're able to have a decent defender-sided half, get onto the attack and put themselves in good post-plant situations, there's a lot that you ought to have to try and break down here.
Yeah, I'm looking back on this team composition. There is so much choke point denial coming out of Carleton. They have the snake bites, they have the molly, they have the paint shells, they have the Roomba as well. They even have the Trailblazer just to get info down the choke point, even to cause a little bit of fear in terms of the concussion. Now to get things started, it looking to be an A hit, but just a little bit of poking. They're going for that orb, but not committing to a strong fight. Boobs, however, is getting real aggressive here with the Sheriff. Finds one and backs off to keep their life.
Yeah, I like that from Moobs. Takes the fight and then, well, doesn't quite burn out those paint shells. Holds onto them for a fraction longer. We could still see them yet to be used later in this one. Housie does have an opener, though. And that will help their team out. Like I said, though, or like you mentioned, sorry, lots of utility on this Carleton Raven side. Not even mentioning that Sage Barrier Orb, which Danny has used towards short. It'll eventually dry up, and I think this is when we expect to see the execute come through. But even so, players stationed and waiting, utility still to be burned through here on the side of Carleton Ravens before we can think about an execute. It does eventually come through, but that teleporter is there, and for good reason. Now these players will finally be committing, but even then, more utility from moves and more damage to be putting on the board as well.
Yeah, that will damage I believe the Sova so desperately. Only one more shot into them will spell it all out. An easy kill on to Sicko when that happens. 9 HP. They have so many angles covered, but will the swing out from elbow be huge? It actually forces Danny into a great position. All of them lining up, and Riv Season there to close it out.
Carleton finding that one again. I think You Ottawa have historically struggled with pistol rounds, but when you're coming up against a team that is not only so composed, but clinical like Carlton Ravens, you have to show just a little bit more, and unfortunately for them, they lose out on this one. Up against the defender's side, not the worst of situations. They got a spike plant, so there's an opportunity for some kind of a force buy here if they want it. For the most part, though, a difficult situation to be up against, and right now it looks like we're only going to see pistols come through.
I mean, that's all we could expect. Raw there with the Sheriff, looking for some strong one-taps. That will be a hard task to accomplish, considering how fast Carlton Ravens move. They like to move fast and loose, but they aren't loose with it. Their shots are always tight, and their executes are equally that. Now we have a fast play coming out of U Ottawa. Despite all the setups coming from the Viper, they will hold down Rubski, though. Won't give up their life there in U-All. In fact, getting another one potentially. Might even go for a third if they want to play their life or swing around. Danny stuck out by the tri-box. Will take some hits with the heal from Skies there to keep things nice.
Is stationed up towards the corner. Ra's going to hear the steps here and can maybe make a maneuver in behind. Does anyone expect to check it? Not quite. Rubski finishes things off with a quad of their own, and that is the only smear on what otherwise would have been a flawless round from Carlton Ravens. Nicely played from them in the retake. They understood maybe we're going to have to concede a little bit of space towards the site here. U-Haul was still under the watchful gaze for the most part of Rubski. He did concede a little bit that they had to work with as those players just charged on through. U-Ottawa maybe getting a little overconfident. Should have just kept it in their clutches and made it more difficult to break down in that situation, but that's not going to be what we end up seeing happen. 5 Phantoms across the board for those players on the attacking side, looking to get stuck in towards this B long position on the map. Could potentially group up with Jeremy in the late round through that teleporter. For the time being, Moobs has good information that there's nobody towards mid. And a couple of these players might try and go for some kind of a flank behind. This timing can be unreal.
Starting it off with the Trailblazer, information is given. They know the attack is coming through. Riv Season walks out with one, and Danny locks down the Lurker on mid. Maybe they're going to get even crazier. Riv Season is always there to send it, and that will not save you. The Recon Bolt spells doom for Meme Lorf. It's a 3v3 now for the retake. We have moves on the flank.
Spike planted.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they're going to expect this long position. I believe Nico could get caught out as they round the corner. A headshot meets them straight to the dome there. Moves shuts them down. Now a 3 versus 2. Carlton Ravens have the advantage into the retake. Holding from in front of this box. It's a nice position, but Apple takes one straight into the gut. Only 10 HP left, and you're not winning that one out against Danny. Position given away. 3 players bearing on down. So many angles to try and watch. And ultimately, it is too many. Moobs there finishes things out in the round. Carlton Ravens convert the bonus. It's looking to be a similar story here, Los, from what we saw on Ascent. If U Ottawa can't get a word in edgeway sooner rather than later, this is a real problem.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see why they're going for this Phantom buy, where not everyone on the offense can bring the same firepower, but actually they will. They'll go for a force buy, light shields. Only one who's actually fully committing with the shields will be Psycho on the Spectre. But I don't see this one going well, because especially if we have moves there ready for the attack with a showstopper, if they put all this money into it and get blown away with a rocket, that is just going to be terrible.
The one I'm really looking at right now is Danny on that operator towards Showers, and they're going to pick up the first kill of the round as well. Zigo gets dropped. A barrier orb will reinforce the territory collected as a result, or at least be a bit more reserved in the way it's set up. Ra already dropped the 7 HP. And it's low for Apple here as well, so a tough one, especially with that investment initially. Neemlorf just teasing the angle with Halsey right now, but understanding it's better to try and play with the numbers that they have available. The spike trickling through cave like a droplet off the back of a stalactite or stalagmite, not really too sure which way those work, but cave analogies aside, it will be an execute towards B, at least it felt like it. The not too sure what these players were really thinking, because the short ones haven't committed just yet, and there's a Viper's Pit waiting for them.
That's not going to make things any more easy for them, but here it is. Rubski, one shot with a great headshot through the smoke. Now the spike will get down. Ottawa still has a Viper's Pit of their own to utilize. Here's the post play they've been looking for, the setup they needed. This will be so difficult for Carleton to swing and strike back against, and I'm not sure how they're going to do it. Danny going to save the yacht, but Riv Season looking for blood.
Only hungry to try and find it. Danny saving the op here is probably a good idea. It's a round that really looked to be theirs, but I think it has to be Ra there that is the round winner. The Seekers were the reason the position was given away. It made Jeremy able to take that shot through the smoke because they triangulated it. They spent enough time in geometry class, you know, working things out, Pythagorean theorem and all of that. And fortunately for them, it was enough to get that Viper's Pit online. Consolidated the site. Makes it really, really difficult to do anything there, especially with the operator, which is the reason we see it saved. Now, they have that first round on the board. I think it was more important than anything to stop the ROT, make sure that they weren't in a situation where they were losing 8 in a row again. And looking at the timeline here as well, 3 defuses that we see coming out from Carleton. It's not an issue that Ottawa aren't able to take these sites in the first place, just that maybe they struggle a little bit in those post plants. Now, a bit more staunch across the board. Great opportunity for them here to continue expanding their presence in this matchup, as the Shorty can't quite find the boombot on that occasion.
I wasn't expecting the Shorty to be the secondary for that one. With the op combined, somehow Danny walks out with their life on that one, and they keep the op in play. A smoke to stop the push, the flood out so that Hookah Rar looking to make the swing around, but moves, does it for him, jumping right into the crosshairs of the Sky player.
Just drops straight into it. Blast packs across and gets taken out. Danny has a long angle to try and hold here, but those TPs through are problematic. Not only because it's going to be a rotate through and Riv getting dropped as they try to follow those players along, but Halsey is staying put in Hookah. There's plenty, I mean, right now, Ottawa could execute towards either side of the map, and actually I think they're going to do exactly that. B will be the place for them to go, but Danny is there and waiting with the operator. Do they reconsider? There's 2 players who've pushed up here outside of showers. Do they expect the cave position? They do! That's the spike dropped, only 20 seconds left. And a really, really tough one for Ottawa to try and bounce back from. Danny even has a res towards long. It's a 4 versus 3. And I don't know if there's even room for them to try and get the spike down here, Loss. It's a complete fumble in the hands of Ottawa.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. It was a great play, sticking around by Danny to realize that there's an up on B. Ottawa, they weren't looking to challenge that. They didn't want to throw all their lives away by getting caught from an op. But Jeremy, nice way to clean up too, but it's a little bit of a consolation. It doesn't matter too much. Even though they are picking up some frags, removing some guns, it was a save round on the side of Carleton, and they won it. Danny was the only one who walked in with a real piece of hardware, the rest coming in with Spectres, and they'll do it again. Let's see if Carleton can somehow continue to force Ottawa to make mistakes.
Yeah, I was going to say, those last 2 kills at the end of that round can't really be overstated enough how much of an economic impact that has on this round. Now it means that there's players that can't afford to buy. Maybe they were just looking for an upgrade on Spectres after all, I suppose, but really a situation you want to be in. Fact of the matter is, though, Carleton Ravens still with the lead in this one. 4 times as many rounds. Maybe a bit of an overstatement considering we're only in by 5, but in a much better position right now than you, Ottawa. If they break the bank here, it'd be a different story, though. Right now, though, you Ottawa very, very slow in the way that they're trying to approach this round. And, well, just as soon as I say that, they go cartling in towards the site.
No.
But Meemlaw somehow manages to get the opener, and it's not looking great here at all. Forced away through the teleport, Jeremy, and walled off from Hookah, so can't even take any space reactively.
There was so much heart in that play from Uzi. So much drive in that. I thought it was going to work out, but the timing on that poison screen
Oh.
just denied everything. And speaking of denial, Danny continues to deny anyone advancing through hookah. The swing isn't good. The firepower doesn't stand up to the Phantom, but now Apple has an opportunity to make their stake here onto B side. But when you have an up in the hands of Danny and only 14 seconds left, that's going to be a tall order that they cannot fill. And another save maybe from Psycho, as they only have a Bulldog to close this one out.
Psycho not yet up and running in this matchup, and well, that will continue. The time expires just before Danny is able to drop the bullet inside of Psycho's chest there, but yeah, still 0-6. We saw this happen before, actually, where Psycho wasn't able to get involved for quite a while. Maybe a recurring theme, a slight problem that they've had. And, well, while Sova can have a lot of passive impact, their utility being some of the best in the game, especially for trying to take space, which is important on a map like Bind, where you need control of hookah or showers, these long positions as well to just execute from. But yeah, you don't want to leave too much up to chance. Really not doing themselves any favors at this point in time.
Moves with a team flash. They will survive, though. Nothing too serious. No strong engagement on the side of you, Ottawa. But whoa, here it comes Rar. Getting the wall bang, and it forces actually them to move away because the orbital strike causes them to leave their positioning right into the crosshairs of Memlorf. Now it will be a rotation, but guess who's ready? Guess who is waiting for you? It is Rubsky. But let's couple that with a Cosmic Divide and see how it works out.
Seekers are going through here, and I think we can maybe expect a pop flash from Riv. It does follow through the Cosmic Divide, but it's not good for anything. Can't find anything at all. Snakebite's littering the halls right now of that Lamp's position, as Housie does finish that one off. Rubsky loses their life to the paint shells. Utility in heaps and bounds to try and defend this spike, and well, that off angle will be a cheeky one, but it's exactly enough to get Sicko on the board. Now Uottawa Garnet double up on their rounds and look to be a little bit stronger than they were when they went into this one.
Another nice round here for Ottawa. Definitely what they need, and Rar, unfortunately, won't... Actually, no. Depending on what Apple needs in terms of utility, they might not be able to buy the rifle. It will come through, though. Apple guaranteeing a full rifle round here for you, Ottawa. Not so lucky, not the same. So we have moves there with the judge, but I think that's a personal choice, to be honest. And I'm expecting a cheeky play, because look how close they are on short. But the life was cut short of Rubsky. That might give some confidence, though, back to you, Ottawa, to push up. Because here's moves with the shot. The trigger discipline. What? You don't have to wait so long.
No, I like that from moves, to be fair. Seeing if there's maybe an extra player they could try and scalp there, but it will just be the one, and it's a one and done. Nicely played from them. They'll pick up a rifle and move back onto those longer angles in the back side of the site. 3 players stacked up towards Hookah now, thinking about pushing in on this one, but they've got to drop into the arms of Memlorf. That'll be an incendiary in towards there. Showstopper comes through, but finds absolutely nothing. That show will be continuing. No such dunk at this point in time. And well, Memlorf and Riv are doing plenty of damage on their own. Sicko left all alone to see what they can find. 150 HP, full stack of utility to work with. Got to find some kills though, and well, that's a great timing. Riv gets dropped. It's just Memlorf in the corner. Will they expect to check it? The recon comes through, but oh, just by an inch, it's enough to flush them out onto the angle, and a triple will be the closer in this one. You Ottawa, in the 2 versus 1, Carlton Ravens just not playing that one correctly, I feel. I like the adamant play from Riv to go and try and get that heal there from the regrowth, but that overstep costs them, forces them onto an eco, and now they've got to try and build from the bottom once again.
Yeah, you could see there was hesitation coming from Riv Season. They pulled out the regrowth, stopped, brought out the Phantom, and then did it again. Maybe we'll have a better scenario for them. Here comes the swing with the Sheriff. It finds a bit of damage onto Rar, but nothing too mortal. No critical wounds here. As Memlorf will be in a similar situation. They're about to face their doom, maybe, but they're out of ammo. It could have been another kill conversion. That will not be the case. Moobs, however, turns this into a 2v3. They can pick up some rifles. They're actually in a good position.
Well, they have position of the spike. The spike is actually dropped here, so Moobs now has a Phantom to try and work with. That first Seeker will come through to alert the position, but timing as well. The way that they're playing this is interesting. The only problem is Danny being inside the teleport means their position is completely compromised, and well, these players know that they can just chase them down. Gonna get spammed out around the corner. They eventually try and reposition, but that spike has been collected in the meantime. Moobs needs to help their teammate out, and they'll do it exactly. That's a weapon to be picked up. Now the 2 versus 2 comes alive. Feels a lot more even this time around. No opportunity really to get a res through, but a great opportunity in what was looking to be a lost round.
Definitely winnable here for Carlton as they're making their way up towards short. It's planted there for Heaven, as well as CT and U-Haul. There's so many angles they have to cover. They don't know which one defenders will be coming from. Oh, trying to force the issue. Moves, jumps into Heaven, and they find their answer, at least where one of the players is. They won't be able to convert it into a kill. However, Rar walking out with the 4K. If Carlton was able to pull off that round, that would have been one of the jankiest round wins of all time, Hazza.
Certainly would have been. I'm not too sure there about how that one plays out. I mean, Danny inside the TP is good bait. It's just enough for Moobs to get that kill and bring it to the 2 versus 2. But yeah, the spike being left, there are still mistakes to be punished on the side of Ottawa, but on that occasion, not quite coming through. Very, very fine margins between the two teams right now. Neither of them really looking to be too much better than the other. With that being said, well, Rufsky's just going to open things up with a nice combination. Look at all of that presence towards the Showers position. 4 players go through the TP. Danny collects Housie on their lonesome there, as they are the sole player to try and defend the B side of the map. But Moobs is even pressed on further through Cave. They're just getting melted away, dissolving across the map into pieces. And right now, Carlton looking at maybe even having a flawless round in this affair.
Look at Moves right now. What is this? They're running through all the spawn. Jeremy waiting inside of the cave. I don't know what the plan there was.
I have to say, a real question I want to throw is, that's probably the first orbital strike that we've seen, and well, it finds nothing from Memlorf.
I think you're right about that. I'm not sure what they were so hesitant about from Memlorf, about not using the orbital strike. There have been plenty of kills from this player, plenty of opportunities to collect more orbs, but not a good one here for you, Ottawa, to make their way onto the site. They realize that there's one player left. They must be holding onto the spike. There isn't any chance for a rotation, especially if you want to jump across the smoke. It might actually provide safety, solace even, for Jeremy, but there's no way they can make it to the other side. No chance that they will be able to get the plant, so they're going for the swing, and they'll find Danny waiting for him for the 3K.
Yeah, Danny, really nicely played there. There's no real agent on the side of Carlton Ravens that can use the operator to maximum efficiency. I think back in the beta, when people were still trying to figure out how things worked, whether how Jet Op worked and things like that, one of the agents that people did like to use a lot with it was actually Sage. You being able to use the barrier orb to get a little bit of extra height sometimes, get some different angles and play with it, but for the most part, not seeing too much usage. One of those movement abilities, though, is going to be Moves. Flies in with a showstopper, finds one that gets shut down instantly.
Information gathering going to be hurt, and they saw the spike as well. Rupski, I don't even know how they got that one, but it cuts him down by a second. It's a 4v3 before the round really even gets started. No one has pushed anywhere. No ground has been gained by Ottawa, and they've lost so much.
They have only down by 1 right now, though, so not in the worst position. Just searching towards B, but in possession of the spike. Wouldn't be too surprising if they were to rejoin their teammates, or well, rather maybe their teammates will come to them. It does group up, but they do have to wait out that brimstone smoke. Also, the longest smoke in the game are the sky smokes, lasting 20 seconds each, and oh, no time to be wasted here. Riv is gonna find Apple as they jump right, jumping straight through that smoke. Sorry, Housie takes them down eventually in the 2 versus 1, but that spike hasn't been picked up just yet. A little bit of extra time for the players to potentially come through that teleport, but well, actually, it's gonna be a resurrection instead. Housie yet to spot out any of these players, but as that plant gets confirmed, space to be taken, and now a potential 3 versus 1.
Well, they have to play together, and I know Danny is the greatest threat at this moment. But here's some serious pressure coming through. It's the paint shells. They have to walk outside, and Rubski is there with the shot. Rubski having some clutch plays this round for sure. It allowed them to cut down 2 players. They got the rotation out from mid, stopping them from moving through market, getting the spike, and just slows down everything for U Ottawa. Slows them down so they feel rushed, and they lose players along the way, making it only 1. That being Housie there to defend the spike after it was planted.
That's also a really important round for Carlton to be picking up. Now that they're on 7, it means that it's guaranteed they'll be coming out of this half with the advantage. They had it very early on with the score reading 5-1 initially, but 3 rounds in a row for U Ottawa means that they are still in this. 4 on the attacking side for Bind isn't too bad. The lineup they have, though, is double controllers. I'm surprised we haven't seen many fakes trying to be sold. Just a lot of utility on the board. But interesting the way that it's been used. Rubski is going to drop that Viper's Pit, and Aldrone comes into it instantly. But with the inability to find a tag, chances are this is space which will be consolidated by the side of Carlton.
And you can see the rotation already. They're backing off. We do have Psycho hanging out by market, waiting for someone to rotate on them, to be honest. I'm not sure if they actually will commit. It seems that they're thinking, they're considering putting some effort into that Viper's Pit.
Yeah, I feel like I see this a lot, you know. Teams will assume that because there's a Viper's Pit towards short, no one would dare try and push it, so it is sort of the double fake that you see come out from a lot of attacking sides where they decide, you know what, we are going to push it, and, well, they're not going to on this occasion. It will actually be the B execute that comes through, as there's so much utility in the face of Ra right now. Eventually, they pop the Seekers of their own. They are in towards the site. Housie able to find Mean Law, taking a bit of chip in towards the tube area, and Moobs will finish off Jeremy. 3 versus 3, but Raze, just so much utility damage across the board. Makes a retake situation that will be difficult for them to work with, especially with Operator in hand. Last round of the half, so something has to happen. Rubski does back up into the paint shells there, but for the time being completely locked out and seemingly no key to open up this door, which you Ottawa are going to want to keep shut.
Swinging out with that Operator is so difficult. Housie looking for the ace, and they find it. An exclamation point to end this first half. However difficult it was, they did find 3 rounds in a row and then finish it off. Looking at a 7-5 half going to the defender's side. This isn't bad. This isn't a bad map so far here for U Ottawa, but it is their map pick, so we should know they have some comfortable strategies lined up for the defense.
Yeah, I think also as well, even if you're having a bad day, going onto the defender's side is always going to lend you a hand. It means that you sort of have that comfortability about you, the way that you set up, because a lot of things are sort of self-sustaining, the way that you play it. The team play sort of organizes itself. It's not the sort of thing where you need to necessarily have a grand strategy. It will be as simple as playing together as a unit and making the most out of this one. Pistol round will be key. Once again, though, U Ottawa, they've struggled with it before. They're going to get another opportunity at it here. If Carlton Ravens are able to pick it up, their chances at finding this matchup will only increase. Nice barrier orb towards Showers. Housy's up close with the right click, able to get 2 even. Surely they shouldn't have been able to have that much impact, but they will. Players in that situation, Memelorf punishes in that occasion. Jeremy as well. It's such a back and forth, but it's just Ruski with 10 HP. And this round's looking all but over.
Hey, anything can be possible at this point with a classic 10 HP and a dream. Though it will be incredibly difficult. They do have the poison orb. If they sit a while, as they do have plenty of time, 45 seconds on the clock, they could re-smoke, get their utility back in play, and that should allow Rubski to go through. There's the toxic screen. Now all they have to do is clear the closest angles and then make their play. But now with the fuel dropping so quickly, I'm not sure if that's going to be a possibility.
The screen just going up and down, side to side, like a roller coaster. Rubski maybe opting to just peek out, and well, it's as simple as that. Didn't even go for the spike in the end. Wanted to see if they could maybe tease some kind of a pick onto one of those 2 players, but wasn't going to happen. Unfortunately for them, Ottawa are gonna find the pistol round, and that's a huge pickup for them on the defender's side. No such plant for Carlton to try and use. The key player on that round has to be Housey. The fact they're able to get 2 there is ridiculous, to be completely honest. Moves should realistically be trading that one out, but it is their raise that comes out on top in this occasion. And Carlton just relegated to those pistols, seeing what they can try and do against what should be a pretty standard defense here for Ottawa.
There's a large stack down short. 5 players looking to stake their claim through his short, and it'll be followed up with a guiding light. Housey has to back off. Rubski already in sight, but they'll back off for a moment. Look to take U-Haul, but no one is here to greet them.
I really like this play. They've stacked up so many players towards the U-Haul position. If someone were to run in right now, it could potentially be very costly. There will be a spray that goes through, though. It collects Memelorf and Danny. Neither of them able to get the spike down. And, well, it'll just be dropped onto the site instead. Rubski seeing what they can do. Just a little bit of a reposition around the side of the Sky Smoke. Wants out the first one, finds Housey. Little bit of chip onto Apple, and just about gets away with their life as well. Running towards B. I'm not sure if they're going to respect Jeremy here, though. Both Viper players with knives out. Jeremy's first to equip in that showdown. Out in the Wild West, the sandy streets of Bind. And the score will read 7-7. A lucky number, perhaps, for some. But who is going to have the luck with this one? Carlton Ravens now with a much better buy, but Ottawa confident this side of the half.
Without a doubt, they've been finding success, and decisively so. And Housey, of course, having such great impact in the first round, finding it as well in the second. Now, with rifles in the hands of Carlton, if they could pull out this bonus, it will bring supreme confidence over to Ottawa. Starting it off with Riv Season, getting some info. 2 players there in Garden. They realize that the guiding light isn't good. They have to be ready for a secondary flash if they want to survive this one. One of their own coming from Rar, but the spray from Memelorf is not good. Riv Season out for revenge, but Rar is still alive and kicking until Danny puts them to rest. Spike in hand and Phantom as well, looking to make their play over towards A. Or maybe not. It was a feint as they run through caves.
Quick drop of the shoulder there means they're going to be making their way round, but the footsteps surely heard by Owsey, and the turn of the head is wrong. I mean, just so unlucky, I suppose. Maybe the lucky number 7 is for you. Ottawa at this point in time. Moobs has to try and recollect the spike, but Owsey's just giving up on this one. No point whatsoever trying to contest it in their eyes. If they play together as a group, it'll be a more beneficial scenario. Moobs has to commit towards one of the 2 sites with only 30 seconds left to play. And spike in hand, it looks like it's going to be the Raze versus Raze duel over towards A. Timing could be played very, very nicely here by Housey if done correctly. Gonna spot out just for the time being. Spike comes through. I think we'll see the full plant, but their back is turned. Not even going to get the cash bonus that it could potentially provide. And it's a triple to round that one out. Ottawa, the first time in this matchup, they take the lead.
They've been waiting for this. The defense clearly is in their favor. They've broke the bank of Carleton. Once again, only sheriffs on the block. Maybe even a frenzy to boot. This is still a tough ask, a tough round to win. They might be able to find a few picks here and there. Remove some rifles, maybe convert it into a change, but I don't see Carleton winning this one out. They don't even have ultimates at the ready. And even if they want to use it, Halsey has the showstopper just to add insult to injury.
Eventually find some value in this round. Right now, though, it will just be the paint shells to try and slow down these players. Riv with a very nice opener here. Able to find Apple in that showers position. Maybe looks to use the guiding light, but well, not going to do too much. That orb, though, does bring the Seekers online, so Ravens, they have more chances here, and well, that headshot is also going to open things up further. U-Haul's position lost as well. Just Halsey and Jeremy here to try and defend the A site, and they're completely swamped. Spike will be going down as he flashed out in the corner. Jeremy good for one at least. That will be all for the time being.
The cat and mouse between Riv Season and Halsey has been going on so long, and it worked out. Riv finally has the Phantom, and they get away again. How many times are they going to get away with it? A third even. This could be such a huge thrifty round. Psycho, the last one alive, they realized must be in heaven when Riv isn't taking any chances here, as this will be almost impossible for Psycho to come through and convert this into a round win. And there it is, Riv with the 4K, out of showers, out of sight from this player.
Out of sight, out of mind. 8-8 now, things level up once again, and well, I start to get the feeling here, Los, that as this map goes on, it's just going to be blow for blow, round for round. A thrifty there is huge for Carleton Ravens to be picking up, because not only does it keep the scoreline tight, doesn't allow Ottawa to get a significant lead, it means that they have a bye as well, and it boosts the confidence. They're feeling a lot better about themselves now that they've made that first initial mark this side of the half, because they want to try and take this map. They don't want to leave it to that third map whatsoever. They feel confident and back themselves to find it here, but it's Ottawa that aggress early on. First one to go down is Moves, and it's Halsey with the showstopper to take it.
That does remove the manpower that they have over on A side, and you can see the immediate rotation from the back line. They will be looking for a full-on retake. It all depends on this post-plant setup. They get the spike down, and they can back off. And they can play some long angles, but how are they going to work out U-Haul this too? Looking to stack up and swing around. This will be interesting. Rubski can hold it down for two, but they can't get it done through the smoke. A lot of shot is being fired. Rubski still survives within the Viper's pit. Only two more defenders looking to make this retake a reality. Riv Season might look to the right. They get it with the random spray on field.
What?
But Psycho has two. It's a 1v1, and the spike is ticking.
Time is ticking on down. Psycho managed to get it. Is there enough time? I think there is. They've somehow managed to pull that one out of the bag. That's absolutely ridiculous. The double spray down through the Viper's pit to find those players. Followed up with a kill onto Memelaw. That's really, really tough. That has to be a huge mental blow for Carleton Ravens. Not only that, the Viper's pit invested as it had just come online from Rubski. A massive, massive loss to be taking. They still have finance to keep them in this one, but I don't think I can say it enough. That is a really, really unlucky situation to be in.
No, the perfect lineup for Psycho there to pull it off into a 3K clutch. A huge play from this player that we haven't seen too much of in terms of exciting finisher plays like that. They've always been around to give the utility and support their teammates, but to go in by themselves, that's massive. Now let's see how massive this attack, this execute onto B site will be, starting off with the Hunter's Fury coming out of Psycho.
It's going to be a defensive maneuver here from Psycho. It's only good for that one tag, but Jeremy is just feeding off of this right now. A triple for them in the back lines will be shutting this push down in every capacity. Memelaw as a consolation, well, looks to move this orbital strike into things as well. It'll be just enough to finish off Jeremy. Both players on low HP, with that healer gone in the form of Sage, and Neemlorf just looking in not quite the correct place. They're going to get burnt to a crisp, shot down, and it's another round loss for Carlton Ravens. Ottawa finally pushing on ahead, and what do we see as a response? Our first timeout of the evening.
I mean, if there is any time for a timeout, now is it. After a few losses like that, so tragic, courtesy of Psycho, mind you, they need to reevaluate the strategy. Now, when you're talking about 2 rounds ago, that is just unfortunate lineup. And still, in general, it was a solid strategy. But when you're looking at their attempt at taking B and executing onto B site, they didn't have the right utility. They didn't have a good amount of placement. And they all fell prey to Psycho, just taking 1v1s that weren't necessary, not giving each other the trades they need.
And they're going to be mulling this one over quite a lot. Carlton Ravens right now going to need another Thrifty, like what we saw from them before, to level this one out a bit more, because right now Ottawa are in a position where they can start to build up a little bit of economy, and not only that, they'll be within touching distance of match point. So a revelation has to be made for the Ravens here. They have to revolve themselves around and find some kind of respite in this one. Neemlorf will be investing a Bulldog, and there are Sheriffs across the board. We know how good these players have been, especially Riv, for finding a headshot or two. Owsy does have an Operator though, so that is probably not a duel that you want to try and take.
Yet it will be the duel. We find ourselves in all players stacked up by A short. They need to put in a smoke, or else they'll face the consequences of Housie, followed up by a paint shell. In fact, Housie isn't good for 2. They will be taken out by Moves. His paint shells, a perfect placement, and now denying the space in U-Haul coming through. This will be difficult. Jeremy says, I don't care about the snake bite. I'm looking for the win, and they get it.
Really nicely played from Jeremy. They understand that the main issue with the snake bite is that it makes you vulnerable. However, the tick damage that it provides really is something left to be desired, I feel. So very, very safe to just walk through it there, actually, and pick up both players who weren't expecting the swing whatsoever. Nicely done from them. Carlton Ravens just looking a bit battered and beaten in this one. Ottawa's pick, and it's starting to just about feel like it.
Another op. It has been recovered. Housie, this time hanging out by the showers. That will be found using the guiding light, but they know. They must know. How many more shots will they give in before Housie realizes they need to back off? Because 1 kill will be all they can get out of that one. It'll certainly be a trade. And things have definitely slowed down from the side of Carlton. Looking for defaults, looking for intro frags. They do have the resurrection at the ready, but if they lose Danny in the opening sequence, it'll mean nothing.
Yeah, won't even be reaching the end credits if that's the way that this one pans out. Housie continues to hold on down this angle. The paint shells do come through, and well, not really good for any chip, but force those players back. Guiding light comes through to recollect the territory that was lost, as these Carlton Ravens players are just posturing for the A execute. Viper's Pit and an additional 3 players stationed currently towards the B site. And well, as that Trailblazer comes through the B long position, the execute follows. And they know exactly what's going on. Housie able to find Rubsky as well. Showstopper does put an end to Apple's dominance on this side of the map. But we find ourselves in that 4 versus 4 retake. No opportunity at a res. Moves drop to an Operator. Tough situation to be in as Ottawa bear down on match point.
Here's Danny with the resurrection, looking to provide support, but it finds nothing. Rubsky goes down, and so does the defusal. Danny can't do anything. Ottawa is here on match point.
Match point.
Yeah, and something that confuses me a little bit is we've seen a few post plants now coming out from Carlton Ravens, but you know, maybe this is just the difference between it being their pick and it not. They don't have many setups to try and work with. I was expecting at least some kind of a lineup potentially from Memelorth, you know, using that incendiary and, you know, snake bites, poison clouds from Roofski, but nothing of the sort has been invested thus far. Moobs as well, even with the paint shells, just on an off angle, could try and slow things down. I think the fact of the matter is these players aren't left alive by the time the site has been taken. So many resources need to be used to even get collection of it in the first place. We don't have the facilities available to be consolidating it later on in the round, which is surprising considering how much utility they bring to the table outright.
All quiet on the battlefield here. Another default play. Looking for the picks that they can't find before they ever execute onto site. Rupski checking to the left. Looking to the right. Looking by U-Haul, but we have Housey standing on the boxes by pocket. No one wants to peek in. Nobody wants to be the first to take that look.
Slowing all the way down. So quiet from Carlton right now. And, well, Ottawa, they've got that standard setup. It seems to be working for them so far. Roa is just going to be strafe jumping towards the octagon position, just seeing if they can spot out a single player. And, well, I think they eventually do. Guiding Light comes through, followed by an owl drone as well. So these Ottawa players want to try and fight the long position, but it's towards the site where they lose out. Jeremy drops, so does Sicko as well. Moves is good for a double, and just like that, they completely capitulate. The entirety of the U Ottawa side are getting mowed down right now, and it is Moobs the Mower that's doing exactly that. A quad for them, and a flawless response from the attacking side. 5 rifles kept, no ultimates invested, a very strong response, and a sucker punch against an Ottawa side that looked to be getting stronger and stronger.
Well-placed players indeed, and just a good execute. And they had so much distraction going onto the site, good timing against Jeremy, and that allowed Moobs to move in and catch Psycho off guard, and all that compiled into a pincer maneuver from long that worked out perfectly in their favor. But this time we have Housey on the up. They also have the showstopper. If things continue to go the way of Carlton, they might start getting desperate and throw in some ultimates where they don't need to be.
It's got to all be about ult economy right now, and the way that Ottawa choose to play this. Not really got any like big game round changing ults right now. The showstopper can be good for a pick here and there, but it's very niche. Cosmic Divide more useful in the retake. Right now, a Viper's Pit or a Hunter's Fury could be very important for the way that they set up, but how long can you go waiting it out? Carlton Ravens, if they keep growing stronger, their own ultimates will start to come online, and fighting that war of attrition as Moobs tries to fling themselves into the site, doesn't quite get the blast backs as they want, and that recon will be doing huge work. Ra capitalizes from it, and he eventually shuts them down, but the damage is done. 3 versus 4 situation. The Cosmic Divide comes through, and I'm not too sure if it's going to be masking these sound cues. How's waiting, has the operator, has the showstopper, just like that. It's a 3 versus 1. Riv has to bail the team out, and well, those ults were used pretty much about as well as they could have been, as Ottawa just positioned themselves to be taking this second map.
Season pokes out from the smoke. They have some room to work with if they can get the spike down, but they must know someone's coming through. It's Jeremy out from short. They can't get it done. U Ottawa saves themselves from getting swept 2-0, and we're heading to a map 3.
Yeah, it's going to be the first map 3 that we've seen this evening. Both previous rounds, in round of 32, round of 16, were both very swift 2-0 matchups. The closest of them being that 13-11 that we saw on the second game, which actually had U Ottawa in it, but those were the eventual victors, and they win out this time on Bind. First time we get to see a map that isn't Icebox or Ascent, and well, it lived up to the hype, I would think.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with you on that one. It was good to see Ottawa come back and show true strength. And like you were mentioning earlier, it didn't seem that there were any set pieces, good site executes that were planned out by Carlton, as it wasn't their pick. They did have some great play on the defense, but that's where you don't need too many setups, or you could have a little bit lighter setups. When you're on the attack, when you have to clear out all these angles, when you have to put in real work on getting those utility lineups, that's where Carlton faltered. But it's going to split. We'll see if they can bring it back in this split decision of a 1-1 series. And we're going to check out map 3 in just a few moments, so don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
In LCS, every nanosecond counts. And with Samsung SSD, being fast means being first.
That is fast blood in record time.
The pros know that speed matters.
Here goes closer at about 4,000 miles per hour.
There's no outrunning this.
A split second means everything.
Why retreat when you can go forward?
Every nanosecond counts. Samsung SSD.
And welcome back to NECC Winter Invitational presented by Samsung SSD. I'm Lo, still joined by Azza, and it all comes down to this. Finally, the map 3. In all of these best of 3s we've had here, now it's the quarterfinals, so it only makes sense that we bring it to map 3. It's going to be split to decide it all. 1-1, Carleton versus Ottawa. Who is going to take it? Well, that question will be answered in a few moments, but Azza, what are we thinking so far after Bind?
I think Bind was a map where you could certainly see that it was Ottawa's map pick, right? Initially, questions to be raised because Carlton did get a very, very good start into it as they did before, but maybe just lacked that momentum as the half continued to drag on. And well, when it flipped over and Ottawa finally had that favourable defensive side, they looked a much better unit in that one. So right now, we're going to be going over to Split. It's going to be the decider map between the two teams, and it's tough to call. I start to wonder a little bit maybe whether this one might shift back towards Carlton once again, considering the fact as well that for the most part they have looked the better side, I would argue. However, it's going to be about whether Ottawa have those sort of setups and whatever that they can rely on, because when they were on the defense, they had those good setups. That was a great avenue for them to try and exploit and really just look more robust as a side. If they don't have those drilled into them, though, there are questions that I have to raise about this team, which is surprising considering how good they looked in the round of 16. But now, as we reach the quarterfinals, it really must be the best.
Liking this pick, Danny. Going on to the chamber, recently saw her on the stage. I think having that dedicated op that they found so much use in back on Bind will be useful, but they have to maintain it first. The tour de force, of course, can be nasty. Psycho really choosing to go onto the chamber, not an agent we've seen this player do before, who've consistently been maining the Sova. So, now with Rar reprising that role of the initiator of Sky, I think they're running with that composition and believe they're best suited to that one. So, otherwise, a standard composition basically is, yeah, it's a mirror matchup.
I think Psycho going and picking up the chamber probably makes a lot of sense. An opportunity for them to get a little bit more aggressive, maybe try and take those fights more proactively. I think, you know, we maybe bashed them a little bit too much sometimes when they were playing Sova, for not getting those same kind of impacts, but I think sometimes, and you know, I'm guilty of this as well, maybe in my ranked games or in the competitive scene also. When you're on a more supportive role, you find yourself playing further back, trying to help your team out, and when you're left to try and do the dirty work by yourself, if you're not having your best aim day, then you can struggle. But I like them filling into this role here. Sova on Split is a very niche pick that I wouldn't have expected us to see, but well, a double controller comp from both sides is gonna be felt instantly as that toxic screen goes up mid. Memelov eats that guiding light straight to the face as a couple of trades rock back and forth towards A as this matchup gets shaking.
We have Ribski, the lone player, making their way on A, and they have actually found themselves up a ramp. There won't be anyone to contest them. It's actually going to be a player from Ropes. It's Jeremy. They've wasted so much time. I don't know if they saw the cross. I don't know if they saw that, but now Jeremy looking to make some damage happen as they poke out from heaven. Why is it actually is Rubski playing for their life, putting the orb down. This is such a weird placement, a weird play by Rubski, but they have so much pressure. They stop anyone from looking through heaven, and finally they are taken down, and it turns into a 3v3 for the retake.
Right, jumping in to trade that one out, and like an acrobat, we saw a few earlier on those zip lines, but it's moves that sinks one in there and shifts the advantage towards their side. How many more can they find? A triple to see out that round. And Carlton Ravens, not for the first time, are going to be picking up the pistol round.
A great finisher there by Moobs. 3 in the first round. Rubski, while I wasn't sure what their plan was in the beginning, they managed to take down 2 and waste a good amount of time on the side of Ottawa because they had to clear out ramps before they could make their engagement and re-engagement onto the site. So, wasting that time, creating the pressure from the angle that normally doesn't face that a lot on a site, it was crucial for their victory. Now, they got some weaponry.
I really like this toxic screen that comes across on A. Really seen Viper utilized too well on this map sometimes, but that is a very nice setup. And well, credits also have to be given to these U Ottawa players right now, which are just dropping the Ravens one by one. The pistols are seeming to make things work, and oh, surely not. Doesn't get two here. It's just going to be the one for Apple, but once again, another pistol kill. As long as this keeps happening, you know, we could leave one player left on the side of the Ravens, but they're not going to have anything to work with when it comes down to it. That bonus round is not even really going to be a bonus, if anything. If there's any chance of them picking it up, who knows? Both now coming from the flank. That shorty will be hard-pressed to find anything on the longer angles, but Ra has a Spectre. This one isn't done just yet. A Guiding Light as well. We'll find the first one onto moves. Flashes in towards that second angle. Knows where they are from, but no. Rubski does firm out the round for their team. We'll be collecting that one by the skin of their teeth. Bulldog kept as well, so probably the best gun that they probably could have had in that situation. And now, what is the buy going to be like from Carlton? What do you think in this situation? Are they wise to buy up rifles here, or should this be some kind of a half?
I think they have to press the advantage. They just won the round. If they go in with a weird mixed buy and allow U Ottawa to pick up the round win with those rifles and continue that, get more money, regardless, they will be in a good position for the minimum next 3 rounds.
Yeah.
So they have to force it.
That is what we're going to see come out. And to be honest, I think you're right. Good space taken once again. Using this screen wall will enable 4 players to trudge their way up the ramp, but they're just walking into the sightline of Ra, who is roaring on down as that Phantom lets rip. Jeremy finds an additional pick onto moves. And right now, Ravens, they're struggling. This is a round where I think Ottawa are automatically lent just a little fraction of confidence from that weaponry that they're entitled to, as far as the chess pieces fall. And now it's just Rubski. Spam keeps on coming through. Won't trap them for too much, but that trademark does alert their position. Spike in hand, but a very tough one to try and maneuver. Is able to find Psycho as well, but only 15 HP to work with.
Yeah, if that was inevitable. They got cut down. They all funneled into a ramp. And it certainly wasn't the move. Well, they had all that ability and, you know, utility in terms of the weaponry. They had to force it out. When you call off a win like that, it's necessary to keep the momentum and keep the economy in your favor, if not just out of favor of your opponents. Unfortunately, didn't go the way they were looking for, and I think it all comes down to being stagnant in a ramp. They got caught up, and they were spammed to death. And it certainly did not play out the way they wanted.
No. Now we are going to see them on those pistols, eventually. One of the reasons why I thought maybe they wouldn't have fully invested on the previous, but you have to commend them for going for it. We saw U Ottawa do some really, really good damage on the previous round where they were on pistols. That was up against Spectres, though. This will be a taller order them to try and attempt. There is a Showstopper and a Viper's Pit in there. Viper's Pit probably only having a bit more value if they can secure a site, but Housie making sure that that isn't something that's going to be happening anytime soon as long as they're on watch. Gets the opener for them. And now we're just going to see these players rotating, but they're falling back, but over heels, head over heels into the ground. And there's nothing here for them. Moves finds one, but that'll be it for the time being. Sporadic in the approach between the 2 players left here.
Denny does have a forward position in ramps. They could convert that maybe into a kill onto Sicko, which Sicko outlasts.
Oh,
actually, nice play by Rubski. The running jump right click comes to fruition, and a nice headshot converted as well. It's a 1v2, and here comes the Viper's Pit.
Like I said, can't really expect to see it committed unless the site is under their control, but they found it. Not only that, they've got a Phantom to try and work with. There's a Spram coming through from both of these players, but their HP bars are ticking lower and lower. Only 1 point of health on Apple. The spray comes through. Marupski can't find it. How's going to shut them down just by the skin of their teeth? And that will be an investment that turns no reward. Carlton Ravens lose out on that one, unfortunately for them. And Uotu Garnet get themselves back in, just keeping things level for the time being. However, that one may be a little bit costly. And, you know, fair play to the Ravens for putting it in a situation where it was winnable.
It was so close. They just guessed wrong. Out of the one location that they fired upon, it was right in between both of the enemies. How unlucky. But still a great way to turn a Thrifty into an almost win. And did take some rifles off the hand of Uadwa, but they are still maintaining some control. Rifles back in the hand of Carlton, though, so they won't be able to throw away their lives so easily. Or at least they shouldn't. Danny playing a bit of a dangerous game. Looking to bait out some information on the B site. They won't be getting anything just yet.
Staggered information plays from the defensive side as well. A Trailblazer will make its way into the mid position, but doesn't really find anything as it's shot out. Danny will also be shooting out the head of Apple. Follows it completely. And, it's just going to be as simple as that for them to find that one. Now, mid control has been given up. Jeremy holding from the vents position. Wotka may find just the one for the time being. So, once more, Carlton Ravens in a stronger situation here. Rupski is a nice tail to the snake that winds its way through the vents. Now out onto the rafters position. It's yet to cross. Sicko eventually is caught out from the nebula smoke there. So they're going to have to fall back a little bit more. But by the time they get any chance to contest this site, there'll be twice as many players for the Ravens to try and caw on down their presence this time.
Almost 3 players sitting by elbow, but you gotta be careful of Danny coming from ropes. 2 found, and wait a minute! Rar, good for the swing around. We'll be blinded. The Seekers are here. You have some information. One is behind screens. The spam isn't good. Maybe you can continue it, but looking to the left, you'll only find death. Riv Season swings out, finds that 3rd kill. That was really close for Danny to come through and find the kill out of ropes. That would have been wild.
Yeah, no, it was really nicely played from them to just spin around. Not too sure if they heard the steps, maybe, or something along those lines. I feel like the vents position on this map is probably one of the noisiest places that you could possibly find yourself. Not only does it have ropes, which sometimes interacting with them can be a little bit awkward, using those sort of carabiner clips to zip on and off, and not to mention the metallic pounding that is made every single time a player casts themselves into that position. So right now, a lot of importance placed on this mid position, especially that we're seeing from Ottawa. The only problem is they seem to concede a player or two towards here every now and then. A being the site which Carlton a lot more. Nothing really done towards B at this point in time, but always leaving themselves open for that opportunity. Toxic Screen committed towards that side of the map, but no execute to follow for the time being.
Nothing but information gathering at this point. Such a long, widespread defense setup by Ottawa. And now, a lot more pressure being applied onto B site because Rubski has effortlessly walked their way onto this site. I think Rar isn't expecting it. Rubski with a good opening pick, but now it will be slowed down. Apple stuck and concussed in the pillar. They will fall as well. It's a 5v2 for this retake. Very difficult situation for Ottawa.
It is a very difficult situation indeed. Rubski just playing this Viper to what feels like perfection right now. It's such a nice toxic screen to just split apart the site, give you a bit of space to work with, and well, Jeremy's trying to create some space for their own. A bit of a movement error, lucking them out potentially in that instance, but Psycho has a response. Not a very good one though. I mean, not knocking the kill itself, but it certainly wasn't enough for them to find the round. Carlton Ravens looking very strong, doubling up on rounds now in the face of what Uotu are trying to post. And in this final map, seems like the Ravens are looking just a little bit stronger earlier on. a couple of rounds, sort of sandwiched by a couple of rounds, if we look at the timeline. So neither really getting going. If that's anything to go off, we could be seeing a thrifty round here.
Entirely possible. Housey with the judge. So I wouldn't put it past him. This time they aren't funneling themselves into a similar scenario or a similar line of sight. No lane. Well, I mean, let's double take on that one. It's actually on mid. Plenty of players there waiting for Jeremy to push through the smoke. 4 players now hanging out on mid, but they aren't aware of that. Ottawa just suspects somebody's there. They're expecting a full-on assault from the Ravens.
Well, the assault will be headed on by that dog, which will come marching up the staircase. A nightmare for some. And, well, this bad dream goes from bad to worse for Housey, who's going to lose their life early on. Vents players finally committed. They've got to walk through the snake bite, which is never a fun thing to do. But it doesn't really matter. Moves is just mowing them down right now. Barely anyone left on the side of you, Otter. In fact, it is just Psycho here. Could potentially climbing onto a low HP moves. 150 HP 10 with, but right now the setup seems to be pretty good. And they're just going to be for exit. So at this point, you Ottawa, this map potentially being a little bit more defender-sided, but, well, I don't know. It depends how you play it. What would you say, Los? I think Carlton Ravens, especially the setup with the double controller, has been lending to their advantage quite a lot thus far.
Without a doubt, because they can put smokes anywhere they want. They set up with the initial Viper line and have stars to play around with. It allows confusion. It allows some mystery and vague plays. So Garnet, they can't really figure out the exact strategy until it's too late. And especially when you don't have the firepower to resist a full-headed attack, they weren't ready for it. This time around, they should have some Phantoms, should have more utility, and Jeremy, as well as Apple, have their ultimates at the ready. So I wouldn't be surprised if they lock down at least one site, the Viper by themselves, and hold it down with the rest of the squad there on B. As you can see, a major stack coming up, or maybe, you know, Psycho is just setting up some crazy chamber lines, so maybe I'm just crazy.
Just the in. We've seen it happen once so far, but just having that variation about you can be so good. Ozzy posted up in towards that close corner, waiting to see what they might find. The spam though, already dropping them to play. That's good damage towards A. But right now, the 4 versus 3 situation, and Ottawa in the lead for, well, moments before it's taken away from them.
Rift Season all alone in male actually cancels out the Trailblazer. They have to wait for some help from the rest of their team. They're going to be faced off with Rar, who's hanging out by the back staircase. Both of them jiggling around, not committing to that duel. And it should be a rotation, or unless with Memelor's support, they'll make their play and try to stake the claim here onto B side. Rar finds one with the wall bang, not expecting Memelorf. Now Memelorf does have to clear it out. They don't expect to get this one for free. They know Apple always plays here. Apple should hear the drop, should hear the attempted plants. They won't make a commitment to that swing. In fact, they will be waiting for Psycho to join them. They're always relying on teammates, and that's exactly what you have to do. Here comes the peak. No one to be found. They're even pushing up further enough by the boxes. No one's here. I don't know what Memelorf is thinking at the moment, but that plant sound, it's going to cue the rest of them to swing around, and here comes Memelorf. They find 1 and 2!
What? No way! Memelorf has no right to be winning that round, but they do it irrespectively. It's one of those situations where you see those 2 players towards main, and you think, well, most of the time, Memelorf's going to be stuck in their own head, struggling to overcome that mental barrier and get the spike down, because they know you're putting yourself in a situation where you're far spray all the And that is...
Jeremy commits the Viper's Pit onto mid. This surely should mean that no one will make their way up that direction. I mean, we've seen crazier plays before. We will see a roughly crazy play at this moment because Housey here with the judge looking to pass judgment on the entirety of Carlton Ravens. But at first will be spotted out by Psycho. Doesn't work. Here come the Seekers. They got to realize someone's there. Blinded. Housey doesn't even know what they're shooting at, but they managed to catch Riv Season in the crossfire. Rar swings around, looks for the shot. They can take out moves before the showstopper leaves the chamber. Chamber here now. It's Danny. They have that spike. They're going to get it planted. The trademark was huge. It was in the smoke. Apple didn't realize it until it was too late. But now Jeremy from heaven, they're looking to finish it off and clutch it out for themselves. But dropping into hell, they will be set there definitively by Rubski.
Round to be taking the Carlton Ravens. Now 7-2 this scoreline, looking far away from where Ottawa really want to be. They have a couple of ults to try and work with, but both of them really more useful in a retake situation than else. For the attack to maybe punish an overstep, but for the most part, Carlton Ravens for economy on this round.
Oh yeah, it's a drastically different story from what we've seen from Carlton's attack back on Bind. They have lineups, they have setups, they know what they're doing here on Split. So I guess it's good that it finally ended up this way, as we normally think of Split, it's much easier to defend. But Jeremy won't be able to control this one for now. They go out, try and get the right click onto moves, doesn't find success. And that will signal the rest of the squad. They have to make their way up the ropes. It will be Psycho there waiting for them. The trade is good, and moves double satchels almost out of the area, but to re-peek it is to take your own life, as Rar is there for the support. Rubski so close to death's door. They have to win this out, and they have to play their life, especially considering one pick could mean everything. It's 3v2 right now. All players stuck around A ramp, looking to execute onto A, but the spike is dropped down in ropes.
Last player standing.
Danny, easy. Now,
30
only
seconds
one
left.
player left. It's Apple, Aiden, the Nova. All three players are on the other side of this doorway, but holding steadfast. Apple, here with the Phantom, denying the spike at the moment. Danny's there for the first engagement and wins it outright. Another round win. That's 6 in a row here for Carlton. There is more money. Finally, a buy can be put together here for you, Ottawa, but they will bring out the operator. It should be interesting to see what they could do with that. Housey has found success previously, but now, not so much. It's looking to be a very difficult round here. Psycho, not opting to buy anything, will instead use the Tour de Force.
Let's play.
It all comes down to the first pick. With that Roomba sent out, gave Rubski the confidence to peek out a little bit. But now we do have Rar sitting in the cubby of B main, but they're backing off now. It's a full-on default. No one's making any harsh commitments anywhere, and that's how you have to do it. That's what put Ottawa in such a difficult position, but starting things off, looking favorable for Garnet. It will be Psycho finding their first pick, make it 2 with Rar, utilizing that good position. Oh! Tour de Force almost removes Psycho from play, but they have 3 HP. Not out of this one just yet.
No, Danny is going to have the HP, but even Stone. Take this. Step 2. Oh.
Jeremy looking to make their way through the ramp, but I don't even know what they could do at this point. Hell, controlled by Danny. Still has a Phantom, even though the Tour de Force is in hand. They're ready for close range engagements, but not from that angle as moves backs off for the worst timing. And now it's a 1v3. Jeremy An apple! They lock it down! That seemed like it was going to be in the palm of Carlton's hands. They had all the angles covered, but it came down
Last
to
round
moves
before the
backing
switch.
away from screens at the worst moment, and that gave Jeremy some time to drop down, remove Danny from play, and it all fell apart from there. The rest of them flooded out from heaven and onto the site. We're getting into a flawless retake. Flawless if you consider 3 players left, the full team.
Yeah. I feel
Now here on the final round of the first half, we do have still a good money situation if we're looking at Carlton. Meemblorf kicking things off with a bang and a headshot onto Hoozy. Not too much of a big deal here. Keeping things clear, keeping things slow, as they often have. When you play it slow, they've always put Ottawa in a position to make mistakes. Because Ottawa wants to find the frags. They want to find the default. But if you get an opening pick and you back off and you wait, that makes it that much more difficult to recover, not only as a team, but through the mental. Now, Rubski, on the exact opposite side of the map, continues the onslaught, continues the pain. Jeremy will be waiting. And what an interesting placement of the Viper's pit, I must say. But it does give you potentially free access now. Moves and crew, they're rushing out of ropes into A heaven. Oh, Rubski does spot it out, but it's a little bit too late as Rift Season falls. But it's a 1v4, and there shouldn't be any way for Apple to come back and win this one.
Yeah, it gives safe passage there for those players to cross that spike over in towards the A site where it will get planted now. Apple left all alone to try and make this one work. Just going to get shot in the back. Moves is teasing them at this point in time. 9-3 the half will end. Carlton Ravens looking a lot stronger in this one eventually. And yeah, an attacking sided split. 9-3. You feel as if the setup from Carlton Ravens as a whole just established so much dominance, so much control across the map. The way they used the double controller setup was very, very nice. Viper Wall towards A, it could maybe sometimes flex B if it wanted to. Astra there to just back up in that more supportive role, I suppose. And, well, Ottawa, they have the exact same comp. You expect to see at least the same from them, and, well, if not, then there's a reason why they won't deserve to be in the semi-finals tomorrow. They're vying for that spot as it is currently, and the best way to kick things off would be to find the pistol round.
Only one upgraded pistol on the side of Carlton. Frenzy will be the name of the game, but Denny with the full magazine. 6 in the chamber. They do get the kill onto Jeremy. It will cost them 3 bullets. They have some heals from Riv Season, but the double dink out from Rar and Apple makes it that short-lived. Riv comes in for some revenge, and it is an all-out brawl here in A heaven.
Couple trades back and forth. Carlton Ravens in the driving seat at this point, flying high, if you will. And, well, you know, Ravens, they like shiny things. Maybe it's just in their nature to be moving one step closer towards the trophy. That is raw. Dead and buried. Gravity Well and a paint shell combination is absolutely mint. It secures the pistol round and a double-digit number put up for the Carlton Ravens side.
Money in hand, guns following up. Danny here with the Bulldog looking for some long-range action. And actually, Rar also spends some dough. Because scared money don't make money, and they don't have too much money at all. I'll decide against that one. You have to save, because if you throw your dough into this, throw some money looking for a force, and lose it out, it's going to be a horror story as Danny starts the beginning of this sad tale. For you, Ottawa, it's only one player left, Psycho there, potentially aiming for a singular pick, a singular conversion into an upgraded gun, but not much else.
Here.
Yeah, well, Psycho's going to be throwing dough if any of these bullets leave the chamber of that headhunter, of course. Paying 100 credits for each one, only 3 left. And just like that, we see a wave of players marauding over to this side of the map. The guiding light comes through. Is it even needed? Probably not. Danny will down their mirror pick, and just like that, only 2 away now. Carlton Ravens looking much the better side in this final map. That first one that we saw from them, for the most part dominant, going over to Ottawa's pick. Murky waters, after a few choice rounds, were lost out on their part, but this time, a much more assured performance.
Without a doubt. And we were questioning whether or not they had setups on the offense, and that was their main issue when we were back on Bind. But they proved to have great success here on offense, and it's that much easier to look for the defensive positioning. I mean, only player here is Astra. All the stars are littering the main area, and the information is here. Now it only requires a quick rotation, but if they're there too late, that might be an issue. Moobs recovers and regains some space for the squad as they clear out Heaven and Ramp. So it's just going to be a full-on hit back onto the site, but CT and Screens is held hard by Uzi.
I was just about to say, I love the change of pace from Halsey there. Just getting really, really quick about the way they played it. We saw them go flying up the ramp, out through the rafters position, in towards Screens, and it just leaves Riv all alone right now to see what they can find. Sandwiched between a few different players here. Do they expect it? Well, I guess so. Guiding Light comes through into their face, and well, Halsey just works off the back of it. 4-11 now. Just trying to save face, you somewhat feel from you, Ottawa. I don't really believe that this is a matchup at this point in time which is salvageable for them. However, it's just going to be about getting some rounds on the board, lowering that deficit, playing it one at a time as you can, of course. You can only play 1 round at a time, so they'll have to do their best in every instance. And starting off with that one will be a good way to do so.
But now with money back in their hands and Carlton, rifles that can match their own against you, Ottawa. I mean, Uzi is looking to take no chances. But the chances you're going to have to take here with some serious aggression will find success. Moobs finally puts an end to that aggression on a ramp. Now they have to slow things down, but watch out for RAR as they're sitting on the boxes, but it won't mean much, and somehow the paint shells also remove Jeremy from play in a 3v3 for the retake.
Paint shells drop towards the back of the site there. There's going to be a heal, so that Riv is just going to get topped off back to 100 HP. Need to be wary of these players, because that plant is very, very open, but no one currently in the Heaven position to capitalize directly off of it. Apple playing from the elbow. And, oh, well, it's just a crossfire established straight away. Moobs puts that showstopper in. Insult to injury. What can Psycho do to bail their team out this one? Time is running low, and so is the HP for Moobs. It's going to be a rendezvous all the way out of there just to make sure that as the spike gets closer to detonation, there's no chance that they'll be losing their life. And, well, Ottawa carrying on with another round.
I wasn't expecting this resurgence out of Ottawa, but I'm happy to see that there is still fight within this squad. Definitely a good maneuver in these last couple of rounds. Uzi has such crazy fast plays that Carlton isn't ready to respond in time, and they have to learn to keep up with the pace or get left behind.
Definitely. Right now, though, it'll be a somewhat change. Roofski just peeking out at the complete wrong time. Didn't expect that player to be so far forward. It's one of those situations where I guess almost if they were staying on trend, they would have been even further up holding that W key, but it's not to be. That first shotgun will be revealed, and, well, right now, Halsey's just going to be cleaning out these close angles, because they know that if Carlton are posted up with the Judge, with the Bucky, it's not a fight that you want to take. And, well, actually, there's a stack over towards B. Free site over on A. You know, pitch up a tent, set up exactly as you would like, because, well, there's nobody here. You get the complete free reign over the site, whatever you want to do with it. And in this retake situation, it's going to be really difficult, especially with the position of Hosey right now, in towards mid. Could potentially find a few players. Gets the first one. Just going to back off, though.
Yeah, that's the right move. Play your life. You can't afford to get traded in this moment and give a rifle back to such broke players. Well, Carlton, they only have Buckies. Nothing really threatening here. Maybe a shot can come out from Meme Lord, but it won't be the case. A nice headshot out of Riv Season, but I won't be expecting much else. And My expectations are correctly founded. 6-11 is the new score. Ottawa on a 3-round streak. Looking to keep things going here with a lot of money, a lot of firepower, and a few ultimates at the ready. Wouldn't be surprised who's open things up with the showstopper and maybe a follow-up Viper's Pit once they have that locked down. But rightfully so. It's a timeout activated. Both players, at least especially from the side of Carleton, both teams need to think about their strategy going forward. First, how is Ottawa going to keep their lead, and how is Carleton going to take it away?
Good questions to be asked. I think, deciding to implement the timeout right now is a very good decision for Carleton Ravens to be making, because you're at a point in time where Ottawa, they're still under the cosh, at least as far as numbers go. They're beneath that double-digit marker, so you want to try and slow that momentum more than anything right now, even if the timeout doesn't bear too many fruits in terms of actual round wins directly off the back of it. It will just slow them down a little bit so they can't just keep grinding these ones out. They have money to be making a buy here, so Carleton Ravens will be in a good position to slow things just a bit. Ottawa have plenty of economy, so that's not even something to be called into question. They'll have money as long as they're still in this matchup. But right now, it's got to be all about what the Ravens are going to try and do on this round. They've tried a couple of stacks. They've tried to, change the setup just a little bit. But this time, towards A, it is going to be that sort of double stack with the Viper. And will actually, it is the tour de force that comes through as well, just to try and add a new dynamic to this lineup.
Out of charges.
3 players hanging out by B main, but they only go for the orb at this point. I'm not sure if they were looking to commit to B at all, rather than scout out that location, see who's around, and see who could give them that ultimate orb charge. I think what they need, they have plenty to work with going into this attack, 3 to be exact, and the Seekers are in play if they desire to use them. So it would be there, and there it is. Great use of the tour de force by Danny, though, completely changes the direction that Cabbage was headed, so the information is not granted back to Ottawa.
Those Seekers, well, I was going to say not finding anything. That is a stray bullet almost that hits Danny there. It'll slow them down for just a bit, but they're posted up on this long angle already towards screens, waiting for players to come in. Actually, backs up for just a second, but then the timing is perfect. Sicko taken down when they're not paying attention, and now a 5 versus 3 situation. Carleton Ravens off the back of that timeout looking really, really good. Reformed just a little bit, and the sound cues of those players through vents causes a complete shift from one side of the map to the other. All 8 players left in the lobby, changing their focus towards B. A spam coming through. The spike goes down eventually, but that is it. A flawless response. And you have to commend Carleton Ravens for the way that they've approached that. Absolutely fantastic work from the IGL there.
100%. We have to throw it up to Danny, though, with a great pick on mid, jumping back. And I'm not sure how Ottawa got the idea that A would be free. There was actually 2 players hanging around there, but they must have seen that there was too much pressure over at a B site as well as mid. A was their only option at that point, and waiting there on A, it was Danny with the tour de force hanging in the back because of that rendezvous, and it worked out perfectly. So much pressure, so much time wasted against Ottawa. They had no choice but to rush back to B, go for a plant without having a proper setup, and it all fell apart.
Now, backs against the wall. They've got to see what they can find. Spam coming through from Roofski, and there will be a showstopper as well to chase these players towards the heaven position. Not sure if it's going to find anything, and in fact, it's exactly that. Zilch, 0, nada. And right now, it's Rift Season who capitalizes off of it as well. As he gets dropped, utility met by these players to try and reclaim that lost space and claim their way towards this victory. Jeremy just trying to keep their hopes alive, but it may be too little too late. That's going to be a second one, though. Opening things up a little bit more, but moves. Who else but them to shut things down? 23 and 11. A very, very, very strong performance from them and the Ravens as a whole. They will be securing their place in the semi-finals.
Yeah, well done indeed by the Ravens for securing that one in the best of three, taking it all the way to map three. And I think there's no better way to do it than to close out the night off of that one. But a great performance by them. I was pleasantly surprised by you, Ottawa, being able to show some signs of life toward the end and for them to win bind in general as well. They did have what it takes to fight within this tournament. And but at the end of the day, they couldn't get it done on split. It was just too strong of an attack, too strong of a defense. The set pieces coming out from Carlton were too precise.
They certainly were. I think there was certainly a lot of coordination in there as well between the players, like we said before, and it was definitely a lot more evident in the round of 32 and round of 16 that these players, the way that they play as a team, is a lot more important sometimes than the individual skill of one. For example, the way you set up on sites as well, you can't just, on defense especially, try and rely on one player to do all of that damage for you because you'll be playing retake a lot of the time. And well, there's strong showings across the board, good setups, proactive plays that we see from the Ravens, and well, they're deserving members of that semi-final spot.
Of course, of course. So we'll be excited to see them as they continue through this tournament tomorrow in the semifinals and maybe the finals. But for now, that'll be all from the broadcast here. But we have to give a big shout out to Samsung SSD. And the Samsung SSD 980 Pro is perfect for high resolution gaming. When speed matters most, Samsung is the tiebreaker. I mean, if you were looking at those previous round, Huzi was incredibly fast. Might have been using that Samsung SSD. The PCIe 4.0 has twice the speed of the 3.0, plus the 980 Pro is super simple to install and upgrade your PC gaming rig. Push the limits of what SSDs can do with the NVMe technology, up to 12% faster than a SATA drive, and you can reduce the lag and load times with data transfer speeds up to 7,000 megabytes per second read speeds. Superior speed that other devices just can't match. It's Samsung 980 Pro, combining high performance components with a number one flash memory technology to create an unstoppable SSD. So thank you so much, Samsung, for sponsoring the event. But that'll be it for the broadcast here for the NECC Winter Invitational, sponsored, of course, by Samsung SSD. I'm Los, joined by Haza. Had a fantastic time casting some games. So thank you so much for everyone who competed and all the fans in the chat. But the broadcast will continue tomorrow. So for now, thank you and good night.